in terms of the attempt, there are many members of Bren in towards belong, right? So it only means that I feel like they're going still for, they're going still for a more manpower type of gameplay, if you know what I mean. It's because it's unlike, it's unlike Rising Hope that they kind of split themselves,
Yeah.
play for peaks. I think right now they just go all the way.
Okay. Well, Zaya, it seems that we've been blessed with a long Valorant day. Yet another tech issue. We've been disconnected from the game, so please practice patience, guys. Please understand that this is beyond our control. So
Yeah, it's
do
something
not hit us with a caster
inevitable.
start game. I mean, we would
Yeah.
love to start the game for you. We want to start the game ourselves, but it is what it is. So as we wait for the issues to be resolved, we are going to toss it back to our panelists because they have more to talk about. So let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the panel. And I think what's really exciting is the fact that we get more screen time compared to the casters. Sorry, guys. But I'm really excited to talk more about what we can expect from the game. And I'm really liking these sort of like mental games coming in from both teams. I mean, we thought that game one was full of those, the conditioning and the idea, but the fact that Rising Hope is playing the lawnmower game. And I think what's really interesting about how they play the lawnmower game is the fact that even though they lose one, they still want to barge down that same side.
Yeah, definitely. But what I noticed, at least for the lawnmower strategy, is that it doesn't really convert to a round win if Aya gets picked off. And I think that's what you mentioned about Bren Victress, right? When Bren Victress will offer these first kill advantages for that round, then RH, they are still knocking on their doors, but they seem so crippled to get these wins. Yes, there are like opportunities for Rising Hope to get these double kills, and even Trix being able to like cover. Like her game sense is really
It's
on
insane,
point. She kills
right?
one on site, and then she knows one will peek off, thereby short, and being able to like almost clutch the round. So I think those are some of the insane plays that we've seen from Rising Hope. But Bren Victress, we saw that the scoreline was at 6-6. We didn't just really get to see what happened during that time, but for sure that was a big response.
I think the response comes here from Bren Victress also figuring out the Rubik's Cube that has been set by the team of Rising Hope. The idea that, okay, they're playing this lawnmower W gaming sort of game, what can we do to counter it? We've seen it kind of happen, especially toward the second half of the first half, where we start seeing those flanks, and it's really, really hard to identify where exactly they're going to be coming from, because the way that they flank is kind of having two people coming onto the site, one from maybe perhaps A main and the other from showers. So it's really great for them to have that crossfire. Maybe if one comes out, catches one, the other one can clear the other side to clear the other crossfire. And I think this is a great response and also a great say of confidence I feel from Bren Victress. Is more of showing like, yes, we are actually able to take this whole area by ourselves because we're so confident in our own gameplay and our own game sense. So because of that, my question toward the side of Rising Hope is, now that we're seeing this sort of pincer strats happening from the side of Bren Victress, what are you guys gonna do to counter it? Because sometimes we're seeing this multi-frags happen, especially from Twirly if she's able to get onto a site.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the sides, especially they have been swapped now going into the second half, right? We expect the same lawnmower strategy for the retakes for Rising Hope. And I guess that's the best solution, but it's going to be hard to do that lawnmower strat when, in fact, you have different types of defense mechanisms from Bren Victress, because you do have the chamber plus the sage in combination. So post plants are going to be at least a little bit easier in terms
Oh god, that's gonna be
of
so annoying to
retaining
deal
and
with.
maintaining that space, right, for the team of Bren Victress. And at the same time, even if you have a flash that confirms your information and even gets blind against your opponents, and even the haunt for the fade, if you're walled off, You just really want to bang the door. Let me in.
I think what's really good about having that fade as well as the sky is the fact that you can clear so much space. If the sage wall was to come down, I think the idea is even if you get one small area, you can already clear so many different corners and areas as well coming onto the side and put the trailblazer over on the other side. The amount of space that able to take is just phenomenal. So the idea is to oppress the chamber for as much as possible. So this is a very scary situation as a chamber main here, because yes, I was saying that you want to play in front, play the high risk, high reward game, but if you get suppressed, if you get deafened and you have no information, that can spell doom. So how exactly are they going to be rectifying this? And I can already kind of foresee that if, say, they're not able to play behind and do retakes, what Raising Hope can do is just play aggressive. They can push out from the entrance itself because they already have very, very suppressing utilities.
Yeah, definitely. And I could see that happening with Aya, right? Pushing forward there in a short together with the Haunt in combination
Haunt
with the
or
flashes.
even, yes, the flashes. That's
Yeah,
Sky
the flashes
Flash
from
is
Hannah.
really irritating to deal with. As long as Hannah doesn't flash a team.
That's true, that's true. It should be really well executed for that to happen, right? To just really make sure that Bren Victress are stomped and stunned because they didn't really know what to do anymore. And I could expect to see that happening during the pistol round or even during the bonuses. But even if it's not like a gun advantage for Rising Hope, nothing stops them at all. And we saw that earlier on, right? It's just that Bren Victress had to catch up for a little bit. They had to really slow down, be slower to think and be slower to react, and then they had a solution when we get a 6-6.
Well, we finally have a solution, or rather a reaction to our technical difficulty. We're gonna be going to a quick break, and when we come back, the second half of Bren Victress versus Rising Hope. This is gonna be a good one. See you later.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, we know we get right. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Game Changers APAC. I'm Tashbunny alongside Donut, and we are your panelists for today because now I need you all to take a deep breath. Now you guys are gonna stretch upwards because this is gonna be exciting, okay? Bind, Rising Hope, and Bren Victress, one of the most lawnmower hashtag APAC Rising game we have seen in the last 2 days.
Yeah, definitely. And we just saw that, right? I mean, both of these teams, they could be lawnmowers, depending on how they would really play.
Wait, hold up. Can we change, instead of a lawnmower, can we be the cat gang? Because Trailblazer is a cat, and so is the Prowler.
Yeah, a tiger, you mean? Is a Prowler a cat?
Yes, it is!
Oh my gosh. I don't know that. I don't know the biology of the Prowler, though. It seems so scary for me to identify that it is a cat. You know, when you look at cats, you just really are in awe of them because whatever they do, it's so adorable. But when a Prowler comes at you, it's not adorable.
Okay. What if, for Halloween, what if Valorant decides to put a cute Nyan face on the Prowler? Does that make it better?
It might. It might. It might, actually. Now I'm imagining it, but then I'd still scream if that happens, but then I'd scream with a smiling face. That would be weird.
Like, one single tear of happiness before you get shot at, right? Regardless, guys, before we go into this cute cat stuff more, because now the second half has happened. Rising Hope, Bren Victress, Bind, let's go! Xeaora and Sleepy.
All right,
Okay.
ladies and gents, welcome back. I know, it's been a tough day. We're surviving here, so are you.
Fighting.
All right, we're fighting.
Yeah,
See, the
we're
difference
fighting.
is we don't get to eat cake, right? You guys get to eat cake, so I think you guys have it easier than we do. But
Yeah.
regardless, we are gonna be continuing into our second half very soon on this first map in the second series of the day between Bren Victress and Rising Hope. I mean, Rising Hope have been doing a phenomenal job entering in the first few rounds, but then Bren Victress, they also did a great job adapting and recovering. So Zaya, I think both teams are really into this map, and so
I mean,
I'm
of
excited for the
course.
second half.
I mean, we've seen some dominating fights, of course, with the likes of Rising Hope as well in towards this map. We can
For sure.
safely say that this is their territory. But of course, for the Victress, they're also not stepping down here as well. The mere fact that they too, not just stats-wise, they do also have a very good record for the likes of Bind. So again, as the panelists have mentioned earlier, this is basically a lawnmower for the side of Rising Hope. But this is where the interest really peaks out for actually almost everyone of us, is the way that they play and be proactive around the map. And I feel like that's what Bren Victress is doing here to counter off that said strategy of Rising Hope.
Yeah, I love how active Bren Victress have been in towards the end of the first half, right? They were not allowing Rising Hope to get into position. They were also just expecting the utilities to fly their way, so they took a step back and let the utilities get wasted, and then they get back in. Anyway, it's 6-7. Rising Hope, they've won the pistol round, and therefore now they are the ones defending with superior weaponry. Are they going to be able to defend against these ultra-aggressive moves? Already getting into U-Haul control and the spike plant, and the wall is up.
They have to, and that's also a signal for them that the flank is on its way. Not spotting out the chamber, but of course, as I say that, Hannah is there for the insurance policy, Ali, and all of the members are just taking them down with only a frenzy to work with. Not so much as Aya cleans up the crew to get their 8th point. And so far, so good for the side of Rising Hope. This is the type of tactics that initially Bren Victress wanted to happen towards their second round in the first half. The problem is they didn't really meet ends, number one. And number two, because basically of how delayed the push was for R8.
The delayed push was definitely a pretty good variation on that first half. And in the second half, Rising Hope, obviously this is just a second round, so there's not that much to talk about. But I'm already seeing the comfort level of Aya just moving around on the jet freely, knowing that she has that one ability that can just bail her out from any situation. This is another fast execute towards A. I love it because Twirly, with her explosiveness, should be able to get a kill here, and that she does. With that, U-Haul control, as well as showers, will be taken. And now it's up to the 3 remaining players on the side of Rising Hope.
That was very much speed, but then as well for Gwen to try to make things work. And Zinni, very fast on her feet, was able to get that trade up and coming. The Prowlers is there, but denied. So vision is still intact for both Ivory and Hannah. But this is information, to say the least, for the sides of the Victress right now. So look at this. Look at the crossfire. Beautifully done. I love it how Alexi just baits her self out, her presence out, and just to get those kills up and coming. And Zinni not wanting to get this for any more further. You know what? After I go to city, after I go to my spawn, I just go straight in towards Cubby and go. Cubby. I go straight in towards Lamps and just go in towards Short. And there you go. I would really commend Zinni for being so active in the map. And I also do like it because it influences the other members as well.
Yeah. The inspiration is what we call it, right? You're inspired by your teammate to follow through. And so far, Bren Victress there adapting really well. Again, just losing pistols and losing that second anti-eco round, and with a buy round, they've managed to pull it right back. But this is a real test here. They have full guns on both sides. They establish presence once again towards Hookah, and then they pull back. Now, the onus is on RH. They are taking pretty good deep control towards A short. The first contact is going to be received by the Sky, and so it's going to be up to Aya. Again, comfort of having that dash ability is actually going to come in play right here if Bren Victress actually decides to go for A short.
If they do, but right now look at this. Distractions are happening across the floor. Jump shot for Alexi just for safe haven, and right now they are playing across the map, creating presence towards A, check. Now rotating towards B, check. Satcheling in towards the site just to keep it secure. Twirly, check. And now the plant is gonna happen very soon here because it's basically open. They got it for the taking. Orbital strike, not gonna hit anyone. To-do list for Bren is looking quite smoothly here as the double peak happens, but there is some trade-off. But look at this, having difficulty in taking down Gwen, but still managed to get the job done. Tricks with it too, trying to isolate these fights, managed to stick out and see Twirly in towards Elbow right now. Only seconds to spare, only one remaining member. Trick can do the clutch, he just has to live, and Twirly denies that fact, and now our scores are tied, Sleepy.
Yeah, Trix played that so well, isolating the 1v1s, even managing to pull off the haunt there, almost catching that last player. Unfortunately, Twirly was not very nice. She didn't let the clutch happen, but that's good for her team. And with that, the scores are tied up, 8-8. This was a pretty good take And I love the flow of the round as well. As you said, there were some boxes they take, right? Establish presence hookah, rotate back to A, establish presence A short, back to B, and then just satchel in, smokes down, and get control of the side freely. They did just that. And now they're looking to do the same thing towards A.
This is basically Action Jackson for Bren. Not really doing the late for death intended, but Ivory, shotgun in the face, Twirly shutting her down. And again, for Ali, 2 refrag for her teammate. It's looking pretty good. And again, this is where things go. They're not sticking into one site just because they were able to, dwindle down the members of RH. They still went for the rotate because that's where they know that's where they're sure that no one is actually guarding off those entry points. And now it forces the members of Rising Hope to basically rise to this matchup because it's a 2v3 situation. Take note that both Ali and Shirazi already down in the brink of health. Audio cue, and they spot it out onto the sides. Aya with a good control takes one down. There's gonna be another though, but they just have to buy some time. They don't basically need to get these fights, but still Zinni wins off that round. And look at this, already pushing through Tricks with no other options to do. And the Bren once more really bounced back into the second half.
The audacity to pull up the classic.
Oh,
Jump right click classic. My goodness, this gun, man.
yeah.
Why?
In the face.
Why is it free?
Because
You should be required to buy the upgrade if you the right click classic. Even if it's just costing you 100, I think that's still a pretty decent nerf to the gun.
well,
But anyway, that's that. So now we look at Bren Victress just taking and running away with this game. They have 2 ultimates. 1 orb away on the other 3, and this means it's going to be easy for Bren Esports to just enter a site, and it's going to be up to Rising Hope as they also have their own ultimates, right? And they have control over showers. They're going to let go of A short. They're going to stack 3 players towards B, but Bren Victress are being so patient, finally showing their faces now. Are they going to be able to get this kill towards the bait?
oh!
5 HP.
5 HP in the dream, but then again, it paved the way for the entry point for Bren Victress. Alexi taking Gwen down, so they have no more smokes to work with. Uses the haunt to see anyone in the vicinity. But on the sides, Aya was able to take Ali down before Zinni can go for the refrag, and now it's time for another retake position. Beautiful wall as well from Alexi, and things are going quite well for Bren. Seekers out, went in towards the site, but no true luck. Nightfall again comes down here, but Shirazi, quick on her feet, was able to take Ivory down, takes her clone, but Tricks and the others tries to enter in towards Hoka, and Hannah wall bangs Shirazi in the process, uses the Prowler for bait, and it's only up to Tricks to make things work, but Zinni quick again in towards Belong. Did not leave her spot there. Take note. She just basically jiggled, peek, played for time, made sure she's safe, and when goes to show Tricks on the backside, Sleepy. Again, suddenly Bren Victress just switched on, you know?
Yeah.
Like a light switch. Like,
Sorry, what was the sound like? Just like that. Okay.
sorry, I can't pop, okay? I don't know how to do that. I don't know.
Bren Victress, though, they did pop off. Look at the ultimates they've used. Zinni only used 1, and that allowed her to take control of B so freely. And then she recharged 3 orbs again in that round, and she's now just 4 away from another ultimate, while the rest of her teammates still have all of their ultimates on. This is looking dangerous because Rising Hope, they looked like they were able to defend that, but finally, in the end, Trix was left alone again in a 1v3, so it was a little too much to ask to leave Trix in those clutch situations and hoping that she would win them. It was a bit tough. And Bren Victress, they're just very mechanical in the way they approach the executes towards the sites. They just get in, they clear the areas, they use their utilities to cover the gaps, and just go into post-plant mode with very good discipline, I have to say. They're not allowing themselves to get picked off by the players from the side of RH. And at the same time, they're also establishing crossfires so that they can help each other out anytime they needed to. Fast execute though towards A short. Aya again with the dash. Is she going to be able to find any impact this time?
not getting enough impact so far, but then again, they have to get enough impact. They do want to make it work for the side of Rising Hope Showstopper, but from the behind, gets two! Like a Power Ranger, Twirly is explosive, looks behind, boom. And just like that, able to dwindle down the members so quickly, makes it a 3, not stopping just yet, but Ivory shuts down in an attempt for the 4K, but Alexi got her back. 7 bullets to work with for Trix. They do know her position, and Alexi cleans it up for the crew.
Clean entry from Twirly. I did not expect the showstopper to get 2 there, but it was a welcome surprise for Bren. And she even went on to take even deeper control on her own. That's just bravery and confidence and momentum playing for the side of Bren Victress. So at this point, it's really hard for RH to stop Bren Victress. They need a pause. They need to assess what is missing. And honestly, there isn't much for them to do aside from doing what Bren did at the first half, which is wait for the utilities to come, don't fight before you're ready, and make sure you have a teammate with you instead of peeking one by one. And Aya is lucky to survive there. And let's see if they're able to reset their positions while also getting information at B-Long, knowing that it's going to be a hit.
Did she accidentally press the updraft?
It should have been an accident.
Yeah, it's an because I think that she was planning to get out of the lamps and just try to updraft her way up in towards the tanks, but she kind of bonked herself in a bit. So I get orbital circle and rendezvous out so smart from Shirazi over here, forces out the ult, and now Shirazi still takes the kill of her own. What a bonus! Ali as well. Is good on her favorite Twirly with a good decision. What? What was that tap? What? Twirly, though, for the shutdown of Aya. Spike has been planted only up to Ivory, but I do want to see that replay, Sleepy, because I know, you know, we know, we're not the only ones who saw that. That was I can't even explain, man.
It was nuts, basically.
Indeed. Thank you for the word.
Yes. But yeah, that was again an execute from Bren Victress. Dude, their game plan is not even elaborate.
Here.
Yeah, here. Look at Aya.
See? Wait, where is it? Fuck! Just a flick!
Excuse you?
You may be, Aya says, because she did.
Whatever,
these are the moments we're in, you know. We have a lot to say, but that moment just, you know, basically keeps us quiet for a spare second. Oh my god.
Good God. Look at Bren just doing what they've done so far in the past, I don't know how many rounds at this point. They're just lawn mowing the A side that's being defended by Rising Hope, and they're just not slowing down. And they've actually managed to just clench the map just like that.
Look at how happy they are.
Look at how hyped up they are. They're just dancing and laughing and singing to their victory because of how simple it looked for them to take this win. They literally just went A every single round, and it worked.
These girls, the redemption arc is there. Look how happy that they were able to dominate once again in towards bind. Aya, though, I gotta commit Aya back
that
there,
shot,
you know?
that shot was worth quite a few dollars. I would say it was, it was a good shot.
Very good for the highlights, I dare say. But then again, you know what, Sleepy? All of those action, it's as if, you know, Bren, whenever they were in the attacker side this time, they just brought back what Rising Hope did to them in towards attack when Rising Hope was attacking the first half, and everything was just smooth sailing for Bren Victress. Didn't even give time to react for Rising Hope, or even the breather or everything. But you know what? All of those speculations, I want to know what the panelists think. So guys, take it away.
What I would say a very, very strong start from Rising Hope, and The ending, though, once again, is gonna go to the team with the slower start. It's gonna be Bren Victress. Now, I did say that the start was a statement by Raising Hope, but the fact that Bren Victress is able to identify what exactly Rising Hope can do with that lineup is what led them to victory.
Yeah, well, the ability for them to digest actually all of the things that were happening in such a quick time was what impressed me the most, because it was looking so strong, right? We started off with a 6-1, but eventually it ended with a 6-6, and I think that was their ability to really stand strong and not let that get to them. And immediately when they were able to like identify, okay, what were the mistakes that we were making? Okay, we were playing too forward. We weren't really playing back that much, and we weren't protecting the site or the agents that had so much to offer when it comes to the retake. Then that's our response. Yes, Rising Hope, we saw them like amazing shots from Aya, right? We even had a little bit of time to like just be in awe of Aya when it comes to that, but it wasn't just enough. Especially for Tricks, though, the clutch she was able to offer wasn't the same case as we saw from Meraki, wherein it was a positive energy that brought them to a win. It was just quite unfortunate for Rising Hope.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of situations, a lot of pressure was put onto Trix's shoulders when it comes to that positioning. And I think in that situation as well, knowing the fact that they are being countered that way and not being able to catch up is also another thing in itself. But looking at the stats here for Bren Victress, the fact that Alexi as the Sage is 2012 shows a whole different story in the dynamic as the roles were swapped to the other side. Now, personally, I thought that for defensive side, Raising Hope would be a little bit more, I would say, aggressive and getting those first picks. But what Bren Victress offered was more of a, I would say, a momentum-based sort of play, where the more rounds they got, the better they felt, and the better they felt, the more confident they got. And it was to the point that the lawnmower strat coming in from Raising Hope was punished over and over again.
Yeah, the macro was seen for the team of Rising Hope, right? They had one goal, which was to like very fundamentally check all of these corners, try and capture the site, and then take the plant down. But Bren, what they did was took it round after round, and they actually had a checklist. And I feel like I was actually really appreciating what Seiya did earlier on when she was casting. It was basically, okay, rotations are check, clearing of the site check, and they just did it round after round. And I feel like that's where Rising Hope did falter. They did not consider the mid-round calls that Bren Victress was able to offer on the table.
Yep, the adaptability is something that they have. Clearly, they had a plan A, B, C, and D, as opposed to what Rising Hope could bring to the table. And this is what's really dangerous when you kind of have a set a comp for that particular round itself, the first half. However, though, we're going to be taking a quick break, because after this will be a map number 2 between Rising Hope as well as Bren Victress.
Wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
VCT Game Changers APAC Elite Stage number 4. One winner goes to Berlin. I'm Tashbunny alongside Donut, and we are currently watching Match 2, Map number 2, as we head to Breeze for Rising Hope versus Bren Victress.
Bren Victress showed us what they've got early on, right? It was a slow start. They were quite turtles, but once they found themselves in their own shell, it was basically impenetrable for them. And Rising Hope in the map of Breeze, which is Bren Victress's pick, it's gonna be quite a tall task for them to get this away from Bren. Because when it comes down to stats, right, we reviewed it a little bit on, you shared that Rising Hope didn't really have that much success from before, especially getting a very low score against their opponents from before. But now it's going to be a different picture because we saw the lawnmower strat, and it's very much possible for Bren Victress, not unless for Rising Hope, not unless Bren Victress actually does it against them.
I'm honestly curious to see, because previously we've actually seen Trix play on this particular map with the roster, and she went for a Reina. Now the question is, would that be the same thing again? What exactly is the benefit of running a Reina on this map is that you allow Reina to just really do her own thing, play on her own, but the downside is if your team is down one person.
Yeah, I mean, the self-sufficiency of Arena is very much seen, but I would want to see that when the next patch comes in. The Leer of the Arena isn't going to be shown, at least because we're running on a patch 5.06. So I would expect the picks to be at least leaning towards what was at least comfortable from before, because it will still stand until today, right? Like the Chamber pick is going to be there. A staple, surprisingly, is still a Sova, but we've seen other teams actually run a Fade and still do well. So we expect that little bit of a change for both of these teams, not unless they just really want to be comfortable, especially Bren Victress, who just really want to close out the series, or for Rising Hope to just have that mental reset, have everybody comfortable, and maybe take this away from Bren.
I mean, statistically, we can see that Bren Victress does have a higher win percentage rate compared to Rising Hope. Now, if you want to talk about initiators, I think double initiators can work for both sides, given the fact of how big the map can be, especially in terms of pick potentials. Now, when it comes to how you want to play Breeze, that site control, not just site control, but area control is very important. How exactly are you going to be playing that mid site? How exactly are you going to be watching the site halls? Because for me personally, I've seen so many teams, how they take care of halls is by kind of like smoking the back side of it, so they're not able to get to backstab. But for me personally, I would like to see a more aggressive sort of control before door in general, just because it does not give you that pincer advantage to the site itself. Regardless though, I think that personally, I know you talked about a Fade and a Sova, but for me, I'm really liking a Fade and a KO. KO provides so much value with that knife. It's a big area that you can cover if you throw it either close or all the way to the back. Regardless though, if you look at the side of Rising Hope, they have 4 different compositions played. Sorry, they have a whole lot of different compositions played, and none of them is really, really super played, but I am really interested in one of them where they have this Yoru as well as a Cypher comp, which is very interesting. I highly doubt it's gonna be there. There is one particular comp that we have seen before, which is a Yoru and a Fade, but that conditional win condition can be hard to pull off.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to execute, right? Especially if the Yoru lineups that you are able to offer are the ones that you run each and every round. Because once you actually are your opponents are aware of where these will be, it's easily shut down. Not unless you just really want to drive that. You've already practiced all of these Yoru plays, right? Then it could really get so annoying when it comes down to the site takes. But when it comes down to the site holds though, I would you mentioned the KO. And Alexi early on was the MVP for the team of Bren, and she was a battle sage. Any agent that she could pick, she would want to embrace the fight for her lifetime strategy. And even as a KO, we've seen her play a KO in Breeze. She does so well with these quick flashes, and her teammates are there to like follow through and get the kills.
You know what's more interesting? I'm looking at the lineup list for Bren Victress, and one of their most used agent compositions include a Cypher. Now, I'm not really saying
for Zinni, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm a big fan of Vipers, but it's always fun when you see one picked into the game. So I've had a discussion with Trix before, back when she was on panel, on what exactly you can do as a Cypher on Breeze, and she was saying to me that a more aggressive camera placement would be very, very great for the team instead of a more backwards, and I have to agree with her on that. But I don't think that's gonna be the case, because I think both chambers, both Vipers, both Skies, both mirror matchup.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, I told you it's gonna be about comfort now, because at least for Bren Victress, they want to close this out. But at least for Rising Hope, right, they don't really want to make these risks anymore.
It comes down to diff now.
Yeah, it's gonna be elimination for them. So whatever is effective from before and whatever they're comfortable with, they will offer. It's just now down to both the timing and as well as how they play the map. What would be their priority? Is it gonna be mid? Is it gonna be the flanks? Or is it gonna be the first kills that they would want to take? Because that would really make the difference here.
I really want to see that puzzle pieces that is actually the sites, or at least the areas, hold on in particular, especially if you want to play on attack. We all know that it's a little bit easier to get on the site as attack, but as for defense, you need to be able to not allow them to take up so much space. Regardless though, as we all take a deep breath and just brace ourselves to see if this is going to be a 2-0 or a 1-1. Let's go to our casters, Sleepy and Xeaora.
Wow, a mirror matchup, Zaya. I mean, I love mirror matchup because then it comes down to creativity and what the differences are, the nuances are, and well, yes, we don't get to see more agents, but I feel like it's gonna be a very exciting matchup when it's a mirror one, because again, who's gonna be the most creative team here between Victress and Rising Hope?
It's all or nothing for them, and of course, to be fair, Bren Victress does have technically the match point game. If they do win this out in towards their own map, then they get to continue in towards our brackets. But then again, as the panelists and as you mentioned as well, this mirror matchup is not just about creativity, it's also about outplaying each other, or how they use their utilities, the varieties, the timing. They have to think that all through if they do want to win this type of matchup. So without further ado, here, Sleepy, we are going to go in towards our game shortly, but just real quick, Sleepy, what are your expectations for this pistol round?
Okay, well, as we've seen in the previous game, Bren, Victress, they are way more comfortable than Rising Hope are when it comes to executing and just going fast. So I do expect some really explosive entries and executes from the team. While Rising Hope, I do expect them to also match that later on in the second half. But for this first half, on the defense, they're probably going to be playing pretty aggressive as well. As you see, Aya with a dash will be able to get out into safety, but the trades are happening elsewhere. And 2 for 2 has already happened. That's not even done. That's not even the end of it just yet. It's now a 3 for 2 for Elite.
Flashed themselves up, but Trick still was able to take one down. Ivory as well with a tap of her own. It's all up to Zinni with a very, very low HP. How is she going to make this work? She hears some footsteps, but up to what extent she is down? As Trick was able to see from the midst of this pyramid to get their pistol.
Don't even start that
Rising
shit
Hope.
here,
See,
mate.
the playing aggressive part from Rising Hope, I think they've been pretty comfortable with this, on the defense. Put Aya in a forward position, and you know that she can always just escape as soon as she feels that there's trouble incoming. So that's what happened. And the trade's also it was quite effective for them as they were actually stacking towards the A side. And so every time Bren Victress thought, oh, we got a side, then boom, suddenly there's a Rising Hope player just ready for them to trade. And it ended up working out for Rising Hope towards the end. Just wanted to point out one thing there. If you're in a clutch situation, if you jump up towards the mid area of the pyramid, that makes it awkward for you. Because if you want to drop down, that's going to be a down for you. If you don't, you can enemy. So anyway, getting into the second round, Bren Victress, they are going to go aggressive once again. But Rising Hope, they've got this under control.
I feel like this is a situation of it takes one to know one kind of composition, because notice the pistol, both of them were aggressive, so it means that could have been their strategy either way. They kind of read Bren by the books, and of course in towards the second round, this is to be expected, and I feel like this is more of a giveaway, to say the least, for Bren Victress, because they know that they do have the disadvantage in terms of weaponry. So I feel like in towards this third round, they are kind of expected to win this one, though, because again, if they do let this skyrocket, this may be a similar situation for the side of our game one, which is basically Rising Hope, really rise to the top into what their first half. So right now, they do make a bigger or a different scene, which is in towards our B site, planting the spike already with less than a minute to spare. Then right now it's more on full retakes. Much was able to spot her out with so close to Drazi. Then again, Alexi popping off with the sky on a 2K did not actually consider the push from Trix in towards that B window. And right now, it's all up to these pretty ladies. 3v3, take note. This could be a Cola. That's one. Making another. Making another. Trix cut her down, but then Alexi was given the information to clean it up.
We talked about the expectations, and Bren Victress are fulfilling those expectations right about now. They are just going for it, right? And I'm loving it, because Bren Victress knows that they've made it work before in the second half towards that first game, and they can just do it again. And there's nothing really stopping them from doing this except until Rising Hope responds with a solution. And so far, granted, that was only the first gun round. Now they're going to see if they can replicate that first gun round and just go in fast without Rising Hope responding really fast. And Alexi with a swing as well is just going to get that first kill. Again, they're just going to go for it, no? Because that's opening up the space already without any real response from the defenders.
Indeed. Indeed, and of course I like it because this time around, Bren, they're already, equipping themselves with those double peaks so that they don't have any fear whenever they do try and attempt to peek, and it's working pretty well.
One less.
So it Swirly will start, and then goes Alexi for the kill, but Shirazi so sneakily decides the confidence to push in towards Cave and spots out, hey, I see you, might as well shut you down, and that's what happens. So right now here in towards this matchup, I'm loving the courage. I'm loving the confidence that we're seeing from Bren Victress right now. Look at the push from Swirly. And again,
Spike
down by
planted.
Gwen. Did not see her through McDonald's. That's what I call it.
I mean,
Say the least.
understandable.
See? But then
It is
again,
bags.
yeah, thank you, Gwen, for that quick scope of what I mean. Then again, back in towards this A game, Sleepy, we're seeing it still. 3 versus 4. This is still tangible for the side, but look at that! Razi
Yikes.
watching the flank, not letting them go into any entry points, and that is such beautiful. And you know what? That is basically the deciding factor for them to save this operator.
Yeah.
Exit frags, I guess, through and through.
They have to save.
Yeah, they have
There you go. Nice kill, but that's all they're probably gonna get. You were saying
Indeed.
that you're loving the confidence of Bren, but maybe a little too overconfident when Twirly was just going at Mags.
I
Not
mean,
really
maybe she
caring
just
about-
wanted to check it out, you know? She just wanted a little bit of intel because technically they do still have the manpower to spare.
That
you know
is
what I mean?
true. But you know how this can be a slippery slope, this game. You know, you lose one, and then you lose another, and then eventually you find yourself in a 1v3 right from a 5v3. So, anyway, 2 for 2. Bren Esports, this is looking like who they really are from the previous game, and they're not stopping anytime soon. Twirly activated her dash already, ready to get it to the side, taking control just like that in the first 10 seconds. Another retake is imminent, Zaya, just like
Indeed.
that.
Just like that. And look at how much they
Spike
or
planted.
they guard off the entry points. But then again, we are seeing some highlights for Rising Hope as well. Just getting those taps done, especially when they're not looking at McDonald's. Guys, please just look at this. Just look at this angle launch. And again, then I can't really blame them because you have tunnels, you have beacon, you also have the actual site to look for.
Loads.
Anna as well, getting good with these taps of her sheriff. Ali going with the
Enemy
trade,
remaining.
makes Rosie as well, but then
Last
Hannah with the
player
third.
standing.
Great.
Gets proactive with the map. Notice how she just goes around from backside. That is going to be the tap by Zinni. Shuts down her clone. Well, technically, because they're the same fighter, right?
Yes, I get what you say.
Thank you. No, I'm not, you, because I'm kind of like defensive. Remember the feet thing?
All right, why
Yes.
girl? Well,
Spike
I thought
planted.
she was gonna wait for the snake bite to land before she swings, you know, with the double damage effect.
Yeah,
It's
exactly,
gonna be
yeah.
easier for her to get a kill, but you know what? She doesn't care. Boop. Headshot. Easy kill. All right,
Great one
see,
for the
Bren
highlights,
Victress,
too.
they're just gonna do this, yeah. They know
Yeah.
this works. They're just gonna do it. So, Rising
I
Hope,
know.
you have to respond with a solution. Look at that! 2
Again.
seconds into the round, they're already towards the entrance of B, but this time
Oh.
around, Hannah, with the Viper's spin, will be able to shut Twirly down, stopping any progress whatsoever. But then, they found her, and yet again, within 20 seconds, we've got Bren Victress securing that
Spike
B side,
planted.
prompting a retake from Rising Hope.
Not even letting a minute to pass. Bren Victress here is lead. But of course, I do
Oh boy.
love this Hunter's Fury right now. Was able to dig down one, well, not as much, but then that's information nonetheless. Aya tries to enter from the backside, being to be greeted by Alexi. Right click, not gonna work. Aya does go for that shutdown.
enemy
Again,
remaining.
you see that tap from Ivory. Then the Cloudburst for extra
enemy
protection. For the force, gonna work out, but the clutch!
Do I get away with
The
these things?
clutch happens. Oh.
Oh boy. Just as it looked like Rising Hope was going to be able to retake, and just as Hana was getting some free kills within her Viper's spit, Bren Victress took control right back.
Oh,
What
Shirazi.
Shirazi, good clutch. And these rounds, they were so fast! these rounds are barely 1 minute long,
Yeah.
and I think that's just gonna be the trend. I think Bren Esports, they've got a movie to catch or something. They're rushing this game so much, and I think it's pretty effective. So why not?
But in all seriousness, though, the fact that Bren has been doing time and time again so many speed. But then again, before I say my point, there is a trade that's gonna happen from across the floor. That's a snake bite going out, and Alexi. What such a good follow-up there. And there's a headhunter who gets to win it out. Is it gonna be Tarazi with the taps, or is it gonna be Ivory with the headhunter?
Last
No,
player standing.
in towards this map. With a double, make it a triple. A quick
God.
65-degree angle scope of that back there. I'm getting the grooves on, but again, back to my point. The fact that Bren Victress is playing these games at a fast pace, it means it's not just some sort of conditioning here, Sleepy,
No.
but the fact that they're being momentous here. They're not giving breather for RH, and this breather, which we're seeing right now, is basically the one that Rising Hope needs because of all of these games just happening so quickly.
They need to catch a breath. They need to slow Bren Victress down. Now, it doesn't mean that Bren Victress are going to slow down after this timeout, but at least Rising Hope, they're going to at least have a bit of a thought, right? Okay, guys, Bren Victress, they've been rushing us like crazy. They're just going B, they're just going A, B, A, B, A, B. Why don't we stack, for example? Right? Maybe
Yeah.
stack 3 players towards B, or stack 3 players towards A, or maybe stack 4 and play retake on the other side. At least
Indeed.
something that will allow you to respond in kind and not just get mowed down as Bren Victors are executing onto the sites. They need to respond with a different approach. Otherwise,
Definitely.
we're going to see the same result over and over again.
This is basically going for Bren to just snowball if this happens, but I don't know if this timeout would benefit Bren because again, when you're in the zone, when you're in a fast-paced games like these, you don't want to stop. And this was actually a good call for Rising Hope. Not just them being able to reassess or think what other ways they can do to stop this madness that's happening right now, but of course as well to give time so that in the zone moment for Bren Victress is to just come into a slow down, stop
And
or to
one
fade
more
out.
thing- Sorry, Zaya, but one more
Go
thing
for
about
it.
these pauses, why it's good for Rising Hope is that sometimes it makes your opponents overthink a little bit, and it makes them change what's been working for them. So, for
Yep.
example, Bren Victress, it's been working out well for them to just rush into B or A, and because of this tactical pause from Rising Hope, Bren might think, oh, Rising Hope is going to change something up, so why don't we change something up in response? And then they end up just losing because they're playing something that's not what they want to play, right? So there's that effect as well. So whether Bren Victors are going to change up or switch up their tempo or not, that's going to be up to them. But Rising Hope, just by that tactical pause, that's already, I think, pulling in some effects to help them win the next round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this technical pause could be any better as well because it
Yeah,
kind of
well.
prolongs our minute timeout, right? So I feel like I wouldn't be too altered too much for the side of Bren because one, it's been working out for them, and two, this could also mean that they can also think of more possibilities, not just to be fast-paced alone, but they can also go for the strat of delaying the pushes or going for fake rotates. Every possibility that also they can do because of this advantage. It's basically topping over the overthinking of one team from another. So at the end of the day, I love this mirror matchup, but then again, it's just more about the outplay.
Are you starting to overthink as well now that we have this pause?
I mean, as
I feel
as
like
a
I am.
person, yeah, I mean, I am too because
Thinking
I mean,
about
us casters, we have so much to say and yet so much possibilities, and
Yes.
this pause is, bringing in the suspense of it all.
this is a test for us.
Yeah,
like,
this pause is actually for us and not
For
for
us.
them.
yes, but it's also a test. Like, how much can we actually cover while
Yeah.
these pauses are happening? And so far,
How
I think
much
we're doing a
cake
pretty
can I
okay
sneak
job.
in?
But give us like 5 more minutes, and we're gonna be talking about like giraffes or
Yeah,
turtles
or the cakes,
or the cakes
yeah.
or wagyu and everything else in between.
But then again,
No, we're already see Zaya. We're already talking about it. So this
yeah,
is
we're all.
this is us failing the test.
No,
All
no,
right.
no, no. We're not
I mean, it's been a
failing the
long
test
day, all
yet.
right? We've got
Yes.
so much technical pause today, but I hear the timer ticking, so I think
There
it
we
means
go.
we're back in the game. So, yay, we kind of passed the test.
We kind of passed, like, you know, passing grade, barely.
Yeah,
indeed.
barely.
Like, what's a passing grade? Like a B minus C or C?
I don't
So
know
bad,
where
right?
you're from, but mine, we use numbers here.
Oh yeah, right. I use numbers too. I just thought that some of our peeps, you know, uses the letters.
You're right.
So yeah. But anyway, back into our instant right here. See, this is what I'm telling you. Because the fast pace on those timeouts are done, now they're utilizing mid, which is interesting.
Wow.
For the
We've
fact.
never seen this before.
Exactly.
Never seen before in the history of Valorant. Utilizing
Yeah.
mid? Are you crazy?
I mean, for this game, I mean, yes, we're
Yes.
quite crazy, yeah, because it's always A B, right?
And this
Now
is the
it's
thing
time
that we
for
talked
mid.
about, right? They might be overthinking this, Bren Victress. And you see, if you look at Rising Hope, they didn't change that much. They still have 2 players towards B. They still have towards.
Wait, Trix is on
A.
20 HP though, and as well, she
Hold
was
up.
dinked. She was
She
dinked.
was.
She
Oh my
was.
goodness,
So-
Twirly, you monster.
Yes, she is. Beautiful monster. But then again,
30
they go
seconds
back
left.
again to B. You see that?
Oh my
I
God.
feel like that was just playing for time at that point.
Yeah.
Still the same. You know what, Sleepy? I want you to take over.
Yeah, all right. They're still taking B whatsoever. So yeah, they did change up the start of the round, but they did conclude the round the same way, unless Trix will have got a few tricks up her
10
sleeves.
HP.
10 HP, still alive, even getting a 3rd kill of her own. Finally gonna get shot down by Shiradzi, leaving Gwen in a 1v2. A bit of an awkward position. The TP was phenomenal, giving Ali the chance to just swing and get that final kill to secure the 6th of the round for Bren Victress. So, yeah,
Bren Victress was like, it's big brain time. You know, use your rendezvous Shirazi to just bait out, and then I go for the kill. And it worked! And that was so beautiful for Bren Victress. It just proves that they weren't altered by that timeout.
No,
Maybe
the-
just a variety of
Yeah,
start.
the start of that round was like Bren Victress filling the words quota, the words requirement in an essay. You know, they're still gonna go to B, but they need to say something more. And
Yeah,
they just spent a few
exactly.
more seconds towards mid and finally went into B. And this time it's back to the original Bren, going right back into A side with another beautiful entry from Twirly, opening up the side in a 5v4. Never mind that. 4v4, 4v3, make it a 4v3 maybe? Yes, it is.
Oh my-
A 4v1 even. Come on, girls. What is this game?
The interesting part, okay, I'll be mentioning that in a bit, but then again, Hannah right here trying to make things work for her team, but too much is a lot on her plate right now with the snake bites and those smokes. How could she even enter in towards mid doors, right? So the best bet would basically just save it out or go towards cave, whichever is deemed possible. But right now, she is gonna try and make the magic work, but up to what extent? Because look at how spread out Victresses are, and here, no time to spare as well. Yeah, she's just gonna save this at this point, just going for some exit frags, to say the least. But then, I'd like to go back to that point from earlier. Twirly updrafts already twice, right? And then she pots out blade storms and whatnot. And I guess you still get one, but you're going shut down by Lexi. But then, I was actually nervous that she wouldn't be able to get Ivory from Bridge because her updraft is starting to fade out. She's starting to fall down. But with that single knife, that single blade sword, see, look at that. See? Her vision was already covered by the pyramid, and yet that single knife was enough to take her down. And the speed once again working on favor of Bren Victress.
Speed is their name.
Indeed.
I think the B in Bren stands for speed.
Take flight.
Yes. Well, they're doing it again. They're just going straight into a drone out, dash in. Just go and take the side post plan, split from door, whatever you want to do. A side is where you're going to. And Hannah is having no more of that, together with Ivory, getting 2 quick kills with the sheriffs. And with that, it's a 3v5. Finally, they're going to get slowed down. This time, not because they want to slow down, but because they were forced.
Right now,
Player
again,
standing.
trades for both sides of the teams, but it's only up to Zinni.
Oh,
This time around, could this be the point for Rising Hope? But she still has the spike, so she does have options to basically rotate. But the Seekers does spot her out in towards mid. It did not take that shot, though. So I guess this could call for, Xeaora trying to make her presence known and towards mid. If she does get one here, however, Zinni may
this could
be
be
able to
it.
take this clutch. Depends. She still have 30 seconds to spare. And
30
I feel like
seconds left.
the strategy for Rising Hope is to just go for the double peaks, right?
Yeah.
Or to trade. But look, they're not looking at her direction, Sleepy.
uh-oh. Let her plant. That is the strat. But if only Zinni thought about going through the door before planting the spike, that would have worked wonders. But of
10
course, she
seconds
has no
left.
time. She has to go and went to the plant, getting sprayed through the smoke. 36 HP.
so
That is
close.
enough for her to stay alive, but isn't enough for her to clutch the round. Of course not. As Strix and Ivory had the confidence to just swing on her. And with
Team
that,
Ace.
finally, RH found the answer, and that is Sheriffs. Go and tap heads with Sheriffs and a Headhunter, and you win the round.
I mean, at least they still have the extra 300, am I right? Or is that a
Yeah,
friend?
money,
But then
money,
again-
money.
We need that all through, but going here
Standing.
into this quick replay, the trades were very much good for both sides of the team. I guess it just so happens that taps were working for Rising Hope. It was a bit scuffed on how they were able to close that out, but still, whatever works, gets the job done. Good. But for Rising Hope, they kind of need to climb it a little bit more. Objective now is to get that 5 points onto their scoreline before they go into the second half. Now, for Bren, I feel like the change of pace is slowly happening here because they're starting to see, I guess Rising Hope is starting to counter us down. So we need another way to, bring back the early performances in the rounds.
It's forcing them to slow down, and I mean, it's not like Bren can't play slow, but it's just that we're so used to seeing them just go
Yeah.
wild in the first 20 seconds that seeing them play until the timer is at less than 50 seconds is a bit unusual.
Yeah.
But
Indeed.
it might actually work in their favor now that they're converging towards A, because it's being lightly guarded on the side. Only 2 players are ready for this fight, but now they do have Aya. This might actually turn in their favor now that 3 players are defending the site. Let's see.
Oh!
30 seconds
Was
left.
able to knife out there, but again, good timing. The recon ball is so essential. Was able to identify 2 from the pack,
Spike
and
down
this
A.
is now Seekers as well to identify here. But Alexi takes 3, but Twirly going near already. This flash
Huh?
did not work. Actually,
What?
worked for
Spike
Trix.
planted.
He did not let that flash go through,
One
and
enemy
he
remaining.
made it to the right time. The good baiting system, but Shirazi shuts her down before she could even go in towards the site. And now it's just up to our dear Hannah to make things work once again. Notice how she's the only member in Doom.
Enemy remaining.
That's okay. Actually, spray transfer for Hannah. Sleepy.
What happened indeed?
I feel like.
Huh?
Oh wait, I feel like
Last round in the half.
like he accidentally flashed both of them into which leads that they were not able to spot out Hannah's. Wait, but then again, that
But the
could have been.
spray.
I feel like it's a whiff or that.
I mean,
Well, let's see.
probably.
A flash. A flash.
but it was
It's
so
a flash.
fast. It was so fast, Zaya. I don't think they had a chance to even think about what's happening. Hannah was just pew pew. 2 headshots, just like
Well, aim duels at the end of the day, right?
that. I mean, it's a shooting game, all right?
It
You
is,
gotta
right?
shoot.
So she got a pew pew her
And
way out
shoot
of
she
there.
did. Precise gunplay. 2 headshots.
Hannah, I was highlighting it earlier that she's the only member remaining for those clutches, and she manages to pull
yeah.
through. Look at her KDA;
Exactly.
she's already at the top of the charts.
Man. Beautiful. And the flash by Trix was also interesting, right? Because the flash kind of stopped mid-air.
Yeah.
And then it popped right as Twirly went into her vision. And that actually worked out in favor of Trix. So I have to say that was an interesting sequence of events.
I feel like she timed it simply because you have the option to pop the flash or not. But knowing that the Phoenix or the Hawk was stuck, so maybe she was just using it as a body shield per se. But because Twirly was there,
want to play? Let's play.
At some point, be flash too. So maybe she tried to big brain split decision moment in that play.
Okay.
Nothing happened in flash.
Trades, just like that. But the spike, though, you have to take the spike with you as you execute into the side. Otherwise, you're going to spend some time recovering the spike while you're giving time for the opponents to recover in terms of position. But the shots are hitting and coming out of the Bren's Victress' gun barrels. And those shots connected pretty nicely, leaving 2 players on the side of Rising Hope.
Alexi triggered discipline for a bit right there. Also for Trix, tries to use the flash once again. That's a double flash, but she has to see who gets the Alexi.
Oh god, these flashes are making some of the awkward moments that I've never seen before.
Exactly, and same for me. I feel like these girls are on coffee at the moment. You know that rush,
the jitters,
the sudden jitters. Yeah, it's evident. but
then
again, you know what? Yeah, Sleepy, take us away. I mean,
let's just toss this to casters. Let's just breathe, all right? Sorry, not casters. Hosts, what do you think?
You know, when I came into the game just now and I said to take a deep breath, it was for a good reason, because I have been screaming non-stop for the whole entire game. So let me just TLDR this for you real quick before we go into analysis. Number 1, Bren Victress just going brrrr. Number 2, that very long break, change in pace, go wow. Number 3, the birds, man, the birds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're seeing both skies actually really pop off. Not just the flashes, but even when it comes to the frags, right? We see the confidence from Twirly as the Jet, but Alexi is oozing with it. Not just because, as we mentioned, right, these players from Bren Victress, they're very self-sufficient, and that's the reason why probably Arena was considered for this map. But no, Alexi is now embracing that pseudo-duelist role for the team and just really pushing forward together with Twirly. And that's the reason why I think we've had a lot of these rounds that were just taking us breathless just because of how good they are. And Rising Hope, they're giving us rising hope that they could be able to take a 5-7. But immediately, Bren Victress just really wants to say, no, our aggression and our speed coupled with confidence is the perfect formula in this attack.
I think one round that is very important to talk about when it comes to the speed is mostly just round 6, where the point where on B side, on B side, what Hannah did was pop the Viper's pit. Even before Hannah could prep the pit, they were already running onto site. Their sheer confidence was just insane, to the point that they're willing to actually challenge that Viper's pit. They had a nice little, I would say, pincer coming through, and they managed to get Hannah off the site. And it was a bit of a shame, because even before her teammates could come to anchor with her, she was already out of the way. And on top of that, the mind games are coming through here because of that timeout that we saw from Rising Hope all the way in round number 8 just now. And we saw also a change in strat by Bren Victress, insisting on taking up the mid side here. So this change of strat, I would say that it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because you saw a change in Rising Hope, but at the same time, Bren as well doing the same thing is just not allowing them to do that. But just like what we saw in the early just now's match, it looks a little bit better for Rising Hope when they're on the Thrifty. Regardless, though, we want to see if Rising Hope can bring this back. So I'm going to pass it over to Sleepy and Xeaora. Take it away, my friends.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
I like the TLDR, summary of
the summary of what's been happening.
Yeah, I mean, if I were those as well, Yeah, I mean, if I were the host alongside with her or with them as well, I would say the same thing. Because,
You're right.
man, like these games, what sleepy?
Hmm.
You got me right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game started in the second half of that first map, where Bren Victress decided to not care and just rushed every single round, and now
This
they're
is
finally on the
YOLOing.
defending side, so they can't really do that. You know what? Never mind. Correct me, because they're actually just doing what they did in the first half, which is just push,
mean-
push, push. Meanwhile, they
Exactly.
let beef for free, so now they're
Which
just
is
gonna go for
interesting.
5-5 retake.
Yeah, which is interesting. You know, I mean, anything can happen as possible at this point. So Spike has been planted. Everyone is gathered. Everyone is gathered. It's up to the discipline. Who gets the
timing.
Oh no, the timing not in favor of Ali. She was about to dish out the recon bomb, but that's gonna be not anything. But Shirazi though was able to get Ivory for the team. Now we do see the Trailblazer once again tries to dash in, spot out of Gwen, right click it through, success. But how to what extent though? Because Shirazi goes for the shutdown. We do see it here. Zinni spots out too.
no
Making
way.
another for her name, and we do see Mondo
There you
place
go.
from Trix. Beautiful prioritization of targets, because I feel like Trix was in B main, if I'm not mistaken. She was able to spot out Shirazi on the backside and then swiftly transitions to Zinni afterwards, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, but she was just
right?
behind the poison cloud.
Yeah.
And she did choose the target that was holding a weapon first, so
Yeah.
that was pretty good. And yeah, it came down to the clutch, but I still think it was a little bit rough for Rising Hope there on the post plant, allowing Bren Victress to even come close to the spike. And it was
Yeah.
down to a 2v1 actually, so the clutch was really what made it work for Rising Hope. Otherwise, it could have been a different result. And now we're still seeing Bren Victress do the thing, just pushing and pushing. The flash is good, but only a classic, not the best equipment to go with that. Still, they managed to get 2 kills, 2v3 now. Not that much of a chance, to be honest, still, with only classics. 3 headhunter ammo. That might be the difference maker, but who knows?
I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe Shirazi can utilize this with ease, but that's
2
already
left.
1 spent.
Spike planted.
Spike is planted on towards back site over here. I think they do know that one is in caves. And because of that, Shirazi already being detected towards middle doors. It's up to Ali to actually shut down Gwen in here if they want to make things work. And I like the strategy wherein they pick up the Spectre just so that Bren won't have anything to utilize later on. That's going to be Hannah with 1 down. 1 for
Okay.
Shirazi as well. Goes down quickly into stairs. Hides her way to middle doors just for some safety net. But she has a lot of angles to consider. Spots out a Gwen peeking. But Ivory's also there. And a quick sheriff tap gets their 2nd point. Now, this is actually, this round that we're going to be heading on is where the things are going to start off for Bren.
Yeah.
If they are able to win this, because technically this is bonus for RH, maybe they can go back into the groove that they had on the first half, unless RH does really connect all of these taps, you know, and just shut them down again.
Yeah. Guns are now available, and Rising Hope are not like some of those teams who love to buy in their bonus, so it should still be relatively easy for Bren Victress to get this round. However, the aggression from Aya is not unlike what we saw from Bren Victress. Shirazi, though, surviving very nicely towards breaks, even getting a 3rd kill. That is just a total shutdown from this individual. Finally gonna get traded, but the damage has been done, and I think the coffin is ready for Rising Hope, at least for that round. And yes, we do have the 69 score. Nice.
Nice. But anyway, again, it is to be, you know, expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
again,
this
you've
hold
been-
by Shirazi was just phenomenal. I would
yeah,
say.
it is. You have to commend Shirazi here, but she's like the silent type for the team. You know, like she's not sometimes in towards our feed. We do see Alexi, we do see Twirly as well as Zinni with all of their utilities, but Shirazi's the one basically. You know, she's the one who closes. She's the one who secures. She's like the advisor of the team. Like, okay, you know what, guys, I got this area. Just go and do your groove, and I will be taking these enemies down. And for pre-aims, you gotta commend Shirazi for that. Her anticipation level is so strong, and that's very witnessed since Bind.
Fundamentals wins games. Aya almost losing her life there. Also lost her knives.
I wonder if I
23
get the chance to play with these ladies.
With these ladies?
Yeah.
I'm sure one day you'll get that chance.
I hope that's my bucket list, if you know that.
Alrighty.
To play with them. But
Trades.
anyway, yeah. Trades across the floor over here. Viper's Pit going to go down. And this would make things harder, but then Zinni was able to get Aya
Corner.
down as well. Check out your corner! Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, but Shirazi is there to frag Hannah as well. Oh, a little bit of a whip there from Ali. And Gwen cleans it up.
Yeah, labored spray from both sides. A bit awkward on the retake, not checking that ninja corner. Almost always have to check that, boys and girls. It's a deadly one. And yeah, it cost them the round, so... Now we're seeing Bren Victress taste their own medicine, right?
Yeah.
Because look at how Rising Hope have been approaching these rounds. They're just rushing into the sides as well, just like what Bren Victress did. And Bren Victress, they should have known that this was a possibility. This is a mirror matchup, right?
Yeah.
They have exactly the same lineup. They have the exact same utilities. And so the possibilities of executes are endlessly the same. So... now they're taking mid. They are going ultra aggressive. They are spotted though. Gonna be responded in kind. Are they gonna finally win this battle with a flash that's gonna help the attacker's side? The attacker's side are still gonna be the ones falling behind in this trade, with Twirly getting that opening kill and Shirazi gonna let go of the A side to hope for her teammates to come close before getting on with this retake.
This is so nifty. Look at the positions of Bren right now. I do like it how Twirly does go for the flank and still gets Ivory down. Anna for the trade, but Shirazi with the op kill. And this is all just up to one then, but Aya not anticipating her presence there. Zinni and Alexi with those kills as well. Enough to really close off this round. And Sleepy. Like we did mention here that they are getting a taste of their medicine, but right now I feel like they're starting to realize that. Like they know that at any point in time that Rising Hope can have some varieties in their tactics, so might as well go for flanks, go for the sides of the map, and it worked wonders for them.
And that's exactly what we didn't see Rising Hope do in the first half, right? They were just waiting for Bren Victress. They were just accepting that Bren Victress was just going to come into the side in the first 20 seconds without applying new strategies like taking mid control, or
You want to play?
and that's exactly what Bren Victress did, and they found results instantly. And this shows that Bren Victress are more ready for this map. They are more tuned to what they need to do to respond to certain scenarios. And Bren Victress, they're showing us why they picked this map. So far, so good. And Rising Hope, they're going to be the back foot once again with very limited weaponry. And so this looks like Bren Victress is going to come down to 11 rounds.
Depends if these taps do connect though, because we've seen some magic happen from Rising Hope, especially with those with the sheriffs at play. I guess it's just about positioning. Look at their position right now. They're too crowded, and more chances of basically being controlled is there. But then again, you see, wait, what? The Trailblazer takes Gwen down. Well, which is understandable because the Trailblazer does have, damage once you're concussed. So this is going to be the spike plan 2 versus 3. Look at that. Whirly. Careful on your side. You wanna look in. And again, Tricks with a collateral. Hello, barbecue. Tricks can have us. But Tricks, again,
See,
it's those ninja spots.
yes, it's those corners again and again. When you're clearing for the retake towards B, you have to check two places. The box towards Broken Wall and the ninja spot towards the entrance of B main. And 2 times now we've seen them not check those angles, and 2 times now we've seen them lose rounds because of that. So Bren Victress, you gotta fix those, of course. And it was a bit of a thrifty for Rising Hope because they actually found kills, man. So good, so good.
The miracle, the power, the magic is there. You know.
Yeah, but Shirazi's already taken control towards B again. So yeah, this is a good read for Bren Victress towards B.
Oh, but as you say, Tricks, however, does take down Alexi. Oh, both of them are low on it. Give right click from Ivory. And it's only up to Shirazi once again. I mean, this is understandable since they were saving, but then Ivory takes the op and making things more exciting for us.
Sir. 9 to 10. And it was this thing that we talked about on Icebox before, right? Which was in the previous matchup. Which is, if you're flanking, you need your teammates to survive long enough for you to find value on your flank. If you're flanking and your teammates on the side are just dead, then you're not flanking anymore. You're just pushing alone.
Yep,
So,
I agree.
That's what happened. And again, granted, it was an eco round, so not much to be expected. And now Brand Victors are going to start to think about how they are dismantled by Rising Hope, just like that, with the exact
Call
same
for a
lineup.
timeout.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
timeout. This is very crucial for them.
Truly. I mean, this is, as you mentioned it in the very beginning that we did, they can't really afford too much fast pace as what they've done to their attacker's side. So this defensive side of Bren Victress is basically forcing them to just, lay back. But the problem, however, is you did mention once again tasting their own medicine. But I think at this point, it's just more on outplay. Because right now, even if there were like utilities that are thrown across the board, there were information, it's not reflecting because they're being shut down immediately. And because of at least 1 or 2 members absence in that certain fight, it's kind of really hard to go for those follow-ups. So now here for the side of Rising Hope, they're just capitalizing on this advantage.
And we see here now Bren Victress doing the thing that I was mentioning. That is, if you're starting to lose round because your opponents are just pushing and pushing and pushing, you got to start stacking. And that's what they've chosen to do. And they stacked A, unfortunately, leaving B for free. But now, because they left that side for free, they're going to be able to retake with a 5v5 situation. And if they have the utilities, if they have the discipline to wait for each other, I think this could work out really well, especially if they can trade. Unfortunately for them, Rising Hope, they do not let the trades happen. In fact, they're just cleaning up, only giving Twirly a kill for now.
This is so difficult. 4 versus 2. They have a lot of angles to consider once again. And I think this could call for a save for the side of Bren Victress, which is actually a smart move. Because at this point, if they do get shut down once again, economy is going to get damaged. And I feel like they do need to rethink once again of what needs to be done. Because they're being shut down. For earlier, you noticed how Bren is the one not really giving them a breather, but right now it's just, getting back to them.
The exact opposite.
Yeah.
It's the same thing we saw in the previous half. So,
See?
I don't know why. It seems that Bren Esports are not aware of their own playbook and how to counter their own playbook. Because I can honestly say that what Rising Hope are doing are pretty much the same as what we saw from Bren. So
Truly.
I would love to see more of those mid pushes that we've seen some of the rounds, right? So that Bren can also predict where Rising Hope are going and maybe do a faster rotation. Right now, they're just sticking onto the side, and this time it works out pretty nicely. So maybe this time we're gonna see a different result by doing the same thing they've done before.
What? Twirly with the 2 before getting shut down by Ivory. That was actually pretty risky, to say the least. But right now, we do see one. That is information. Alexi with the tap. Gets one down. That's going to be the flash. Makes it not another as Hannah goes for
Enemy
the
remaining.
trade-off. And Zinni with the push as well uses the smokes. They do know that Ivory is in here in the vicinity. They just have to wait. And that waiting game paid off. It paid off.
I don't get it. It's literally the same as before, right? They didn't really stack A. They are also facing the same thing that Rising Hope was doing in the previous rounds. But the difference this time around is that Aya was just going as if there was no one on side. And I think that's a mistake on their side. And the only thing that Bren Esports really did this round was capitalize on those mistakes. And I have to commend them for that. If you can find mistakes and capitalize on them, you're doing a great job. And Bren Victress showed us that they were capable of doing that. So they just need to maintain that. But also, they can't rely on their opponents making mistakes. They need to find something on their own.
Now, we do see the signals coming in right now. I'm pretty sure that didn't heard those audiences, but Alexi takes one down here. It's gonna be another. We see a running eye over here in Trix and Gwen. Will the kid over. Oh, the Tarazi's so swift. It's so swift, but Ivory is to greet her from those tunnels. And now it's a 2v2. Quite of a fair fight. The spike has been planted. Recon ball. I'm pretty sure saw at least Trix from that area. Now it's just basically up to them to make this work. Trix has been detected. Ali with a 1, but Ivory goes for the trade cloud burst as well. Tries to fake things off.
Smart.
Oh, they tried.
Good big brain time for Twirly. She uses the cloud burst to fake out the attempt to defuse the spike. But then she just goes out. She uses her cloud burst as a temporary terrain, and I love it.
Yeah. The initial at this point, the initial trades are just formalities, right? It all just comes down to those last moments, the clutches, and then we see the difference maker in each of these two teams. And that time around, it was Twirly making use of the cloud burst and the post plant position. That was a bit awkward since Chamber positioned herself in a position that was not in a view of the spike. So Ivory was forced to push into this diffuse, and Twirly made use of that. And RH, sheesh, I wouldn't want to be in their position right now. They've been working so hard. They found some success, and then suddenly everything just stopped right as they felt a bit comfortable going into the A side in the previous 2 rounds, where Aya was just going into the poison cloud, knives out, and then getting caught by Twirly. And from then on, it feels like Bren Victress, they found the groove yet again to try and stop RH this time.
Definitely. And this timeout is an all or nothing moment for RH, because this is the point wherein they cannot afford to make any more mistakes, because basically they're hanging on by a thread in here, and they need to reflect it into a point if they do want to
play. Let's play.
That is going to be the cue for Ivory's tour de force right now. I'm not sure if it's beneficial. After Swirly here gets a quick hook, and another one, beautiful thing in there. He knew he's making a triple. Twirly is making things like a hurricane right now. Everybody on her name. And a beautiful rendezvous from Shirazi. He takes a quick peek.
One more.
It's not even being used. And that is it. Sleepy, Bren Victress advances to our bracket. Look at how happy they are right now. The happiness, all of these efforts are worth it. You see that beautiful kiss from Shirazi, Zinni to Shirazi. You see that?
Yes.
Beautiful. And it's just the start, Sleepy.
It is. It's just the start for them now, because I feel like they've somehow found their groove again towards that later half of the game. And this is a good sign for Bren Esports. They need to carry this momentum towards the next phase of the lower bracket. you have to keep in mind that they are playing again today, so fatigue is going to be one factor. They're going to be tested in terms of their stamina. So let's see if they can keep up with the rest of the teams. Of course, they are going to be facing another team later in lower brackets. Props to Rising Hope as well. Unfortunately, they're going to be eliminated from the Game Changer circuit from that loss to Bren Esports Victress. Good games from them. They've showed us some really good potential. They showed us that they can match the pace and tempo that Bren Victress was dictating, and even gave us some good rounds off of that. So in the end, though, only one winner, and that's Bren Victress. So that's it.
Yeah, and of course, this is Sleepy. My name is Zaya. We are going to pass it on to our panelists, and we hope to see you guys again.
Zaya and Sleepy, thank you very much. And I have to say, in that particular round, a dominating round from Bren Victress. Congratulations to them for heading forward. And unfortunately for Rising Hope, this is where it ends for them. Regardless, Rising Hope really showed us a very strong round, especially toward the middle side there, where they began to find their momentum once again. Now, this is the question though when it comes to Bren Victress, is that how exactly are they having these mid-round recoveries? Because for me personally, it can be very frustrating, especially when you get caught out in those really what Sleepy calls it is ninja corners. I call it emo.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just also, it's a mirror matchup, right? And we can talk about the endless possibilities. But I feel like the difference between the two is that Bren Victress really provided more creativity in the map. They were so quick when it comes to their responses, and they would immediately rotate off of it. And when it comes down to these quick reactions as well, we're seeing it in the frags. And even in the defense, right? We saw these moments wherein Bren Victress would really tackle on these duels one by one, isolating them. But if I have to really give my hats off to somebody, it's gonna be Shirazi. She is the one to really turn heads here. Basically, the reason why Zinni gave her a kiss towards that cam is because you did it for the team, right? These were long rounds, but she was still standing.
Honestly, Shirazi has been really impeccable, but I also really want to give it to Twirly as well. Her multi-frags has been incredible, to the point that even if there was a tour de force on the other side, she is ready to challenge and take down as well. So here's Shirazi, as you mentioned, 29-14, as opposed to our controller Hannah with a 19-19. Now Hannah as well had a phenomenal round when we've seen her. She's been a great anchor, and she's great especially for that bandage situations where she's able to do it, taking a lot of, I would say, pressure off Trix's shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. When it comes to the frags, right? I think the discipline for Trix is seen through Hannah. I think even online, Hannah would call Trix ate. That's called sister.
Aww.
Basically, the respect is there. So we see that discipline through Hannah, right? But as mentioned, it wasn't just really seen all throughout consistently with the rest of the rounds. There were rounds wherein they should have already gotten it, but Bren Victress just really comes out on top. But I do have to give it to Hannah as well. Remember that clutch wherein she sprayed transferred
That's
a 1v2?
insane.
That was just insane. We were all screaming. Not in the backside, but we were all screaming here in the background. You couldn't hear us, but we were all screaming because these rounds are so close, and it just comes down to the wire. Look at this. At least when it comes to first kills, it goes to RH. But as mentioned, the creativity is shown. That's why they still get 13.
I think when it comes to Bren Victress, what they do right is mostly in terms of taking up space. They're very proactive in taking up the space and not allowing RH to take that. Yes, we did see RH sort of break the code and run to the other side, but their retakes as well has been absolutely phenomenal. RH has had some really good rounds, especially when they play aggressive. But at one moment, it seems that when RH falters or starts to overthink, that's when Bren Victress will really stomp. And they are a team that really runs on momentum. So it's always really important to remember, for if you're going against Bren Victress, do not give them an inch, because they will absolutely take a mile.
well, they're known to be a team that really takes space, and they will do it no matter what. But I also really noticed that all of these plays that RH would be able to do, Rising Hope is able to do, it's as if they're copying some of these plays from the strat book. Yes, you were able to take the space, but then okay, immediately they take down notes, and then they rip off a page, and then they apply it to their own. And that's the good thing about Bren Victress, right? Their ability and their coordination as a team is so high.
It's very, I would say, methodical. It's as though
Yes.
each player is a gear in a clockwork. And once
Definitely.
everyone plays together, it's as though they are reading each other's minds in terms of how they move, how they position, and how they react to that information. I'm so sorry for cutting you off just now. But for now, we are going to our interview with Bren Victress, our winners that will be going on and moving forward in this tournament. Hello!
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Zinni.
Oh, you guys are
Hello.
so adorable. Okay, so I have so many questions to ask you guys, and of course, I saw you guys kissing Shirazi, and so why exactly? Because Donut says that because Shirazi was the playmaker, but why did you guys kiss her?
Cause she's just really herself right now. Like, she always carry us in screams, like with Chamber, and she really showed up today. And I'm just so happy. I'm just happy as her big sister.
Oh,
When it comes down to Shirazi's plays, right? As the Chamber, though, usually we would see her play as a Viper here. How have you done your own strat changes to this specific map? Because I know that you like Breeze so much, that's why you selected
Yeah.
it. But the changes, though, can you tell us and walk us through it?
The change up was I think because we gave her the Chamber role because she has a really good aim, and like me, I personally I find smoke controller as fun as initiator, but I just ano ba? I just find controller fascinating, and our coach also told us that we really suit what we're playing right now as Viper and her as Chamber. Like, we just really compromise with each other and make the things work. Yeah.
all right. So in this tournament, can you tell me what is the biggest obstacle that you are facing?
Biggest obstacle, probably it's just us against ourselves, because we're not playing our game, we're playing their game. Like, we have our own play, but we don't really do it sometimes because we're out of it. Like, we just don't know what to do sometimes. And then yesterday we reset so hard, we talked it out, and yeah, we solved it. Yeah, we learned.
I'm so
from
glad
our
that you
mistakes
guys solved
yesterday.
it. I'm so glad that you guys solved it because now you guys will be moving forward and having another match later. So congratulations for surviving another day on VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. I'll see you guys later. Congrats again.
Thank you,
Congratulations. Bye.
They're
Another
so
cute. They're
They're
just
so
so
cute.
happy. Yeah. I mean, they've had a lot of changes, but as you mentioned, right, if the cogs actually just mesh together like they did if they play their own game and not the game of their opponents, then their mental is just so fit. And that's the reason why they actually won this series a 2-0.
Yeah, I think it can actually translate from their morale as well as their confidence as well on how they take space and how they play, as well as their mid-game recoveries has been insane. But props given as well to Rising Hope because they played as best as they can as well. Regardless though, because we are going to be going to our next match of the day, Tashbunny as well as Donut, we're signing out because we are about to be replaced. We'll see you guys soon. Have a nice day.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
the charm as we go into our third elimination match of the day. Welcome back, guys. You are watching VCT Game Changers APAC Elite taking over from Tash and Donut. We are MikaFabs here on the desk with Key. It is our first time working together.
Yeah, I think it's the first time
Officially.
we've been like talking to each other for like longest time, but I'm very glad we're on a panel together for the first time.
It's about time. It's about time, my guy.
It is.
And what a day it is indeed, because we have had elimination match after elimination match after elimination match. We are down to number 3. These teams are under so much pressure right now. I just have to say, Kia, I can't imagine how much of a high they are on right now. The adrenaline that must be pumping through their veins.
It's highs and lows, right? For the whole day, for the whole tournament. Today's elimination day. You mentioned there's already 2 teams that's been eliminated. We're going to see 2 more that will get eliminated. So those are the lows, and there's the highs, of course. Like if you make it out of here, you're pretty much top 4, right? The next 2 series basically determines who the top 4 teams are, and there's definitely a lot of lows and a lot of highs here.
Exactly, and besides the prize pool, of course, they are competing for that spot on VCT Game Changers Elite, on Champions rather, in Berlin. And up next, we will be having Team SMG and Zol Meraki. Let's take a closer look at their rosters. I absolutely love elimination matches, Key. And I know the stakes are high. I know it's painful because one of these teams has to go home, but also because teams, you see incredible things happen when individuals and teams are under pressure. And I think in particular, Team SMG and Zol Meraki, they both get better with pressure.
Yeah, they both found ways to win their first series, or the first series for SMG, for Zol Meraki, just a series today, which was very, very close. Like they found a way to win. It was a lot of grit. It was tough. It was a full grind. All 3 maps were within 2 points of each other, and I think that for Zol Meraki, they're coming into this series like, I don't know. They've already pulled a lot of things out of the bag. Now the big question is, can they pull more out of the bag? And when it comes to pulling things out of the bag, of course, it's the players that you see on the board right now, Envious and Capricious, the 2 players that are featured for Team SMG and Zol Meraki, respectively.
Yeah, and these 2, of course, very, very different roles. We have Envious usually, gunning on in as the duelist, and we have Capricious, who loves the lurk, who you might find in, some unexpected corner. That would explain as well the ACS. Capricious, we have been seeing her lurking around ever since, I believe it was yesterday, and just getting some amazing, amazing angles. Envious, though, I think on the side of Team SMG, this is why this is potentially more frag heavy, or frag dependent team rather than Zol Meraki, especially since Zol Meraki, they are coming from the earlier match, so they might want to take it at least a little bit slow to try and conserve some of that energy.
You mentioned it, and I think that's where SMG can capitalize, right? I think that Zol might be a little bit slower on his step because they might need to conserve their energy. They've already played, it was what, 14-16, and then a 13-11, and then another 14-16. That's a ton of rounds. I can't do the math right now, but that's a lot of rounds for sure. And if SMG are coming in fresh and they're coming in fast, Zol Meraki just might not be ready. So we'll have to see, because between the 2 teams as well, on paper, SMG is the 2nd seeded team. Unfortunately for them, they actually lost to X10 Sapphire yesterday. who are super in form in this tournament. So SMG, I think with this new roster, will want to try to figure out their form, and they will want to figure it out on these maps. And Haven, of course, is going to be their first pick. That is one of their most favorite maps.
Yeah, and then followed by Zolmaraki's pick on Ascent and our decider on Bind. This decider is very, very interesting because I believe, Key, there's either no information on Bind for these teams, or rather unfortunate information. Like I believe it's Team SMG that hasn't won on Bind just yet. So it's really interesting. I think Quack a while ago did mention or did point out that, you know, this was kind of like a miss. Why didn't they ban out Bind? Maybe they do have something prepared now that they have learned from their mistakes. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if we're going to go through a game 3. I know it's already been a long day, but this is an elimination match, so I am prepared. I have already accepted that we're going to be here up until way past dinner.
I think might go to midnight if the trend keeps on going. But you know what? You mentioned it. Bind is always a first ban by SMG, and now that they let it through, it just means that maybe they have something prepared because they had 2 chances to ban it, and in both chances, they actually did not. So it's a conscious choice, and it's not oops, we forgot to ban the map that we really hate the most. I doubt that that's actually the reason here. So they must have something up their sleeves, and I think that's going to be the interesting part, is if it does go 3 maps. But of course, the first map, Haven, I think this is what will really test SMG, because on paper they're really the much better team, but from what we saw yesterday, they can be quite inconsistent. Might be some gelling issues with the new players, because this is a new look for SMG, and on paper they've gotten upgrades, but the big question mark here is whether the pieces actually gel together and fit together.
Hang on, Key, am I saying this right? Is this Capricious on the Jet this time around?
I think they're trying something different here. Here's the thing though, Capricious was a duelist earlier on in her career, did play a lot of this duelist role, so it's not out of the ordinary, it's not a complete surprise, but her being on that Jet again might be good to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very exciting, especially since she has been in chamber jail for the duration, for the past weekend. So it's going to be so interesting to see this face-off. And, you know, for Meraki, of course, the stakes are high for both teams, but we mentioned earlier how they are coming off from that earlier match. Going to be pros and cons for both of these teams. Meraki, they could be coming off of that earlier momentum. They could bring it into this match. Team SMG, they're coming in cold, so they might need a little bit more time to warm up. But again, Meraki, they still have like a long way to go, and they've already come so far. So I'm really interested to see how these players are going to perform, especially since, again, another elimination match in a row. Oh my gosh, I feel for you guys, Meraki.
Yeah, I really feel for them. They had to play so many games, so many rounds, and it does get tiring, because it's not like you're just playing your ranked games or your unrated games over and over again. You're playing against the best of the best here.
Absolutely, and again, that spot in Berlin in the championship. So we're going to see if it's going to be Team SMG that proceeds, or will it be Meraki carrying over that momentum over to Haven? Let's throw it to our casters. A lovely duo, Zahk and Quack.
Yeah, it's the Quack and Zahk attack. I mean, once again, back together, right? Thank you so much, Mika and Key. But this is, like they mentioned, an elimination match. It's kind of dramatic, it's kind of scary. Only one of them will move forward, and of course it is for that top 4 spot. Zahk, what do you think of this?
I think it's, like you mentioned, high stakes all around, and going into this particular tournament, SMG were one of the favorites heading into it. They've been very consistent over the course of the year, and though they've had some roster changers heading into this particular event, they've still managed to put up quite a show, though their performance against X and Sapphire, seeing that they have managed to beat them before, it was kind of a surprise. So I think everyone watching that too, just coming through there.
That definitely was. Coming from a biased caster myself, definitely a little bit of an upset. So it's going to be tough. I think I need to see more depth from SMG. For yesterday's games, there were rounds or an entire map, an entire half, where they would just continue to send it down towards a single part of the map, like a main rush every single time, and it just doesn't work. You need to try different things. Against Meraki, though, I think just based on placements, Meraki are definitely the underdogs. People might doubt them, but I'd say keep your eyes out.
I mean, heading into today's matchup against W Street, it was quite a close game. You did see 2 overtimes as well as the first game being 13-11 by itself. So they've definitely, they put up a tough fight to come to where they are. And I think that they are, like you mentioned, the underdogs, but also kind of a dark horse heading into this tournament. They've managed to pull off some incredible clutches. All of the players, in particular for Zol, I'd like to highlight Capricious as well as Kamiyu. They've been popping off. And if they can continue the momentum that they've built up today from their first victory, it might be what they need to possibly overcome SMG. But heading into this first pistol round here, it is going to be a little bit of a default coming in from the attackers. They are testing the water, so as to speak, not exactly committing anywhere. Yeah, Kohaibi is just going to be doing Kohaibi things, though in the meantime, Zol, they are going to be able to take garage control. The concussion will put a stop to the initial push, and just like that, look at the movement from SMG. The backup is instantaneous.
Already, like, it's as if they teleported onto C site, right? In the blink of an eye, they're already there, and they're also prepared just to rotate back and forth, positioning themselves around C link. However, this is all up to Zol as they push straight in towards B, maybe going for that C to A, B to A kind of approach. The spike isn't really committed yet, Zach.
Spike itself does seem to finally be making its way towards B. Kamiyu finally finding that first blood onto Kohaibi. That's going to be a huge pick coming in, and like you mentioned, the spike will go down. Kamiyu finding a second before being shut down by Envious. It is going to be a 3v4 retake right now. Rosie, all 3 players from Zol, in fact, are going to be playing on site with 1 outside. Apart from that, though, it does seem like SMG, they're going to be waiting for their smokes to replenish.
Oh, wow.
Capricious, in the meantime, makes a play, is able to find that first. Congratulations, only 2 HP to her name. Is going to be shut down as well. Zol with the, almost flawless round there. Only Kamiyu going down. And that's after she's able to find 2 of her own with that headhunter.
If you looked at how they handled that post-plant situation, 4 players from Zol Meraki all holding different angles, watching their own sectors, and that's all they really needed to do. Whatever SMG tried, it's going to be tougher for them to clear those angles, so just dinking them as they approached into the site, even Envious trying for that wraparound through mid, it was covered perfectly.
It really was, and again, this shows the discipline that Zol have built up over the course of the year. They've been looking increasingly excellent the more games they play. Heading to this particular anti-eco, though, right off the bat, Kamiyu is going to be getting that first pick yet again onto Kohaibi. The chamber diff in these first 2 rounds has been real for the side of Zol, but Envious in the meantime makes a cheeky play through the smoke, able to find the first with the help of that shorty still staying alive, able to trade their teammate out, but Zol, they still strike back. It's all down to just Tara taking share. Has a clutch out of 1v2, but Rosie is ready for the swing. And just like that, Zol managed to find 2, but the economic damage, Quack, that's 3 Spectres drop if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, which is pretty effective for SMG as they head into this 3rd round, right, where they have their full buys. You gotta love watching Envious with it, despite not winning the round. It's just little bits of tons of damage dished out because of that shorty and that position and the shrouded sap as she, weaves in and out of her own smoke.
That was Christine repositioning, and I believe that Capricious did dash on the side, but they weren't really able to connect the pick. But yeah, like you mentioned, this is going to be the bonus. It's going to be a difficult one considering that there are only 2 Spectres. Everybody else is going to be armed with a pistol of one kind or the other. Yet again, the patience coming in from Zol is excellent. I also like how they are going for these ult orbs consistently. You can see that Best already almost has that cosmic divide up, and it's not even been 3 rounds over yet. It seems like this time they are expressing a little bit of interest towards A, and Kamiyu finding that first pick yet again. Kamiyu going huge today. Usually you're used to seeing her on that initiator role, but why didn't they put her on that? That's what I want to know.
Now they have at the very least, and that's something that they're using really effectively as well. Look at Capricious just dashing on towards the B side as well, using her cloud burst for cover. Yoki's using it to kind of surprise them though, but not before she gets traded.
Oh no. Best with the ghost somehow overwhelms Kohaibi, and that's going to be another rifle that's dropped, another rifle that's going to be picked up, and suddenly this bonus round for Zol looks extremely achievable. It's all down to just Envious and Tara. Envious is able to pick up 1. That's going to bring things back down to a 2v2, but the Prowler, she's going to be exposed while using it.
Oh,
It's,
nice.
again, Envious in that clutch situation. One of the most clutch players right now, and she just goes for the stick. Already halving it. Will be waiting for the aggression coming in, but she's looking in the wrong direction, and Capricious will close it out. 3 for Zol, but what a beautiful push onto that B side and this bonus run from them.
Rather unfortunate for Envious, almost turning it into a 1-on-3 clutch, but that's it. It's still Zol with the numbers advantage, with the way that they take such quick control over the B site. And it's not just control over the B site, it's the way that they actually hold it. You've got players all over the place. If you were Envious, you really had no idea where to look.
Yeah, considering that the last information that Envious had was that this player was pushed up towards A link. I don't think Envious expected the wraparound all the way through B main there, but off the back of that, it is going to be an economy round coming in for the side of SMG. You do see that they have Spectres, and of course that Stinger from Ratatouille's can never be underestimated, especially with the recent buffs coming into that particular weapon. But look at this position. Already Ratatouille's is going to be standing here pushed up. Does not get cleared by the drone, but it seems like Capricious is aware of that possibility. Ratatouille's so many jet smokes towards this A lobby. It is going to be the Stinger coming out on top in that close range, though. And for the first time in 3 rounds, I think that's going to be SMG finding first blood.
It's something that they love to do every single round. They push out on some portion of the map, especially on a map like Haven, where you have 3 different sites. It gives them a little bit more room, a little bit more opportunity to take down and weaken the offensive positions that Zol are trying to set up. So now with 1 player gone, they're trying to assess and poke to see if they can approach a different part of the map. It seems like C won't be the answer though, because Kohibi is marking that spot.
Ready.
That's going to be an area that's shut down. The Cosmic Divide, though, already online in this third round, is going to be invested. Off the back of the B side is yet again going to be where they express interest, but Kohibi is lying in wait, ready for the push through the wall, and the picks are quick coming in. Kohibi with a 3k for herself, pushing through that Cosmic Divide, will bring the Thrifty to SMG, and it all started with that pandemonium down towards A main. I think there were 3 jet smokes simultaneously from the 2 players there.
It definitely is like quite chaotic, right? Pandemonium is the key word. It's this thing of like a good mid-round decision coming in from Zol. They know that B is often left open. That's why they went in for it with the Cosmic Divide as well, just to give them a little boost. They get the spike down. However, SMG were prepared for it this time. SMG knew that it was going to be a B plant. They came in together so coordinated with the retake.
But you know, this round there are going to be okay. Initial aggression immediately. Ratatouille is finding that first pick, though the trade is quick. Yoki though quick to capitalize on it. Best lurking around
Right
towards long is going to be found by Envious right there. That's going to make things even more unfortunate. It is going to be just 2 players remaining for Zol right now. Again, Rosie trying to spot out. They know that there is a heavy mid presence, and yet again they go fishing. Kohibi and Yoki looking for that pick. Does spot the barrel of the gun. Does connect the shot as well. The cleanup is clean, and it's going to be an almost flawless for SMG, who find themselves to 2.
And it's just confidence boost now. They knew that they had that. They had the opportunity to pull off something as crazy as that as well. Despite having the guns, it's just Zol not really expecting such a weird random push, seemingly random push, straight down middle. I mean, there was that tailwind as well, just to close in the distance, supported by Yoki with the fault lines, the flashes. I think Zol, they might need to play a little bit more slower if they're up against a team like SMG.
You want to play?
SMG is known for their aggression, the economy being reset right now, but the tour de force is online for Kamiyu. The jump peak is going to be rewarded by baiting out 2 shots so far, 3 left in that chamber. See what I did there? But yeah, it is going to be 3 left in the gun. Multiple ults online right now this round, though, for the side of SMG in case they need it. But looking at the economy deficit, it is going to make things very difficult right now for Zol. However, they do have Capricious with that Blade Storm, so that is going to be something to really watch out for. The backup on the C side is here. Capricious tries to dash into her own smoke, but Envious is going to be lying in wait off the flash, tries to find more, but the trades are quick, and these sheriffs are doing so much damage right now to SMG. It's all down to just Tara.
Oh my gosh.
Has to close out this 1v2. This is insane.
It's still actually close, and they just hold it double peak. It's not even double peak. They just stacked up that one angle. Tara had no idea that that's what they would do. It's quite unfortunate, but that is how it is, and Zol will be able to pick up that 4th win.
I think that round, nobody was expecting it to go the way it did, especially after Capricious was just shot down in a second. But those were some beautiful Sheriff shots coming in from Zol to be able to clutch it out. And off the back of that, Rosie is going to be having that Hunter's Fury online. Mija also only one away from that Rolling Thunder. So these are two major ults, one for post plant, one for site execute, or even for post plant, because that reach out does deter the defuse from coming through if they can get the spike down. Are going to be something to watch out for. Like you mentioned, Quack, it does seem like Zol, they are going to be taking it a little bit slower because they know that SMG like to aggress, and already
That's what they're doing
going
as
to
well.
be a lobby control just taken like that.
Going in, setting up for it. It's kind of a great off angle though if Ratatouilles can actually hold this, because they're gonna have to check it so weirdly, flinging all the way towards the right side of their screen. Now we've got, I think, Tara actually peeking down short as well. So you're going to want to be very, very careful. This definitely does buy a little bit more time for SMGs, burning down the clock. Zol, though, now committing to this. They're pushing up.
You can see the dash being activated for Capricious, ready to push into this particular site. Though the rotation is in for Zol, or for SMG already. Ratatouille is finding that first blood, still staying alive somehow. Though the Misha and Rosie managed to find picks of their own. It's all up to just Tara, but despite the paranoia kicking, Rosie still finding that pick, and it is going to be the Tour de Force active for Koibi as well. So far, not able to really find value. The lurk from Best, though, already finding one. Koibi stuck in the middle between Mija and Best, does try to peek out and get that kill, but yet again it's going to be Zol coming out on top as they build up on their lead 5-2. You didn't see any ults really being invested from the side of SMG in that particular round though.
Not too much, but you can tell that this is a brilliant play coming in from Best. It's also a brilliant call coming in from their IGL, Camille, Zol that is. The way that they approach this, they try to suss out information. Can't quite find anything. SMG trying to play a little bit more safe, although they do take forward positions. And then the sudden decision to just push down a site, knowing that SMG, this is probably where they're hovering around. And it's the same thing again. Look at this.
Oh no, Best. Not careful. She's gonna be swinging into two players. Envious is not going to miss that if you give them an opportunity. Looking at least the spike is going to be back in the control of these players from Zol, but again, this double prong push is going to be finding so much value, and off the back of that, this garage control is not being given up by SMG. The off angle from Yoki able to find two, along with Koibi finding one of her own. It is going to come down to just the last two players from Zol, who are yet again in this mid-round. Seemingly, they don't know what to really do here. And honestly, in a 2v5 against SMG, I would be kind of stuck too.
And this is SMG style. They've now eliminated 3 players. Your limbs are gone. All that's left are your backups. And now they're slowly trying to approach, trying to do whatever they can to get control of our site, but it's also being held by Koibi. Despite that, though, the stun actually weakens her and allows for one frag to go through. Envious now coming from behind. The reinforcements have arrived, and Miha has to make a quick adaptation. She backs up, still watching the angles, able to take down Envious, but not before Tara says it's lights out.
The one thing that I really like about how SMG is playing is that they are so quick to rotate on this particular map. Every single, this is something that you see a lot of teams really failing to do. Since it's 3 sites, it takes a while to rotate. You're not sure about the fake coming in, but SMG, they're ready to provide that backup, and a lot of that comes in from that initial aggression, the information that they get off the back of that, and of course finding that first pick as well. It's a very high risk, high reward strategy, but it's been paying off for SMG on the rounds that it works. Heading into this particular one though, they still do have the Rolling Thunder, and they also have that Nightfall ready to go. So we might be looking at them possibly going in for a retake on a particular site. Already you can see that A is going to be where the execute is coming in from Zol. A really quick push from the looks of it. And it is going to be a full-on retake, like I said. All 3 players are going to be falling back.
And it's something that's going to be very effective as well. They're changing up the pace. Zol might not expect this, so they're spending a lot of utility just getting onto the site. Spike will be planted now, and pretty soon the retake. What?
Oh no. Camille on the lurk, able to go huge and find 2 for herself. I think that she expected this retake attempt coming in from SMG and takes down the 2 players with the most crucial ults. That's going to be the Nightfall as well as the Rolling Thunder offline right now for SMG. And you see Capricious having to clear all the way out towards B before finally pushing forward. The clock is ticking and NVS tries to go for the defuse, doesn't have the spike, but it's going to be so much utility being committed right now by these Zol players to prevent the defuse from coming in off the back of that. The swing is there, and despite them losing 2 of their players, it is going to be an excellent round coming in from them. That lurk from Camille was so big brain.
It really is. It's a weakness that they first spotted coming in from a couple of rounds ago. I believe it was Best that did it initially, and then now Camus as the IGL. You can tell she's making those calls like, guys, I think they don't watch their backs, especially around B. If we hit the A site, I could probably lurk in through mid. And that's what she does so well. 3-6 now in SMG. They need to catch up.
It is going to be a full buy for both of these teams. Again, these rounds are going so neck and neck. This quick execute that worked out on A side the last time, it's going to be a repeat of that though on the opposite side of the map. Yet again, Capricious dashes in. The Paranoia does. You think that it would buy them time, but it's not going to be the case. Kuhaibi though is able to collect that first blood. I think that it's going to be the Rolling Thunder committed as well. And off the back of that, they're able to completely shut down this aggression on the side, find 4 picks for themselves, and now it's all down to just Mija here, able to find 1. Their position is going to be no, and despite having the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be an incredibly difficult job to close out the round. Caught between an Aftershock and Tara. Mia does choose the death by rifle instead, and honestly, I would do the same.
You really have to love these rounds, right, Zach? SMG, when they feel it, when they know what they're doing, and they can read the situation correctly, just to push out and close in on towards wherever Zol Meraki are trying to hit, it's so perfect. It's just so sharp, and it's almost as if like Zol are trying to hit a site. SMG are just like, it ain't like that, my friend. This is my site. You don't belong here. Back off.
Yeah, that was just, you know, the fact that Capricious was able to hold down the CD angle, like right off the bat, if you look at that execute, right, the Paranoia comes in from NVS as soon as they know that's where the hit is. Despite of that, Zol Meraki, they push through. NVS and Kohabi hold towards the backside with that crossfire. Kohabi gets the first blood. Immediately after that, it is going to be the Rolling Thunder committed, and they just retake it before the spike even goes down. A phenomenal hold from SMG. Like, it was so clean.
They're also calling a timeout after a win. So this gives them a little bit of breathing room. It really is clean, but it's also this thing of SMG loving to push out. When they play to their own style, when they're comfortable that way, it's almost as if they get this third vision. They start to see that, all right, A-long, probably clear. Mid, probably clear. I can slowly close in and just choke out Zol Meraki as they try to make some kind of an approach through C-long. It's things like that that really give SMG their advantage, but when it doesn't work out, sometimes it's not so good. And right now, aided by Yoki, you can see the stuns, the damage. Ratatouille's getting a 2-for-1.
Yeah, NVS and Ratatouille's have been going so huge on aggression. Both of the times, Rosie is going to be caught in the open as well as Tara. Again, this 2-prong push towards both C and A by SMG. That's the thing, they're on defense, but they are behaving like the attackers right now. Finds immense value, 3 picks, and yet again, the last 2 players from Zol are going to be left in this very unenviable situation of trying to close out a 2v5. And that's the thing, I think that after this round, it's also going to be an economic reset. So there's not much left in the bank for them, and you really don't want to be broke heading into that last round.
Last round of the first half, man, and you might be comfortable because you're already at a 6, but you want to at least, you know, get a 7 or something. And we've seen this situation before. 3 players instantly gone from Zol Meraki just because SMG decided to push out. Tara now has the information too. We've got 30 seconds left. What are Zol Meraki gonna do, Zach?
It seems like they're going to be heading towards the A side, but Tara hasn't moved. Does manage to peek out and get the headshot onto Capricious. It's all down to just Mia here. Does have the Rolling Thunder to work with, but again, she doesn't know the position of any of these other players. Knows that Tara's somewhere on this A site, and to close this, it's going to have to be a 1v4.
Oh, 10 seconds.
10 seconds left. I genuinely don't know if this is possible. Does get that first pick at least, so that's going to be something. Gets a spike down as well, a little bit more money, but this 1v3 right now. Yeah, it's still possible. It's not probable, but it's definitely possible. The flash right off the bat is going to be committed. Mia doesn't fire any shots though, so the position is not going to be known. Maybe SMG won't check it. Never mind, what am I saying? This is SMG. They're methodical, they get the pick, and it is going to be the defuse coming through as well as they find their fifth. But, you know, I felt like if they hadn't checked that angle, which it happens all the time, Quack, it might well been around for Zol there.
Zach, what you talking about? This is SMG. They checked it and they did it together. That's the thing that you gotta love. When their backs against a wall, it almost feels as if they can't really come back into it, but they're confident this time. It's so different from yesterday, and they continue to push out. They're not afraid to take duels against Zol Meraki, even though they're on defense. And it's things like this that really makes Zol feel like it's crunch time. And when that happens, there's so much mental pressure. Not to mention, Zol, this is their second best of 3 of the day. You know, they're still recovering from it. They still need to find that stamina inside of them just to push this all the way through. It's neck and neck, and anything could happen.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I was watching that first best of 3, and if I'm not wrong, it went on to all 3 maps. It was like about 4 hours of games, 2 overtimes. Yeah, so I really do feel for them. But despite that, they've been able to put up quite a showing, finding 6 rounds on this attack so far. The only thing that concerns me is that for this particular map, at least for SMG, they are so much more better on attack than defense. And considering that they've managed to put up 5 already on defense, I'm afraid almost to see what they're going to be doing on attack, especially considering that Capricious it is going to be Ratatouille is on the Jet, and yesterday I believe that it was her debut. She did manage to actually find an MVP.
You want to play? Let's play.
Maybe not so much, but all the team effort, and right now Kohaibi with the operator. She swaps over to a backup Vandal that she previously bought up. Still has a tour de force now, and she's just watching and shutting out those angles. Triple kill in the round already, and she's looking for the 4th. 2 rounds left in that chamber, as you so adequately pointed out before, Zach. It's Camille. She's trying to hold it back, but no. Ratatouille is on the hunt. They smell blood in the water, and like sharks, they are circling. The Prowler out, Tara in, bites on towards Rosie, and it's a flawless win for SMG.
Switching 6-6 half there, and initially there what you did see that Zol were able to take the lead, winning multiple thrifties, but SMG, they bounce back and they swing back hard, able to find 3 rounds in a row towards the end. You know, we were talking about all the ults that Zol Meraki had in their possession, but they didn't even have a chance to use it. They just went for it. But let's see what the analyst desk has to say about this first half coming in.
There.
Thanks, guys. Now, Kate, earlier we did mention how on paper this should be SMG. We were checking our notes. We're like, okay, yeah, it checks out. I don't think we were expecting this aggression from Zol Meraki, especially coming from that previous match and so early into this series.
I completely agree, and I think that earlier on you mentioned it's SMG coming in cold. I was thinking in my head is like, what are they gonna come in cold or are they gonna come in refresh? So Zol Meraki definitely eat it up because they already had 3 maps on their belts today. SMG took a bit of time, but they caught up. It became 6-6 after they were down 2-5, and on paper SMG is the better team, which is why we're seeing SMG figure it out. You know, mid-round they used a timeout, they figured it out. It went from a 2-5 to a 6-6, and I think that's the hallmark sign of a good team. And this is their map after all, and it is very attack-sided. So I think that, as Zach mentioned, SMG are a very good attacking team, and we're gonna have to see if Zol Meraki have what it takes to stop SMG's onslaught on the attacking side.
Very interesting. I do agree that, SMG are better on attack, but I also think that Zol are better on defense. So it's gonna be an interesting second half too.
It will be very interesting. It's like unstoppable force versus immovable object. I think that's the test here. Like which one will prevail? Of course, it's a slight bias towards SMG in the sense that this is their map pick after all, which means that they are much more confident in this map because they really wanted to play this map. On the side, to note as well, many teams ban Haven against SMG. So this getting through, I think SMG are very happy to take it, and if they want to really take this series away, they better damn well win this map.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, one thing that I was looking forward to as well was the Jet versus Jet duels. I'm looking at Ratatouille's right now. She has not had that big, you know, watch this moment just yet. You mentioned that she is the baby of the team. She is also one of the newer ones on the team. So there's a lot of pressure on her. But you know, it's encouraging to see how the rest of Team SMG are just really there to support, and seeing as how they were able to make that comeback, you know, later on in the later rounds. I'm pretty optimistic going into this next half that we have with Team SMG. Can they actually pull through? We are gonna find out. Or will Zol Meraki actually get that second win into their second series of the day? Let's toss it back to our casters, Zach and Quack.
They're more comfortable on the attacking side. What do you think, Zach?
I definitely agree with you. That's what the statistics are telling me anyway. They have an astounding 70+% win rate on this particular map on the attacking half. So definitely, at least they are starting off at an advantage that way, seeing that they managed to come back. The momentum is in their favor as well, seeing that they managed to win the last 3 rounds in a row. Heading into this particular pistol round, though, it does seem like they are just going to be setting it down. You see the TP coming in already. You do see the swing off the back of that from Camille, but Goibi is just lying in wait with that ghost, finds that first blood. And in the meantime, Tara has just run it down towards that A side with Capricious. The spike already making its way down for the plants. And Rosie, she gets that information, but will be forced to fall back and wait for a possible retake here.
It's like barely been 20 seconds and SMG have already gotten the spike down on 8 just because those early round plays happened. Now they have the post-plant position set up, Zach. But here comes Envious on a bit of a lurk and she gets caught up by Bess.
The lurker gets caught up by the best lurker in the previous half, but yet again the retake attempt is on. Rosie going huge here, able to find 2, but Goibi and Ratatouille strike back. However, it is nevertheless going to be the successful retake for Zol off the back of Best being able to catch out the lurk. SMG, they just looked a little bit disjointed in their post-plant positioning, and together Rosie and Best, they clean it up. Rosie in particular, 3 on the round already.
It's such an incredible feat coming in from Zol because it's almost as if they are able to read such plays and positions from SMG, almost as if they knew that this is exactly how SMG would play the post-plant situation. First, Envious with the lurk. Maybe it was a slow-ish rotation coming from Best, but she just managed to find Envious in that spot. And then also with the way that they peeked in towards the A side together, all trading out, finding that numbers advantage, finding that favor. 7-6 now, and they have a bigger advantage on towards this next round.
Despite getting the spike plant though, it does seem like they're not going to be going in for a force here, just going in for the pistols. Goibi going in for that C-long orb control, just get it into her arsenal. So that's going to be her building up towards that turtle force, already halfway there, and perhaps if she can get it online for the next round, or after that, it might be what they need to convert it. But right now, SMG, they've changed up the pace, playing a little bit slower. A has yet again been walked up, this time again by Tara as well as Yoki. It is going to be just Rosie holding down the fort here. Does have a Spectre to her name, but aside from that, not much else in the name of backup. No information either, because SMG, they've made this walk soundlessly. Rosie, are you going to be caught out? She swings and gets the first pick onto Goibi, and now they know A is going to be where the action is coming. Does get pushed on, still holding strong though. Camille with the backup, it's all down to just Ratatouille here, tries to connect the headshot with the right click, but it's not going to happen, and the A hold is strong, only losing 1 player in the process.
I can't believe how strong their defense is. I mean, Rosie, Camille, one tiny footstep made all the difference, and Rosie instantly knew how to swing, how to peek out. Even with the stuns coming forward, it did not matter, just because it didn't quite land, it didn't quite connect, and everyone from Zol was already rotating over. Perfect communication, perfect teamwork, and now SMG really need to recover.
It is, I think that is going to be the fullback kicking in. You do, oh, okay. Yeah, it is definitely the fullback kicking in. That is going to be 2 beautiful headshots found onto the C side. Yeah, the last player really left there, but with that Prowler connecting with her, Ratatouille is going to be finding that pick as well. In less than 15 seconds, SMG have completely taken over the C side and have also found 3 picks while doing it. It's all down to just Camille and Rosie in this 2v 5 retake. It is their bonus round, so it's not entirely bad, but you know, you do at least want to try and do a little bit of economic damage, but seeing the positions being held by these players, even that seems like an impossibility. And yeah, I remember Mika saying that Ratatouille is the baby and the new player for the team, and hasn't, on the first half she seemed a little quiet. Well, she's definitely not quiet right now, Quack.
Definitely not. With a quadra kill like that, she's a full-grown adult, okay? Like, you love to see this from SMG. They are so confident once they have their full buys that they just send it down C, almost as if they are rolling up their sleeves on their arms and like, all right, you want to fight? Let's do this.
Yeah, that if there was a graduation ceremony for Ratatouille for this map, that was going to be it. A trial by fire, if any. Yeah. Into this particular one, the SMG yet again, they're changing up the pace. It was a really quick rush down towards C-Long, but this time it is going to be a little bit more of a measured play. They are working their way to that A side. Tara takes that first though. Caprice just able to find 2 somehow, taking down the backup as well. And just like that, Ratatouille's re-assist decides like, you know what, I'm not gonna go there. Let's try some other part of the map. Maybe it is going to be a little bit more open. Maybe the rotations come in, but it's at least the garage is empty, but there still is a player on C and 2 towards B as well. So right now the C side does have the backup coming in already. Vess finds the first shot, does get traded out, but with all this utility being committed towards the C side, the flash, the aftershock, it is going to be Kohabi finding a kill. It's all down to just Envious right now to close out this 1v3.
Stuck in backside. She's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, peeks out, and instantly shut out as well. Miha with the final frag. SMG with the initial A site aggression. It just gets punished so quickly. And because they were kind of dispersed, kind of disjointed, Zahk, they couldn't even get a trade. It's so unfortunate when things like that happen, that their plans are completely scrapped.
I think that in the first few rounds, they just managed to walk up A and they assumed it will be the same case. But, you know, again, this is that mid-round adaptation that Zol Meraki have been doing increasingly. That crossfire went huge. And again, they tried to go in for an aggressive A push, but that concussion is going to slow things down considerably. Rosie with the Odin is going to be lying in wait. This weapon is, it either goes huge or doesn't find much value. But again, all this utility being dumped by these players from Zol towards SMG is going to completely put a stall to their push, but now they're just going to cut noise and possibly leave a little bit of confusion in these Zol players' minds. Like, where are they heading now? Are they rotating over? The Prowler towards Garage is a little bit of a red herring, but it seems like A is still where they want to head.
And you can see that Capricious is checking this as well, especially up top. She's a little bit safer in that spot, and now, information gathered, they know exactly what's going to happen next.
Capricious in the smoke, able to find that first pick of Yoki. This time around is quick to trade. It's just going to be Rosie onto the side alone. The aftershock is committed. The Odin tries to go wallbang, but it's not going to really connect as Tara finds the headshot. It is going to be a 3v3 retake for the side of Zol. They really have anything in the name of ults. Neither team does, in fact, so it's just going to come down to who can really win out these gunfights and trades. Mia will be committing that aftershock towards that under heaven position. Isolates the first fight with the help of that smoke. Manages to find the headshot. Yoki though still holding strong. The aftershock, the Rolling Thunder is going to be found off the back of that.
God.
But the push into sight is already there, and Camus and Best clean up. Zol find double digits.
And despite SMG trying out a different approach, it's just Zol with their setup playing off of each other with a little relay system that way. And then the retakes coming in from Miha, just starting out above. Such incredible precision to start things off. Like, look at this right now. The Nebula as well is something that gave them a lot more freedom to maneuver around the site, and that's where Best comes in. Getting those assists, getting those plays in. Zol are in the lead, and SMG, I'm terrified for them, Zahk. I'm terrified.
I would feel the same, honestly, if I were them, because right now they're going to be heading into this next round with a broken eco. They do have some ults to work with. The core ones being Kohibi with the Tour de Force as well as Ratatouille's with the Blade Storm. Kohibi's Tour de Force, the last time we saw it in action, she was able to find a 4K off the back of that. So we can't exactly count Team SMG out quite yet, despite them not really having the best buy. But, you know, from Zol on this defense, it's been great. It's been looking great for them. They've managed to adapt to SMG's quick strategies. They're willing to preemptively invest utility. Like, you know, last round you did see that concussion coming in from Mia, as well as the shock darts from Rosie, completely stalling the push and buying so much time for the rest of the players to make their way over. And again, another thing that I'd like to point out is their retake, right? It's so flawless. Even if they're at a disadvantage at, let's say, a 3v3 or a 3v4 situation, they're able to just run in, pop some perfect utility flashes, smokes, whatever they might be, and find that first pick, even things out, and then find every single trade off of that. I think that Zol have found every single retake so far, in fact.
They really have, and it's a big problem. We've got Kohibi on the Tour de Force now, so that maybe will change some things. You can see that with that one sound, that one voice line. You want to play? Nobody wants to play right now, Zach. No one's moving on the side of Meraki, and this is the perfect execution from SMG now, though. They gotta watch out for the off angles. Capricious, she's holding it. She gets the first headshot, instantly tailwinds away, finds another one. Best to help out as well, and this entire site has been crumpled. Tara, she's only got a Spectre. She pushes out of the smoke, but doesn't know where to look. Capricious right on top of her, and it just sends it all away. 11-7 in favor of Zol.
You know, every time, you know, you're pushing towards that seaside, you want to check logs. Like, you did see a Prowler being invested from that garage area, but it did not clear that angle. Capricious was just able to hold on and find 3 kills off the back of that, completely demolishing the push from SMG single-handedly. And yeah, Zol, they are just 2 rounds away from stealing this map pick of Haven away from SMG. Right now, it is going to be their last chance to really, like, convert this particular round, because if they lose this, it's going to be match points, no economy either, and knowing the stakes, Kohibi will be able to get that first pick. But in the meantime, Tara gets a little bit too aggressive towards Garage and is immediately going to be punished for it. 4 versus 4 right now, but look at the map control from SMG there, Quack.
It's a quick rotation, a mid-round adaptation. The early C-split approach gets denied, but SMG are like, all right, fine, let's go somewhere else then. Let's make it quick, and they are already onto A. They get the spike down, and they have the numbers advantage in this close-pass situation.
Zol, yeah, they do, and Zol don't really have any ults left to work with, except with the exception of that Rolling Thunder. You did see that Hunter's Fury being committed right off the bat into this particular round. It is going to be the Rolling Thunder from Mia, in fact, connecting with their own player. Yoki will be popping some counter utility, and the players from the side of Zol have made their way onto site, but the spike is just going to be stuck already halfway. Then Camille is just thinking and holding onto it, almost gets it, but Yoki thankfully swings on time and is able to get all 3 of the remaining players. But that was so scary, Quack. It was like less than just about a second away from being defused.
It ain't like that, my friend. You can imagine the Dikembe Matomo finger wag coming in from Yoki right now, because you see that Odeon being sprayed out. You see that they're trying to go in for that same old-fashioned retake that Zol Meraki keep on going for, but this time we got Envious behind you. We got Yoki being able to spray and mow down 3 players. SMG, they're not out of this game yet.
8-11 right now, and Zol, yet again, they're getting aggressive onto this A site. We saw something similar coming in from SMG. Talking about SMG, though, they've, again, slowed things down considerably. They're going for this change of pace to perhaps try and throw Zol a little bit off kilter here, just waiting for some aggression coming in. That drone being invested towards short, not going to be really finding much value. It does seem like they want to go in for a little bit of a mid-split here, Quack.
I'm not sure if that's gonna give them much, though, and we also have Camille with the Tour de Force just locking out Garage like that. I am really scared that if she sees even a shoulder, that's gonna be it. So now, headed in towards the B site, Envious has to send out the best dark cover. She has to block it up for her team in order for them to actually be able to get the site, but Camille doesn't even care, and Miha doesn't care either! They spray through! They find 2!
The Phantom coming in huge there as a spray through the smoke just managed to find the pick, and just like that, SMG again, they're regrouping, they're reconfiguring. Envious ready for the backstab coming in from Best. Will be able to at least make things a little bit easier. It is going to be the Nightfall invested towards Garage as the spike itself makes its way towards C here. But again, the rotation for SMG towards this Garage area. Tara finds a pick, able to fall back, but Camille reads it right. It's going to come down to these last two players. Envious Feeks doesn't get the pick either. Camille going so huge, like you mentioned, Quack, that tour de force fighting 3, and for the last, it is going to be that rifle finding the headshot. Zol Meraki gets to match points, and what a round from them.
Again, the precision, the marksmanship, Camille. She just sends it out, and then you see that pink mist flying across your screens. She finds 4. And also with the one through the smoke as well, whatever SMG tried to pull off, they had the idea. They had to Envious to destroy whoever was coming in from behind, the mid-round adaptation to head in towards C. But Camille just denies all of that on her own, and that's star power. 8-12 now. This is match point.
Match points as well, and you know, this is a map that SMG, they're very comfortable with. They've been like known to win it out in a very dominating fashion quite often. So the fact that they've been struggling, it just goes to show that they've done their research. They're reading SMG like a book on a lot of these rounds here. This time around, it is going to be a fake towards his A side. A little bit of utility being committed. The Rolling Thunder as well, trying to draw on the rotation, and it's working. With the exception of Best, the C side is going to be left completely empty. That trademark being broken might give the game away, but by then it's going to be a little bit too late.
Oh, this actually could work. They do have the sight, but I'm worried about Garage. Thanks to the dark cover, though, it kind of blocks it off, and they also have Yoki just to watch out anyone who might flush out of that position. It is so clean, so good, that it gives them a big advantage. As Meraki tries to go in still with a retake. Now, only ceiling left to worry about. Maybe B, maybe Garage, as Capricious tries to run back, possibly going for some kind of a save. They're looking for exit frags right now, I think, Zach.
I mean, I would do the same, because right now they have no control over anything.
Oh my
Lucy
God.
does manage to find a quick headshot onto Yoki. The clock is ticking out though, and there's not really much chance of them being able to get the defuse. So yeah, they're just gonna try to get as many picks as possible. Capricious on the hunt here. Does spot out Envious, gets the headshot, and that's going to be 2 rifles taken off of SMG, which is pretty good, because again, they've been on a little bit of a losing streak. The economy not exactly in the right position, and when you're only 3 rounds away from pushing it into overtime, every single pick matters. For the side of Zolo, I think they do have quite a few ults up heading into this particular one.
Yeah, every single bit, every single credit matters as well, so they can buy up for their teammates. But also, like you mentioned, right, Zol, the fact that they are able to still dish out damage despite being down 2 players. These girls are careful. They often go for these sudden quick bursts of aggression, suddenly peeking out, suddenly deleting members off of SMG. Now they've got the operator as well, Camille. Oh, this is dangerous, and she shuts out Envious. The door has been closed in on the C site.
First pick going in the favor of Zol, and it's going to be Envious as well. That's going to be no more smokes available for the duration of this round. It's going to make executing so much harder right now. It does seem like SMG are going back to their favorite area of the map, the tried and tested B site, but it is going to be Mia on the wait here. Does spot out Ratatouille's with that jump peek, and is in fact going to walk back into the site here, perhaps expecting the quick rotation again from the side of Zol. SMG, they're going to be again changing their plans around, going towards that A side, but Zol, they're already thinking it through. The drone's gonna be invested and spots out the shoulder, I believe, of Kohaimi there.
That's why Rosie peeked out. She wanted to find at least one to soften up those attacking pushes. Not quite able to find much though. Now it's just them holding these off angles, hiding inside of unorthodox positions so they don't get spotted, so they have no idea that Capricious is right here. She's still able to find the first one and then to hide in. Her teammates come in. The cavalry has arrived, but Kohaimi's still strong. She wants this win for her team. It's not over yet. Spike planted now. And she's going to do whatever she can to fend off those wolves as they circle around Her teammates' corpses, the meals right in front of them. Meraki closing in. The off angle checked. Kohibi gets the first one, and now she swings out. Sprays away with the crouch to get the quadra kill. SMG still alive.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit speechless after that particular round, but what a clutch coming in from Kohibi. Their star player stepping up whenever SMG needed it the most desperately. And for a second, Quack, I gotta admit, I thought the round was over, but you know, Kohibi and Ratatouille both managed to go huge there, being able to just, you know, Kohibi being able to just get those trades and stay alive. And of course, this beautiful 1v2, the fact that she knew that one of the players was possibly going to be picking with an operator or that headhunter, being able to isolate those fights and just getting that 1v2 clutch, it's going to bring a new lease of life into SMG here. And immediately off the back of that, it is going to be a timeout called by Zol. Looking at the economy though, how the tables turn.
They really want to dampen SMG's economy, right? Like, even if they don't have economy in this round, it's fine. They'll try to do what they can. Capricious, she's got heavy shields. She's got the Blade Storm. That's still a weapon. If they lose this one, not so bad. They could buy up with half buys towards the next because they've already secured 12 points. That means whatever happens, it's just overtime or bust for SMG. And that's why right now it's still SMG backs against the wall. They're going to have to try whatever they can. Kohibi's got the tour de force. She already did so much in that previous round. Can she do it again, Zach?
I mean, if anyone could, it's Kohibi, right? We've been seeing her pop off for 2 years now, and she's never disappointed when SMG have needed her the most. And perhaps she will be the hero that the team requires. Right now, though, it is going to be a little bit of it is going to be a full buy, but Capricious is going to be with that Blade Storm, willing to get a little bit aggressive towards short, but the execute from SMG itself is going to be towards Garage, as well as mostly towards Garage and C here. You do see the patience again, Kohibi holding that A lobby with that operator, waiting for excessive aggression from the side of Zol. Slowly, though, it does seem like they're walking towards that B side.
This is a menacing play, a change of tactics coming in from Zol, holding forward positions right now. Maybe positions that SMG might not expect. Warning shots coming in from Miha, just to push off, just to warn SMG. But all Ratatouille's really wanted was to take away that trademark. They're trying to incite paranoia in the minds of Zol Meraki.
Well, Envious still has hers in the pocket, so right now, despite that initial peak towards B, they haven't committed yet. So Zol, they don't really have much information as to where these players are going, but that Hans is going to give the game away with 30 seconds left. B is going to be where the commit is coming. The Hunter Spree already being invested, but Ratatouille is already walking towards that backside, able to find that first pick. Capricious though swings back with that Blade Storm. The swing, despite the spike going down, they still go into the finding Ratatouille is huge. Kohibi though, still kicking, still finding damage with that operator.
Easy.
Never mind, I take that back. It's all down to Yoki and Envious. Make that just Envious right now. And this 1v2 connects the first, does have smokes to work with the entire arsenal of the Omen at play. The one-way comes in, but there's also a counter smoke, and Best tries to stick it, gets half of the spike as well, tries to play around the smoke, taps it again, spots the barrel, gets the headshot, and just like that, Zol Meraki, they take map number 1, 13-10, but Quack, it was so close.
So freaking close. Zach, you take those words back. Not just like that. Not like that. No. Not when the barrel peeks out of the cup. Oh, that is so darn unfortunate. It was so close to the point where SMG were able to try different approaches. Zol Meraki, though, also changing up tactics, holding those forward positions. Capricious pushing out. SMG, despite having the right calls to leave Envious behind watching middle, when it came down to it, controller versus controller, Bess had the upper hand.
I really like how she played that as well, because, you know, she had 2 stars remaining, puts 1 for the smoke, because, you know, when that spike is planted in that position on that B side, you do see that one-way coming in quite often, making it impossible to defuse. And honestly, if anybody else except for Bess, if they had been that player in that 1v1, I'm pretty sure that Envious would have been the one to clutch it out. But unfortunately, Bess gets half the defuse, gets blinded by that paranoia, knows that Envious is probably approaching, because there is a time delay, right, from how far you can get from that window to that B side. She knows she can get half of the spike Mike with full confidence, and after that just plays with their own smokes to be able to confuse Envious even more, and just like that, it's gonna be first map going for Zol.
That's right, but you know what? Our panelists are going to break this down as well, so let's toss it back to them. Mika and Quis, welcome back.
Hey, thank you for the warm welcome, Quack and Zach. Quis, I'm gonna flash back a little bit to just about an hour ago, and we were like, on paper, this should be SMGs. Yeah, you're right, I agree with you. Not looking so good right now.
Take that paper, tear it up, the script,
It's gone already. It's gone.
We said they need to win this map. This is their map pick. Teams have been banning Haven against them, and this is what happened. Like you see in the replays, it's just controlled by Zol, and you mentioned it. It's just Zol coming in hot, coming in warmed up into this round.
Yeah, I absolutely love how they were so decisive with whatever play they were going to do. They came in so prepared. I'm very impressed considering that they were our wild card on the top of this, on the top of this tournament. They came so prepared, and I'm also really impressed with the later rounds, because you know how teams, like, once they hit that, once they hit 12, it's often where teams lose it, and then they start to spiral down because the pressure is getting to them. Zol kept so calm. They're like, it's okay, we can afford to lose a few rounds, it's okay, don't rush into it, don't give them any money, just do what you can. To keep that calm is a sign of an incredibly mature team and incredibly mature players to be able to, steal those nerves. But I do have to mention that, like, on the side of SMG, Kohaibi, that clutch over there was definitely, I jumped out of my seat, I believe, in that one.
Yeah, she really held her own, and she really was willing SMG to go to that overtime, but Zol are just too strong. You mentioned it at the very beginning, it's a team play coming in from Zol, and you could see that by the scoreboard, right? Like, there's not one singular standout player here. It's everyone carrying their own weight. They won 13-10, but you take a look at the combat score between the players, they're close to each other. On the side of SMG, Kohaibi really tried to keep her team in the game, but unfortunately for SMG, Zol's teamwork just prevailed. They were able, you mentioned it, it's the unstoppable force versus immovable object. This time around, the immovable object reigned supreme in that second half.
Exactly, and Zol, I feel like we've seen two different sides of them, because, like, seeing them, for example, yesterday, in our matches yesterday, this wasn't exactly the kind of, like, hive mind that they were. They still needed a little bit of, that ground to gain. Now this is Zol at their prime right now, and it's so great to watch. I do have to commend, especially Rosie, was so proactive. What an incredible player. You can almost hear her comms. That's how proactive she was.
Yeah, I could hear it. Like, you can see how sharp it was. You can see the rotations as well. I think that's one of the biggest things, especially on Haven, with a map with 3 sites against an attacking team like SMG. To be able to do that on defense means that the calls were good, the information was clear within the team, and Zol was able to really stop the attack side of SMG on their map pick.
Exactly. And now we're gonna head into map number 2 after this very quick break. Don't go away. Game Changers will be back in just a few.
Wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. The score is currently 1-0 favoring, surprise, surprise, Zol Meraki versus Team SNG. And now we are moving over to map 2, which will be Ascent key. And I'm kind of expecting that, maybe Team SNG will rally it back now, but at this point, I don't know what to think because Zol Meraki, they are looking so good.
It's difficult to say because we're not seeing SMG really shine since yesterday. From the second series yesterday to this first map, Zol are looking just a little bit sharper, a little bit readier, and SMG still look like they haven't figured out what went wrong yesterday against X10S. And the same issues are showing up here. It just seems a little bit of disjointedness, maybe a little bit of disorientation. Though Ascent is not terrible for SMG either. They're okay with that map. I think that Icebox was a more difficult map for them to play, and especially against a team like Zol. I think that Ascent, they might have a better chance, but we were talking about this. Zol are a very good defending team. Ascent is a pretty good defending map. So if Zol get on that defensive side with SMG trailing behind, I think that this just might be their elimination map.
Maybe. It's not looking good right now based on what we saw on the first map. However, we of course do have to take it like one round at a time here because it was very close indeed, and there were some brilliant moments from Team SNG. I am very excited actually to see once again. I am expecting kind of like a chamber versus chamber showdown here on Ascent, particularly because Camille had a great game earlier. And the reason why I single out Camille is because like I'm so amazed that she's like a duelist cosplaying as a sentinel or initiator or controller or whatever she's playing, right? It's why I love the chamber versus chamber showdown, because she's up against Kohybe, and there are usually those head to heads because usually the first picks on the top of the round, very important, and then usually being the last woman standing and needing to clutch, you're usually on the back end of it as well. So I'm really excited to see how both of these ladies are going to do on Ascent.
We'll have to see, because I think what we saw yesterday, what SMG actually did not run the chamber on Ascent. I think it just really depends. I think some teams have felt that chamber is not as useful as other sentinels on Ascent, though there is that argument on Ascent that the headhunter is just too strong. So it really just depends what the team prioritizes, whether it's firepower, which chamber provides a lot more of, or is it more defensive and anchor setups, which Killjoy or maybe even a Cypher or a Sage can be more useful in Ascent.
Yeah, I think we did mention earlier at the top of the series that the key for this certain matchup would be the duelist difference, and not in the negative sense as you usually see in your ranked games. No, it's not that kind. The difference is their approach to it, right? Because you do have Team SMG that are very, very much aggressive and will go in your face with those duels, while Zol, they kind of approach it in a bit of a different way. Like you might see maybe Bess pick up the Raze sometimes, but what happens is not that she goes in, and not the typical here here comes the showstopper and everything, not the typical duelist kind of setup. It's more of like she elevates the team to be a little bit more aggressive, and then she becomes a little bit more defensive. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how they use it. You mentioned it. I think what SMG do is they always have the duelist as that entry fragger, really go in your face, hopefully get the first kill and snowball off of that. And like you mentioned, what Zol does is use that duelist utility to take slower and more calculated goals, and that's the difference in the styles between the two, which is also why a lot of people see SMG as a very strong attacking team, because they've always used to, at least, got away with those opening duels. And I think that's what's missing right now. Those opening duels are not getting on the board, and I think that's why SMG are not scoring those attacking rounds as effectively as they did beforehand.
Yeah, you did mention though, Key, as we were discussing earlier, that SMG's roster did go through a few changes, and I do want to ask if it's maybe certain playstyles not gelling as well yet because they might not have had time to work everything out. Of course, it's quite a tall ask to be able to adjust very, very quickly. So there might be a bit of that disconnect. It's not that the players are are not good individually, but it's just that maybe this mix they haven't quite gelled together yet.
Yeah, there was a few changes, not just players, but also role swaps. NBS used to be on that Jet all the time. Now she's on Omen duty. Sometimes still plays on that Jet. Kohybe would be the second duelist sometimes on that Raze. But now we're seeing her more on a dedicated Chamber or Sentinel role, which is a pretty big role switch, especially for your star player. But I think that it just really depends on how you utilize the players ultimately. And for SMG, they really need to find that secret sauce, because Zol have already found theirs coming into this tournament. And SMG are still they're still like trying to figure it out. Like where is the secret sauce, and whether it will come in the second game, we'll have to see, because they are on the brink of elimination. This could very well be their last map, and they need to dig deep.
Exactly. But this is also, I mean, we pointed it out earlier again, that Team SMG, along with Zol, are teams that perform very well under pressure. So I'm curious to see what kind of SMG we're gonna, force out with this threat of elimination right at this map. So I think, like, with the players as well, they are going to be able to, dig deep and, have these very instinctive plays that will just come out when, it really starts getting to them. So I hope we're going to see that from the side of Team SMG, because actually, you know what? We have our decider map, which will be Bind. I'm kind of curious to see that. Although we know as production, we're like, okay, 2-0 is great. Kind of curious to see what we would maybe get on Bind.
Yeah, does Kohybe want to go back on the Raze? Ratatouille is also pretty good Raze, so it really just remains to be seen, right? What do they have ready for that? Because we have not seen this iteration of SMG on Bind We've hardly seen SMG unbind as a totality. So this might be the pocket pick. I was just thinking about it over the break, and it's like maybe bind was left open. Maybe they've been banning bind sort of as a hey,
Because they want to get there,
we're,
right?
we're afraid of bind, but they actually know how to play the map, and they're leaving it open because this is actually their pocket pick. Who knows? This might just be it, but. Before we even get there, they have to get through Ascent, and Zol and Meraki are streaking. They're warmed up. They played so many rounds, but it clearly does not matter to them because so far they've still been playing very well. Maybe just the first map because there's still gas left in attack. Will they slow down, or will they just be able to eliminate SMG here and now?
Yeah, that's right. Once again, Zol Meraki are coming off from that earlier series, another high-pressure series. Interesting that they chose to start on attack on Ascent.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, they do want to get that out of the way, I guess, I suppose, and then...
No, it's
go back to-
SMG who chose the side first.
They chose the side
SMG
first.
were the ones who wanted to defend. I think that for Ascent, they realized that Ascent is definitely the more defender-sided map, and I think we're going into the agent selections here now. Will we see something different from SMG? And I think we are, because there's two players highlighting three players highlighting duelists.
Possibly. I think I would love to see Capricious back on the Jet, but it's not looking like that. It's looking like we're going to get the usual chamber pick here. I'm happy.
And Kohaibi on the Killjoy.
But Camille will now pick up the duelist role. And again, we have Ratatouille as well on the duelist role. Really excited to see these matchups, but it just really boils down to like the whole teamwork for this certain map, especially since you could tell with Zol Meraki, the moment they would read SMG, they would fully commit onto a side. There are certain teams that would sometimes like leave like a few utilities or something onto a side, but they knew when they had to read an SMG. That confidence is something that I'm hoping to see on Ascent, because the retakes here are a little bit trickier, a little bit more complicated, especially since both of these teams, a lot of players in general, are so familiar with this map.
Yeah, you're right. It's really just about the executions, and between the two teams, they're both professional teams. Zol Meraki, all people like calling in the dark horse, but when you realize that they've been here since Open 1, they've been making the playoffs. I think they missed quite a few because they got unlucky groups. They were grouped against Bren, who are of course one of the best teams in the whole league as well. But I think that on any given day or on a luckier bracket, they would have been able to make the playoffs every single time. And they are definitely no slouches in SMG. Will they find their form, and will they find their stride finally in this tournament?
That's right. And for both of these teams, you mentioned, Key, that, these are always the bridesmaids, never quite the bride. So it's going to be interesting to see if this is finally their moment, but we're going to see if Zol Meraki can close this out with a 2-0 or if Team SMG can make a comeback. Let's get back in the act, and spitting out all the facts, it is Zahk and Quack.
Thank you so much, Mika and Key. It is indeed the Quack Zahk attack back.
With the facts.
How are you doing, Quack?
I'm doing good. I just I got a little something right here. It says the Game Changers APAC Elite script. Marquis wrote it earlier, and he said to just do this. So it's gone. Like I'm gonna recycle this later. But yeah, Zol Meraki versus SMG on Ascent. This is going to be a tough one, right? Like we were talking about it, the attack defense sides. I just hope that SMG has something in store for us, because they're playing that same composition they had yesterday, where Kohaibi is on Killjoy.
Oh yeah, so I was actually on the caster desk for this particular game, and Kohaibi on the Killjoy, you expect your Killjoy to be playing inside B main. You have your setup on defense, your turret, your alarm bot, all that stuff. No, Kohaibi just goes and peeks B main and gets 1, 2, 3, 4, and not one round, 2 rounds in a row, 4K on that Killjoy on defense just by connecting headshots. Kohaibi just doing what she's really known for, and I think the team comp is going to be similar to what we've been seeing previously in this particular tournament from both of these teams. Kohaibi on the Killjoy, but for Zol, I think that they did play this map already once today against W Streak, and they managed to win it 13-11. They are going to be running that same team comp as well, so they already had their rehearsal done. This is the main stage now.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that I think you're still going to have to make some adaptations around it, right? You can't just stick to one game plan because you're facing a different opponent this time. If we're taking a look at stats, though, Kohaibi had 5 first kill rounds as a Killjoy on yesterday's games. Meanwhile, if you're looking at Zol Meraki, you've got Capricious topping the leaderboard. You've got Camille being the entry fragger. Kohibi's gonna have to maybe play a more reserved role rather than going for first kills. I'm not too sure, but they are starting out on defense, so maybe that's something that helps them.
Could be the case already. The Prowler is going to be invested towards B main, but the paint shells from Ratatouille is in fact going to take down Mia, caught with the Prowler in hand, I suppose. Unfortunate circumstances, that's going to be first blood coming in for the side of Team SMG. And just like that, it is going to be Kohibi, in fact, rotating over towards the CT from mid towards B, but this was just a little bit of initial pressure being applied. A is going to be where the hit is going to be coming. Yoki playing aggressive, connecting the headshot as well, though. Envious caught with the paranoia in hand. This push from mid was not expected. Yoki still holding on, though, getting 2 more on the round. It's all down to just Capricious. Finds the first pick. 3 more left to go with the spike dropped on site. She does at least have the time, though, so that's going to be one thing in her advantage.
Well, she has to be very careful still. And now the pressure is on the spike down. She can't make use of it. Trying to rendezvous in and out, but no, it's been destroyed. Now she's basically pinned down. Can't escape. Yoki with yet another peek. And then getting that quadra kill. What are these insane 180 degree, 90 degree flicks, Zach?
I hope Yoki's wrist is okay after that particular round, but
right?
Yeah, she was the hero that SMG needed. Gets this first pick onto Bess and immediately is able to swing back out and trade out Envious, getting all of these players, in fact, down towards a short area. Pristine headshots, especially that flick onto Camille was just, that adjustment was beautiful coming in. Off the back of that SMG, they get the pistol and are going to be able to buy up over the course of this anti-eco. And Zol, they didn't even get a plant, so not much in the bank for them.
There were 5 kills that round. I think it was Ratatouille's had the first one, and Yoki had all the other 4. That means Yoki, all right, just stay on A side, don't move. That's your best spot. Right now, though, Zol, back towards B. They're poking, they're prodding. Retu's right here, and she's going to mow them down. She's got the Spectre in her hands. Let it rip. She gets 2. Tara on towards the backside. She's going to help out as well, but that depends on whether or not Meraki wants to continue pushing this. They don't. They're going to back off.
They are reaggressing though. Oh no!
Oh.
The die gets inside your head.
Oh, Tara takes the positioning, just push out and is rewarded because, you know, they just came back after 5 seconds. How did Tara get there? That's gonna be the, no one's gonna really clear out that corner, but Zoe, they're gonna be paying for that little mistake. However, it's not too bad because that was their anti-eco round. Not really much of a buy coming in from them, but going into this particular one, they will have those upgraded rifles to work with. SMG though, this on Ascent, I think that this is one of the maps where these bonus rounds really have like a habit of working out, because there are so many areas where you can take close range fights where these Spectres are just so much more favorable.
Yeah, and that's exactly how they held those forward positions as well. But this time around, they might need to switch it up a little bit, because I think Meraki would expect this. In fact, look at how they're holding default right now, Zach.
The patience is unbelievable, and it's understandable because, you know, again, SMG is a team that they saw just today on Haven, willing to get aggressive push up despite not having better weaponry, so as to speak. But SMG, again, the adaptation, the patience, they're not going to be giving away any information as well as to where exactly these players are going. So, though the push is going to be coming in towards mid, it seems already market control is going to be heavily contested. The smoke is cooled down. The Prowler does connect though, and Camille is going to be forced back here. SMG, they're not giving up mid without a fight, and suddenly, just like that, every single inch of control that they've gotten so far is going to be mitigated and pushed up towards Catwalk instead.
The spike still hovering around B lobby as well. This is taking up way too much time, and every single little movement, SMG's chipping away at Meraki. They continue to press forward though, eating a paranoia to the face. Envious, she's gonna have a little moment of respite, but no, not before Capricious pushes out now. Numbers advantage on towards the side of Meraki, not before Tara peeks out. And this buys a little bit more time. They've gotten the spike already onto site though, but whether or not they can plant it, that's a whole other question now. Pop Flash goes through. Rosie peeks out. Can't quite get the tracking spray on towards Ratatouille's because she made that quick move with the blast hack. Still though, they're gonna have to retake the site regardless. Paint shells just to push that back, but then this is where the rifles, they will reign supreme. This is their domain. And so Meraki gets the 3rd round.
That went way closer than it should have, considering the advantages that they had going to this particular one. And I like this from Rosie. Gets the pick, immediately pops that null command as soon as it's available to make sure that there isn't going to be any more utility being committed by these players from the side of SMG. However, Tara being able to find 2 is going to do so much damage to the side of Zo's economy there. They lost 3 players, and looking at the buyback in, 2 of their players are going to be forced with light armor. No ults really available for either team, though Yoki is only one off her own null commander.
Yeah, I'd say that SMG are closer to their ultimates than Meraki. If you take a look at Tara and Ratatouille's as well. But then again, this is a different look to SMG. This is the 3rd round of this map now, and they haven't pushed out that aggressively. They're holding relatively forward positions, but right now, I want to draw your attention to A site, because Ratatouille's peeking out. She knows that there's not a single player here. The hit is going towards B.
Yeah, the push out has come through, but all this Killjoy utility, it's really, as well as the Fate Seas, it's going to be completely stalling things right now. Nevertheless, after a little bit of a pause, it is going to be EP that's under contention here. Kwaibi being taken down. Capricious finding one of her own. Tara towards the backside, though, still being able to hold on. Already 2 kills to her name. Does have the Nightfall available to go as well. Prowler giving away information that there is a player towards the Haunt, spotting out Capricious as well. Tara is buying so much time for the rotation to come in, and already you can see Ratatouille's ready to go here. Yoki with the flash will be able to help Tara get one, and Tara towards the backside finds 4, holding on for so long. Quack, it felt like an eternity there.
Almost as if that was what happened, but once that hour hand, the minute hand strikes, the round is over. And it's similar to what we saw in the first round as well. You had the peaks coming in from Ratatouille's over towards A main, and that informs the decisions of the B-side players. They knew the hit was coming in. That's why we see Kohaibi holding the off angle around the boxes. That's why we see Tara holding all the way towards the back of Boathouse. As she was prepared for this, she was able to anchor the site effectively, getting quadra kill.
This time around, though, after that devastating loss, it is going to be an economic reset for the side of Zol here. They do have the Tort, of course, for Capricious, who has a lot of heavy lifting to do with that particular ultimate. Aside from that, though, yet again, they're going to be playing a little bit patiently. You do see them testing the waters towards mid. That Prowler trying to make sure that nobody's pushed up, I think, towards Cat, because I think that Link was smoked off. But aside from that, SMG, again, they look like a completely different team from their stints on Haven. They're not getting aggressive on the defense this time around because they know that Zol, watching their games today, they know that Zol likes to wait for some aggression, wait for some information before really making a move. And it seems like this particular round, that move is going to be yet again towards a B execute as market has been taken.
They can hear those footsteps as well now. That's why the door's already been shut. Kohaibi prepared for this push. It's up to Zol how they want to continue on with this, though. They don't really have those ultimates aside from Capricious, so unless she can get some kind of sightline going, she's not going to be able to find that much. Ratatouille's, Yoki, Envious, they're all anchoring this down. It's all too clear, all too obvious. Capricious has to back off.
At least Capricious does manage to grab the spike, but Envious
oh no, it's too far. They tried to go for that trick.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out, but it's all good. Envious still anchoring down, though. Doesn't check it! Doesn't check it! Spike Capricious is going to be taken on a spike drop as well. Best able to get the kill, but like you mentioned, it's too late, Quack. It's going to be the timer that spells the demise of this particular round for the side of Zol. At least Best is able to connect that shot, doing a little bit damage to the economy of SMG, but I don't think they're going to mind, because after winning 4 rounds, their bank looks stacked.
Bullets to the back, and it's again this new look on SMG, and I think that's why Meraki, they're calling the timeout right now, because they know something's different. How do we play around this difference, though? That's the question, because they've been going slow. Maybe if they go a little bit faster, they just might be able to stun SMG with shock and awe.
I mean, one thing that I like from SMG is the change of pace that we're seeing from Haven, but more than that, they're not really fighting for this mid control. A lot of the time, you do see teams who like to play aggressive towards Cat, who like to push forward towards that B-Link area. But, you know, SMG, they know that all they really have to do on this defense is hold on to these sites, and they have a lot of utility with which to do it. You have the KO utility, you have the flashes, you have, of course, Ratatouille's with her entire kit. And, of course, Tara, we saw how much time she was able to buy with just the Prowlers and the Haunt towards that B boathouse. So they're just fighting for the site sites right now, holding on for them and not playing for the retake. And Zolas hasn't quite been able to adapt yet. Though after this timeout, though, perhaps we'll be seeing a different side to them.
They do have to watch out for the 3 ultimates on the side of SMG, though. That's the one thing I'm looking at. Who knows? Maybe off this timeout, SMG decide to go with some sudden aggression as well. Ratatouille's with the Showstopper, Tara with the Nightfall, which could be a very useful tool in a retake. SMG on a roll right now, and you can bet that they don't want to stop.
They do have the momentum, and it is going to be the Nightfall invested right off the bat by Tara. The push as well from mid, finally coming in, and the double peak is too much for Best to really contend with. That's going to be the controller offline right now for these players, for the players of Zol. I think that Nightfall from Tara has also gotten the information that there were 3 players outside B main, and it's again going to completely halt Zol in their tracks. They're just trying to regroup right now with 1 minute left on the clock. It seems like they do still want to try and contest this B side, but look at Camille. She's testing the waters towards mid.
Trying to get a feel for it, right? But it's also being controlled by Ratatouille's. And even if Ratatouille's falls, there is an alarm bot just for backup. We've got 50 seconds left in Zol. They really need to make a move. But this B site hit has not been successful, not for the longest time. Envious now, even timing down this dark cover to the best possible second. 30 seconds left, and that means you make the hit after you smoke the spades. There's 15 seconds left. They still go in for it, though. And again, Camille, that hit actually works towards Ratatouille's. They might just have lost a little bit more control, but that smoke is too darn good. You can't push out of it.
Just like that, with 10 seconds left, it is looking like it's going to be a save coming in right now for the players of Zol. The economy not really strong enough to take another hit, so they are going to opt to hold on to these 2 remaining rifles. But, you know, that particular round from SMG, I like that despite that Nightball being invested, they still held their ground. And of course, this crossfire between Quaibi and Tara was just phenomenal. Off the back of that smoke, they were able to just hold onto the site. And a beautiful hold coming in as SMG find 5. Just 1 rifle that was saved by the end of that particular round for Rosie, though. Camille does have the Bladestorm to work with, but aside from that, I'm not sure what kind of buy we're going to be looking at from these Zol players.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a half, maybe a bit of a save, because that's the best that they can hope for. But I'm more curious about if Camille wants to invest that Bladestorm in, because so far those guns haven't really been working out. They might be able to get a couple of picks here and there, some trades. But when you're up against a controlled SMG, an SMG that really knows how to push and pull, how to tug on your puppet strings, they are fully defending every single site. They even know down to which precise second they need to push out to get additional information on towards different parts of the map. Meraki, they're having a tough time on this attacking side, to say the least.
Yeah, they're just not able to find that first pick most of the time. They're just being on the back foot, for lack of a better word. This again, like towards the previous map, right, when they were on attack, they seem to have a strategy, they seem to have a battle plan heading into it. They had the read on SMG as well, but this time around, they're just falling short. Whenever they try to make a play, they are immediately stopped by some key piece of utility that conveniently SMG, they're in the right place at the right time when it matters the most, and that's just going huge. And of course, on this B side, you know, Quaibi, she might have 0 kills to her name, but she's been providing such incredible backup with the help of the utility that she has for Tara, and Tara by herself is a beast on that B side. My god, she's just able to like completely shut down anything and everything from these Zol players.
Especially with the positions that she's playing as well. I mean, this is SMG as a fully well-oiled machine, and right now nothing can stop them. Zol really need to find a different approach. They've tried to go down the middle, and that's something that gives them an opportunity to go for a B split. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out too well when SMG gets that information, when Zol takes too long to actually go in with those hits. So perhaps a bit more of a set piece, a coordinated execute, something that will really pull that rug from right underneath SMG. Might not be the next round, though, because, again, they just don't have the economy for the best guns.
Yeah, and also, despite SMG using 2 of their ults, they still do have party time ready to go from it. That showstopper can prove to be incredibly devastating, and that's still going to be in the arsenal of these SMG players to pull out in a tight spot. Though I think for the side of SMG, something that they're doing really well is being able to get that initial information using whatever they have in their arsenal. Like, for example, Yoki with the 0 points is able to clear out A multiple times, pushes out as well. And even last round, you see that SMG, they were not afraid to double peek towards mid. They are able to play as a team. And I think that's the biggest difference we're seeing from Haven, because a lot of the time you did see their players being picked off one by one. But this time around, they are playing as pairs, and it is working out great for them on this defense.
It's that buddy system, right? If someone falls, it's okay because someone else is there to get the trade, just to back them up somehow. It's something that's so useful for them, especially on a map like Ascent, because it's a lot farther spread and you have a lot more space and room to work with. And especially if you can control areas like B main, A main, basically one of the other two only options for entry onto either site. It just blocks out so much for Meraki that you can also feel they are losing confidence in how they want to take control over the map, losing confidence in how they want to find these duels.
That's a great point, because you saw them taking head-on-head duels on Haven and being able to win them out, but after those first few rounds, they just seem almost afraid to really get the peaks here. And I think one area that they haven't really concentrated on after that pistol round is this ace site. You did see them try to make a venture in that towards that bonus round, and they did succeed. And that's the only round where they managed to win, albeit with a gun advantage. But still, it was there. And I think that going back to that particular tactic might be what they need. And it seems like that's what they're going to be doing, because you do see all of them stacked up towards this A approach here, perhaps going in for a split.
Potentially, but again, this is a thrifty buy for them. Whether or not they can make it is a whole other thing. Envious now, the one person to defend this site alongside Yoki. She has to time those dark covers right next to each other, because a single pop flash and it could be it for Meraki to send it in.
Yeah, they do have that hero vandal on Rosie, as well as the brainstorm for the side of Camille. That Haunt's not going to be finding any information because broken down. The right click does not connect though. And again, these 3 players on site just hold tight. The spike is going to be dropped in the open. Capricious was on the lurk towards short, but the demolition of this A push. Look at the position of the SMG players. 4 on this site. Yoki, I'm sorry, it's going to be Tara watching towards tree there, but everybody else is just going to be bullied for the spike, and Capricious is like, no, why am I alone? What is this world's cruelty, pain? And in this, with 30 seconds left in this 1v5, that's about it. A flawless for SMG, and that, I don't know, that round just fell apart the moment that right click missed.
Mercy from SMG. Envious puts Capricious out of her misery. But, and that was the Arcane Sheriff Assault. But you know what? The theme song. But this is really SMG knowing exactly how to defend the site. Neck deep in the trenches. All of them are right next to each other. And they're just ready to take arms, to shoot down anyone that tries to push past it. It was just a little bit unfortunate that maybe Camille whiffed that right click. It's one of those things that you really think it would connect, but somehow it just whiffs.
Just any person who plays chess knows that the right click is exactly. You don't have to say much more than that. But again, it does seem like Zol is going to be putting a little bit of pressure towards this A site right now. 4 players, in fact, heading to main. In fact, all of them are going to be heading in towards main. Okay, it is going to be the fragment committed to clear out that Ryan. So really want to check the corner. Oh yeah, NVS gets spotted out, but the flash is good and the trade is there. Capricious somehow managing to take Yoki is going to be huge, and she's still willing to get even more aggressive. 3 players for SMG are still going to be standing, and that showstopper, that's what I want to watch out for.
She's going in for it right off the bat. Wow. It doesn't quite connect though, because it hits right around the corner of the wall, and Best still able to take her out mid-air. The rest of the squad coming in from Garden just to shoot them from behind onto heaven. Meraki. This is that speed that I was talking about.
a definite change of pace there, and I think that it all started with Capricious being able to find those quick trades. Taking out both Yoki and Envious was huge there, and immediately goes to push further in towards short. And of course, that was a Rosa ult moment. It happens before the wall, saving Best from being traded out by that particular ultimate. And just like that, Zol, they managed to find a round, and it was almost lost to Blue. I think they only lost one player in the process, so that's going to be a much needed relief, sigh of relief that you could probably be here coming from them. But now though, they're going to be setting their sights towards the B side, but yet again, Kohibi is going to be showing some aggression here with the help of the turret. Finds one kill. This time though, one is going to be all she gets, because Capricious again is there for that flawless trade.
This is great, because that turret gave her the information, and then she went in for the peek, trying to fight fire with fire, but this leaves Tara alone. She's now completely surrounded. FBI heads up in the air. She tries to swing, make a run for it, but no, Camille just hunts her down like a canine unit. Now, the rest of them are already on their way. The rotations were fast, so this could be effective for a retake scenario.
No charges.
2v3 right now, and no, they do have the first channels if they want to invest in, but right now it seems like they're just going to be going in for these fights, where the Tuli's able to pick up both of them. Best and Camille kind of caught off guard, I would say. They didn't expect the retake from SMG to be coming in so quick perhaps, but nevertheless, lovely shots coming in for the side of SMG. And I think despite Zol being able to get the side, where they really messed up was trying to contest towards that market area. They tried to go in for a little bit more map control, but perhaps expecting that Yoki was just lying in wait, and she was able to pick up 2 somehow. So I think that's where the round kind of fell apart for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can really see the idea that they're going for, because it's something that gives them an extra bonus, an additional arm in this post-plant situation. However, SMG were prepared for it. Yoki was right there, and that's really the thing that stopped Zol in their tracks. So once again, back towards this VCT hit.
Let's play.
It's another thing that they're doing one more time.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't work once, try and try again. And the thing is, last time they almost did have it. They got the site, they got the plan, which is more than they've done in the first 6 rounds of this game. This time the Kohibi is going to be playing on site. The dash comes in, and oh my god, a helicopter kill for Camille opening up the site. I feel bad for Kohibi. It must suck to go down like that. But just like that, it is going to be a 4v5 retake right now. Advantage towards the side of Zol, and they have 2 crucial ults. And they have to deal with the rest of the They have both the null command as well as never mind, it's just gonna be the null command, which is activated by Yoki off the back of that. They are immediately going for a quick retake here, able to get one, but again the trades are immaculate from Zol right now. Tara trying to keep the dream alive, but is only going to be able to find Best before being shut down. Zol, they are resurging here, Quack, and they found their footing.
It really is a brain game, and Zol are starting to adapt. You can see that they're trying to find a way to hold it post-plant, because their B-side hits, as long as they can take out Kohibi and Tara, it's effective. What changed this time, though, is the fact that, all right, if we can't take market, unlike the previous round, you know what we'll do? We'll just hold B main. Anyone that tries to push in, coming from defender spawn, coming from market, we'll pincer them. We'll catch them from stairs, we'll catch them from B main. And SMG unfortunately has to look at too many angles. This time around though, again, fighting fire with fire. It's a similar setup that we saw before, coming from Kohibi and towards B main.
Does have the backup from Yoki as well, and again SMG, they're going to be getting aggressive for one of the first times this time. In fact, the defender lockdown going to be popped towards V main to push these players from Zol off the angle, and they're not going to contest it. They're just going to be falling back here. Great idea, but off the back of that, how many picks are they going to be able to find? A little bit of damage, chip damage is going to be done by Yoki, but aside from that, not much else. So they've got this B main control, but it cost the lockdown to do it, and I'm not sure if it was worth fighting over really for the side of SMG there.
Just to buy a little bit more time, a little bit more space. It does displace the positioning, the formation coming from Zol, and because of that, they have B main control. They're able to take out these 2. Once more, limbs, arms from Zol, all gone. You've got 3 core players left. They make the quick decision to head towards the A site.
Tara towards heaven.
30
Is going to
seconds
hear all of the sound cues coming in, the footsteps, the spike going down as well. But is managing to be able to defeat and get Miha offline. So we're looking at a 2v5 retake right now. It's going to be incredibly difficult for the side of Zol to somehow convert this round. Best finds one, they find the second as well. 3 to boot. But unfortunately, it is going to be too many players in too little time for her to be able to pick them all off. But still a great attempt at making that 1v5 work. The way she was able to isolate those first 3 duels was nice. Of course, envious with that shadow step was a little bit of a distraction, I think, for the rest of the team. So that one was free, but nevertheless, a great round coming in from SMG. And you know, I take my words back. I was skeptical about their ult to get B main control, but the fact that I think it was towards mid. The fact that they were able to find that player in mid, taking down Camille, I believe, there was huge, because after that they didn't have to worry about mid really. They could just focus on B main and get that second pick as well, and just like that the round slips out of Zol's hands.
Get out of my way!
Once again, momentum back in the hands of SMG, but wow, a fast, sudden push. Waves crashing on towards the B side, and SMG, they're afraid, they back off. They want to let the dust settle first before they come back in, but now exploring middle. Capricious on the lurk. She's a potential threat to this retake.
2 players on the flank as well. That knife is 0 point, is going to spot out. Capricious is going to be suppressed for a while. Tara, though, in the meantime, on the side, finding 2 of her own. The 3 remaining players for Zol are going to be stuck a little bit, I would say. And off the back of that, the Nightfall available for Tara as well to buy even more time. And right now, the players from SMG, they're converging onto the remaining Zol squadron. The spike has gone down, but Best stepping up huge there. Never mind, I take it back. Best finding those 2 is going to bring it down to NPS, who has to clutch it out. Knows the position of 1, but Best takes her down. And I think even if NPS had been able to win that clutch, like you mentioned, Quack, there was just no time left.
Really none whatsoever. It's SMG this time suddenly having to play catch up against Zol, all because they made such a quick rush towards the B site. They had Camille to start things off with the tailwind and then everyone else to follow, but they also had Capricious, aided by some other players, just to hold from the other side of B main. It really pushes SMG off, but here we go, halftime. I'm going to throw it back to our panelists to break it down. Mika and Key, all yours.
Great half from Team SMG, and that's what I like to see, you know. Team SMG, they're really taking the aggressive side to defense rather, while starting off here. So it's looking positive for them. Again, I am going to have my eyes on Zol on that defense though, given that this is their map pick.
Yeah, I think it's exacerbated on both sides, right? SMG on the defensive side on the defensive map looked very good, but when the roles are flipped, are SMG ready to attack, or are Zol stronger on the defense as well? So that's one of the biggest things. But I think that the lead that SMG has gotten in that first half is significant. 8-4 is such a good scoreline, especially when comparing to the Haven scoreline, which was 6-6. And they even struggled even worse on the attacking side, which is uncharacteristic of SMG. I think they finally found their stride, and I think that one of the biggest things that's been missing from SMG players that we've been seeing is the confidence. I think that's what's been lacking in the previous maps, and we see that in this current map. So I think that the confidence boost is going to go a long way when it comes to a team like SMG, who do have the talent, who do have the firepower. The confidence is what will make the difference in the 2 teams.
Totally agree with you there. You can definitely see how there's no hesitation anymore when they want to take those duels. You can see it in Tara. You can see it in Ratatouille's as well. So they're definitely a lot more confident on this map. I do want to point out though that Bess on the side of Zol seems to be gaining momentum as well. I think that was like how many 3 rounds, but like at least 3 or 4
rounds,
yeah, exactly. So she is building up some steam as well. I also want to point out that this wasn't exactly unlike their score in the earlier match against W Streak, right? We do see that Zol needs to get the ball rolling. As you mentioned, Key, it's like, okay, you did well, defensive side SMG does well on defensive side of map. I mean, figures, right?
Yeah, it does. But we'll really have to see between the 2 teams when it comes down to their favored side yet again, what will happen. Like between the 2 teams, who will find a way? Because of SMG, their attack looks shaky on Haven, and it's going to be even harder on Ascent, where the choke points are much tougher. There's only 2 sites to go on to. And for the side of Zol, are they ready for that? They looked very ready on Haven with the rotations. The calls were perfect. Will we see that again on Ascent?
Not to mention, they're teetering on the edge of elimination. So let's find out whether Team SMG can take us to a map number 3, or will Meraki close this out? Over to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Mika and Key. We're going to be heading into second half of this, and SMG, they do have an intimidating lead. However, we saw what a capable defense Zol can put up on this particular map just today morning, right, Quack?
Yeah, really, really strong. They were able to push this all the way, especially against WSF, win streak female. Anything could still happen. 8-4, but I feel like SMG aren't entirely out of the woods yet, especially because this is now the second half. Sides have been swapped.
SMG are going to be going in for aggressive push towards B, and there's nobody on site, so they should be able to get it for free right now. B seems to have left completely for a retake. That C's is going to be perfect, though, and will trap the players at least for a little bit towards lane. All things good, though, then nobody dies from that, and they are going to be making their way onto the site instead. Tara getting the plant down is going to make things a little bit difficult as we're heading into a full 5-on-5 retake right now. Kamiyu, though, on this quick flank, able to really converge on the SMG players, finding that first pick as well is going to create even more pressure, considering that all of SMG are going to be stuck on site. But Quis able to find one. The best again. She seems to have found her footing, taking 2 of her own, and it's all down to just Kohibi. 3 HP left to her. What can she do? And the answer to that is going to be nothing. And Zol, 8-4, it looks intimidating, but 8-6, not so much.
Definitely not. 8-6, and you feel so much better because you're able to chain more rounds, close in that gap, and in a 5-on-5 retake scenario like this, it's just so darn chaotic that if you're SMG and every single player is trapped somewhere on the site, it's so crowded that Zol get their way to just, pick them apart one by one. It's like as if you're holding a pair of chopsticks and you're just choosing what ingredient you want in the bowl, and that's really what they did. However, take a look at this, Zahk. SMG are willing to fight back. Fisticuffs. They got the Spectre force buy-in.
They do get the plants, though. They are going to be able to afford it, though that light armor might make things a little bit more difficult. This time around, they are playing towards A. That knife not going to spot out anybody because they're expecting it, in fact, and playing a little bit further away than you'd expect. They're going to be converging towards this A short area. Tree is going to be facing a lot of aggression very, very soon. And for the side of the defense, so they do have 3 players ready to go. That Boombot is going to give Rosie some information that it is going to be A short and Tree where the Executor's coming in. Knife not going to be able to really shut down anything, and despite that Prowler hitting, Rosie's still standing strong with the smoke, swings off the back of them, trying to get a pick, but Kohibi and Yoki, they fight first, but that was just such a casual tap coming in from Yoki. What?
Still so good though, but it comes back into it, and SMG are trapped in the site itself. They need to get the spike planted, and they need to set up for post-plant positions. The firing squad, prepped and ready, are able to take down Best, but not before getting deleted by Heaven from Miha. 2 players left, and they are still trying to be careful about this. They need to go in for those jiggles in order to isolate some duels. 3 remaining players, all inside of Hell. Will Cerberus pull down Meraki back into the depths? Yes! Because those gates are guarded and blocked off. SMG back in the game.
I like that initial slow reaction from SMG, not really making any noise, not really giving away cues as to where exactly they're coming from, and then they just send it down towards Tree there, and of course they managed to convert that force buy, so that's going to be great for them as they take the lead here yet again. 9-5. Not so good for Meraki, because I feel like we caster cursed it when we said 8-6 was likely. SMG's like, no, Zahk, no, you're wrong. That's not going to be happening this time around. Not much left in the bank, so it's going to be a full-on eco right now, and it seems like yet again the A side is going to be where SMG have set their sights. No stack really coming in from Zolt, though there are 3 players here. The spike making its way up towards Catwalk is going to be met by Kamiyu with the jump peaks, and I don't think she's got the information yet though.
Not so much, unless she's heard some footsteps. But she goes in for the peek, and now she confirms it, where it's just way too late because your guns do not help you in this situation. SMG are queens, they're dominating, and they have the site all to themselves.
again, it's going to be a 2v5 retake. Last time around, they did find a few kills, so that could be perhaps what we're looking at this time around. Yoki with the aggressive push is able to find the first one. Lupa giving away the location to the second player as well. Capricious is going to be left alone in this 1v5. Everything at the kitchen sink being thrown at her right now. The Prowler as well as the paint shells doing a lot of damage in the process. 6 HP left on her end. SMG, they're on the hunt here. Quack, look at them. The spike is down, but they don't care. They're going to be going for this last pick, and Capricious is just running for the hills right now.
And down to 21 HP. She might be able to do something crouching around locks, but wow, SMG. they anticipated that. Flawless win for them. And we see that first double digit coming through.
Off the back of these 2 consecutive rounds, they are also going to have Tara's Nightfall available. And in this particular map, I would like to highlight Tara's performance. She's been massive on the defense and over this attack as well. Just being able to pinpoint, being able to clear out so much space with the help of those Prowlers, being able to like really trade her teammates if necessary. It's just been phenomenal coming in from her. And in this next round, it's going to be a little bit of a mix-it fight coming in. The economy being there for the side of both of these teams, but it seems like SMG, they're opting to hold on to these Spectres, which they've had from these last 2 rounds. I mean, why fix what ain't broken, right? It is going to be the full buy kicking in for Zol, though. No ult really to work with, but yet again, it's going to be a fast AXQ coming in, perhaps expecting the Nightfall. They're going to be leaving the site open, and yet again, I feel like we're going to be looking at a full 5-on-5 retake, unless, of course, Rosie has something to say about it.
Spraying through the smokes, they were prepared for this, and now door already broken. They can't even get the spike down. SMG, they have to hold on to it, but they can't. Zol are completely swarming and crashing onto them, all players, one by one, and it all started from Garden.
That was such a big play coming in from Rosie. Gets that first pick through the smoke, I believe, and then pushes through while the door is closing. Nobody expected it, least of all Team SMG. Off the back of that, able to find 2 more, and that's going to get her the null command for this particular round. Capricious also 1 away from that tour de force. A lot of ultimates very, very close to fruition for both of these teams here, and any player that gets 1 or 2 kills is going to be able to really utilize them in this particular round. So that's going to be something to watch out for. This time around, though, SMG, after these consecutive very quick rounds, they're going to be going back to defaulting and changing up the pace here.
And that's something that's going to help them so much as well. Those rushes have been all too obvious, and Zol have already prepared and adapted towards that. So now, I'm going to assess some other alternative options. They're trying to expect some kind of a push, but unfortunately Zol aren't moving. So it comes down to, again, like that you mentioned before, utility from Tara as well as Yoki. They need to gather information. Oh, lockdown.
Yeah, it is going to be, Koibi does manage to get it up for them, but it's all a fake here, Quack. They invested towards B, but instead A side is going to be where the hit is coming. Best, though, will hear all of this sound. They haven't checked her out either. Does pop the smoke to try and play with. Here's the spike going down, but is going to be stuck playing on side here, being surrounded on all of the sides here. Can she get one before being taken down? That's going to be the question. And the answer to that is no. But the Solis will take the smoker down, and that's going to make things very difficult. However, Zol, they're still in this. 3 players left alive on this retake. Mia going huge, finding 2 somehow, but it is going to be Koibi stepping up towards the end of it, taking down the remaining players for Zol, and SMG just like that, they find 11, and Best, I really feel like Best could have stepped up huge. She had just a little bit more warning. It looks so dangerous there.
I know exactly what you mean, Zach. It's one of those situations where she had the right call. That one off smoke, one of those smokes that aren't so common, but it gives her a lot more cover, a lot more space. It extends that box and allows her to focus her fire onto a separate part of the site. However, I feel it's that stampede of footsteps she can hear from SMG. It just incites nerves, and she wasn't quite able to land anything. So here we are, 11-6, SMG on the cusp of match point. Capricious with a tour de force trying to block that out.
Again, Capricious is going to have to go huge here if SMG if Zol wants to make this round work, because their economy is not in a great position and they're going to be forced to play with just sheriffs right now. and they're willing to play for overtime on this particular map, Quack. That's what this conveys to the rest of us. It is going to be a Nanostorm invested by Kohabi to clear out that Logs angle, but it is going to be Mia who walks back in as well. The Han spotting out Capricious, and she's not going to be able to TP out. Doesn't have the Chord, of course, either, and just like that, the site is going to be completely opened up. 2 picks already in SMG's favor, and it seems like they're going to be getting to match point right now.
Really possibly as well. I mean, look at these different positions. Ratatouille's now, but spotted out from Market and allowed for Camille to pick up a kill. Yorosi goes in for the trade, but then you just have Envious and Yoki holding it all the way from the side itself. It's so darn good. And indeed, it is match point, Zach.
I really am amazed that by the fact that Zol, they didn't force up. They were like, you know what, we got this, girls. We're gonna go in for an overtime, and that's going to be a great pause called right now. I think that Zol will have the economy to buy in for this particular round, and facing the possibility of letting this map slip through their fingers. They want to really reassess what they can do better on this particular defensive half here, because right now SMG are plowing through them on a lot of these rounds, and I think that a key factor is that they're constantly able to just find this first pick. They're able to also create a lot of confusion in the ranks of Zol here. We saw that just the round before the last one, where that lockdown was invested towards B, but it was all a fake, and they completely sold it.
It's SMG showing that they have a lot more than just rushes and aggressive plays. They have depth, especially on a map like Ascent, especially when they're up against the ropes. They pull out all the stops. Then again, though, this is just map 2. It might be match point. Zol Meraki, with this timeout, they get to collect themselves and reassess their options. They might not be able to win this map per se, who knows? But after this, we go into Bind, Zach. Again, this is an elimination match. And Bind, historically, has not been so good to SMG.
It really hasn't, but again, you need to remember that SMG, they qualified off-circuit points, I think, and they haven't been playing for the last like several months, so perhaps they have a lot up their sleeve heading into map number 3, but it's not quite over yet. It is still there is still a minor chance for Zol to be able to take this into overtime, and if Kamiyu picking up that operator is any indication, she's gonna be having a lot of impact. You're able to pick up that first blood finally for the side of Zol, and it is going to slow down SMG a little bit, not too much though, as they do have control of Cat right now. The rest of the players have also managed to walk up a lobby. They don't have any ults to work with the exception of Envious, who does have that from the shadows. It is going to come down to just gunplay, I think, by the end of this particular round. Kamiyu, though, in a tight situation, does have that Blade Storm to fall back on. So I think that with that 0 points giving away a little bit of information towards short, they might still opt to go back towards this A site.
They might. They're going to have to pop flash or something, though, because if it's a dry peak, you know that Kamiyu's going to puncture through Yoki or Envious's torso. They have to be so careful about this. Meanwhile, taking a look at what's happening on the B site, nothing at all. Zol are being so careful, so passive, that it kind of sets up Kamiyu for a little bit of success. She goes in for a re-peek, misses 2 shots. Can't use the Blade Storm now thanks to the 0 point, but the Classic's still good for 1. Yoki still pushing forward though, and this might just give SMG the A site because they're going forward. Best has been taken out. Capricious coming in from above now, and all that's left is Miha. What are you going to do? She sprays through the floor, almost catches Yoki, but Tara might just peek outside of Generator. Miha went all the way around the other side. She has to drop slowly down those steps, uses a shot to mask the sound, goes back in around, finds Tara, confirms the position. She knows that one is under hell as well, and that's Yoki, who's really low. Has to conserve ammo though, but the wall bangs plus Tara, too much to consider. SMG not worried at all. They go into map number 3.
I like how happy they look about that particular win. I can't blame them. You know, when you're a map down, you're heading into your opponent's pick. Sometimes you can let the pressure get to you, but this time around, SMG, they don't let that happen, and they manage to take map number 2. And this is what we've all been excited about, right? Map number 3, which is Bind, something that we historically, like you mentioned, SMG, they usually tend to ban it, or if it does, they do play out on it. It doesn't go really well for them. But talking about Ascent, I just loved how confident SMG seemed on it, especially on that defensive half. And Tara in particular, she's joined them for this particular tournament. The impact that she's been having over the course of today, as well as yesterday, I believe, has been massive for them.
Yeah, those initiator players, Tara. I mean, you also have the Meraki initiator players as well. But you know what? Whether or not they're the MVP, we're not quite sure. Our panelists will find that out for us because Mika and Quis, they're ready to come back in to break down this entire map.
Ooh. SMG on the board. Quis, as you mentioned, with full confidence. They know Ascent like the back of their hand. And I do have to mention that on the side of Zol, it was kind of the same situation that we saw earlier, which, you know, coming into a second match, you kind of want to have new, new strategies and stuff, because Team SMG, it looks like they just caught that earlier series and just decided to form counter strategies to that right on this map.
They probably were in the end game skin and were like, that's just warm-up, guys. Like, Haven was the warm-up map. They look so much better on Ascent. And if you showed me both gameplays and with the players' names and teams like all like blacked out, I would have told you like, no, those are two very, very different teams. But you could see the teamwork, you could see the execution was just so much cleaner. And I think that this was the SMG we were expecting on Haven. And look at Yoki being a Terminator on that KO, and all of them just had their own moments in this map. They were able to fold, they were able to dominate Zol for quite a bit, and you can just see, we're looking at the highlight reels right now, it's a different player every single time, and on Zol's side we also have had Best by their own highlights. So I think that in this map, SMG were just all operating on all 5 cylinders, and I think that was the biggest difference here.
I totally agree, and I do have to give it to Tara, who looked very happy, of course, with that last round. We saw her throw her hands up in the air in celebration, cutting to the player cams, but also because this was such a great map for her. This was such a great, game for her, and the way she was able to really utilize that fade was also incredibly crucial to this win. On the side of Meraki, though, it's a little bit disappointing because, again, going back into the earlier match, it was almost the exact same thing. They had the exact same positioning, they had the exact same setups. I mean, case in point, for example, Capricious always likes to go into that little cubby on B, right underneath the stairs, and was almost consistently there throughout the whole defensive side. And you would have thought that he might have switched it up, when once Team SMG decided that, okay, we always know Capricious is there. But the switch didn't come, and that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, it really did not come, and the thing that I wanted to point out was Yoki's KD on an initiator. Just wanted to point it out because normally you'd see that on Kohaibi, sometimes it would be Ratatouille's, but this time it's Yoki who really brought out the big guns. 20 and 8 on that KO. Absolutely amazing play from her. Plus SMG, this really goes to show that they really can dig deep, and that's what we were looking for here, right? Like, will SMG be able to dig deep, or will Zol be really able to just run them over? And it looks like going to this map 3, I don't really know who will win at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since as we're discussing, map 3 is interesting. We'll just leave it at that right before we jump into it, because we're going to a little break before this. But before we do, map number 2, I just feel like this could have been great for Meraki. They could have closed it at a 2-0 if they didn't give Team SMG such a great read. Actually, they were playing very predictably on this map, and I feel like that might have been, maybe it might have been a little bit of fatigue, maybe it might have been muscle memory coming in from the earlier series, but facing a team like Team SMG, that's not exactly something that you can just pull and hope and cross your fingers that it will work. We're gonna see what happens on Bind, though. It's a little interesting. We'll discuss that after this very quick break.
again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Welcome back. You are watching the final game between Team SMG and Zol Meraki on VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. And we are going into map 3, which will be Bind. Very interesting map for both of these teams, just because on the side of Team SMG, they don't do well on Bind. And on the side of Zol Meraki, they don't do well on Bind either. They have a bit more experience on it competitively, but Key, it's not exactly what you would call stellar.
Not at all, and I think that what happened in the picks and bans was basically SMG left it up to Zol Meraki whether they wanted to play Pearl or Bind, and I think that we've seen SMG on Pearl that Zol Meraki did not want to play Pearl, so they banned Pearl, instead chose the lesser evil for them, and I think that for both teams, while they historically did not do well on this map, one of them has to do well on this map if they don't want to be eliminated, because this is an elimination game. This was a best of 3 coming into this last map. It is the last map that one of these two teams will be playing, and if it's your last map, you better do well.
Exactly. At the end of this series, one of these teams will be going home, or rather staying home, and not going to Berlin for the VCT Game Changers Champions in Berlin. And it's going to be exciting as well because we'll be down to our top 4 by the end of this day. I'm curious, Heek, because Bind works well with the hive mind, of course, because of all of the rotations and the potential mind games that you can do. With that, would you be favoring SMG or would you be favoring Meraki?
I think it's really hard to say because we've really not seen that much data from these teams, and I want to make a data-driven decision. And I just do not have that data, so there's nothing for me to go off of. But if I were to really say, I feel like the odds are stacked against Meraki. That doesn't mean I don't think they can win, but the odds are stacked against them. This is going to be their 6th map of the day. We're starting to see them gassed a little bit in the second map, and SMG still look like they've got a lot left in the tank. So I think that just going by the odds, I like SMG's chances better.
Going by the endurance factor, right? Because you're absolutely right. Meraki has been playing since literally the top of this day, and they're still here playing this map. I'm thinking though, like, with regards to like how Team SMG moves, if you notice, like throughout all of their maps, actually, they are that hive mind that is needed for this map. They like to go together all the time, and they usually group up together, which you would think wouldn't be a great idea in like close water maps or something, which Bind is, but they do. They do make it work. So I have a feeling that I'm slightly favoring Team SMG for this map, even though Meraki is like really winning me over with players like Best and Capricious.
I was just gonna say they have to be very careful of Best, who's had a very good showing on the second map, and a lot of those was through sneaky plays around smokes, or maybe even just staying in one spot and re-peeking. I think it was an A in Hell that she was able to kill 3 in a 1v5 situation. I think that those are just moments where you can tell that this player is feeling it, and I think that if a player is feeling it, you should not feed that confidence at all. And hopefully for SMG, that the confidence going on to their side can be carried over to this map, because they had such a good second map. And Zol, can they pick it up? Can they pick up the energy again? Can they do one more map for this day? We'll have to find out, because between the two teams, it just seems so difficult to go against teams that are so experienced. I think that's what we saw on the second map. Zol were trying to find something, but SMG just had a little bit more experience. They did not let map 1 get into their heads, and clearly they came into map 2 with guns blazing.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm also favoring Team SMG, just because they do seem like they're at that peak performance time of the day, whereas Meraki, they kind of feel like they're losing steam, and they did talk about this as well during their previous interview, that oftentimes when they don't get the momentum in the way that they want it, they will they will maybe not communicate as effectively. They will maybe be a little bit more quiet compared to if everybody's on a high. They admitted that, and I feel like once it's been like your 6th game of the day, 6th high competitive game of the day, that's bound to happen and you're bound to fall off. So it's unfortunate on the side of Meraki, because that's really how these competitions go. But Team SMG definitely has the energy and the momentum in their favor.
Now what I'm seeing here are 2 slightly different adaptations to this map. Yoki on the sky, Rosie on the breach. I do like the sky better here. We saw in Game Changers, not Game Changers, in Champions rather, that the sky is the more favored pick here on Bind, and I think that Yoki on the sky will definitely be able to provide a little bit more information. I think the biggest difference here is that with Sky plus the Fade, you can get so much information in a map like Bind. You mentioned it, Bind has so many corners, you kind of want to group up and go in together, but if you have a Sky plus the Fade, you get a lot of information, as opposed to a Breach, who doesn't really give you confirmation that you've stunned someone or flashed someone. Sky does give you that confirmation.
Exactly. I totally agree, and that's the reason why we see a lot of teams do favor the Sky instead and work with another initiator alongside of the agent. I'm curious though what the game plan is for Meraki here, because I'm pretty sure they have seen that Team SMG, their record on Bind is not great, and if you look at the stats, it actually does favor Zol Meraki. But again, it's gonna be really interesting to see how this pans out because both teams are operating on a bit of a disadvantage going into bind. Let's find out. Zach and Quack, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. I mean, Sky or Breach, SMG or Zol, this, Zach, is it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. A little bit of a boo-boo there. Yeah, like I was saying, like you mentioned, Quack, at the end of this, we are gonna unfortunately have to say goodbye to one of these teams, and that is going to be a heartbreaker considering that over the course of the last 9 or 10 months, we've been following their journeys, but this is where one of them will come out on top and one of them will be going home, and it's all going to be on bind where it's all going to be on bind where there's not going to be much really there's not much to say because like he mentioned, there's not really data available for this particular map and we don't have anything to fall back on. But just heading into this particular one, I think that for SMG, they do have the momentum on their side because that was a pretty dominating win that they managed to get on Ascent.
I mean, that's the thing that we've been talking about for a while, right? It's momentum, it's endurance, and it's the end of the line for Zol Meraki. That's the thing about making it into a competition like this, making it to be one of the elites of APAC. You really have to push it all the way past even your what you thought was your limit, because you're up against a team like SMG, and it's do or die. If you don't beat them, then that's it. It's elimination time, and only one of these teams will actually go forward. Momentum, endurance, stamina, whatever other term we could throw in there, you just have to dispel everything and perform to the best that you can possibly go for.
You're right over there, and to start things off, it is going to be something again. SMG are back to their aggressive ways. Yoki, the one to find that first blood, and through this push through hookah, it is going to be SMG finding 2 for their own and no trades incoming. In fact, not even much damage, and Yoki does get tagged up a little bit, but aside from that, Zol we're not ready for that kind of attack coming in from the hookah. Nevertheless, though, they are going to be going in for this VXQ. Spots out Tara, connects a beautiful headshot with that headhunter. Aptly named weapon, I believe, when you see shots like this. But the long control still hasn't been taken. There are going to be 2 players there, and perhaps aware of that possibility is going to be why the CT plant is taken, and the smoke for long is committed.
Oh my God.
Right now, 3v4 retake.
And it just looks like they've swapped sides. SMG coming in from Garden and Hookah. Meanwhile, Zol are all defending on the side itself. But the one difference is that they just don't quite have the numbers. They need to make use of their positioning in order to win this round. And that's what they're trying to do. Wrapping around from elbow now. Rosie gone, Envious left. She goes in up close and personal though. And it's Camille with the right clicks to close this one out. The 3rd kill in the round, and Zol takes it.
We talked a lot about adaptation from SMG, but this is the best one I've seen till yet for Zol, because, you know, they lose 2 players right off the bat. That's where you see a lot of teams really panic and lose out, and they just like, okay, let's just go to the next round. But, you know, Zol, they persevere, they push in. A beautiful shot from Camille starts things off, opens up the side, and they're aware. They're constantly aware of where these players might be going, and they push CT, get that control, and towards the end, of course, again, it's Camille who starts it off for Zol, Camille who ends it. They get that first round, and off the back of that, they are going to be upgrading. As for SMG, though, it's going to be a little bit of an eco coming in, though they're not afraid to really like get that orb. I think they've just been farming it so far on both of these rounds.
Yeah, they know that they might not be able to get kills, they might not be able to get the round, might as well get whatever they can, and one of that is the orb. But in fact, aided by Yoki, Ratatouille is actually able to peek out and destroy Long. However, they still continue to waterfall out of Hookah, Zol that is, and they will be able to get the site.
A bit of a safe plan coming in from Leah. Long control still hasn't been established, and there are going to be 2 players from SMG who have picked up that upgraded Spectre as well. It's going to be in the hands of Ratatouille's here. Right now, it is going to be the SMG players converging on Zol from all sides right now. The flash invested, but let's both push off the back of that. Finds 2 of her own. It's all down to just Yoki here in this 1v3, but it's not gonna be watching the right angle. Unfortunately, Capricious will shut her down. Zol gets a 2, but at least SMG make it worth their while because they managed to find 2 picks, so that's going to be 2 Spectres that are not available for this particular round for the side of Zol. But speaking of what's available for Zol, Mia has been really farming that ARP because that Orbital Strike is going to be online for round number 3.
Yeah, it's gonna be something they can use. SMG's been trying to farm up some orbs as well, but unfortunately not that close yet. So it's gonna come down to these rifles against the second round buys once more. Whether or not it's gonna work out though is another thing, because Zol, they have different plans this time. Envious trying to block it off with a Sky Smoke, but they could still just push through this thing.
Yeah, they do go and force the towers control, but immediately it is going to be the push. Never first being committed. Kamiyu able to trade out somehow, finding 2 overall, and that's going to be 2 rifles that Zol can pick up. The aggression not quite panning out right now from Heaven. The peak does come through, and again, Zol, they're afraid to go for the CT control here. However, this might be a little bit too much right now. The flash is good, the information is there as well. Despite Kamiyu popping that ultimate, Vibe will nevertheless find the headshot. Trailblazers are being invested as well, and right now, it's just a question of how much time you can buy towards the CTA. Because again, it does seem like SMG, they're bringing it back right now on this full buy, and things are back down. A 3v2 advantage in the hands of SMG as Kohibi finds another 3 on the round for her. And what looked like a very difficult round for SMG after those first 2 picks goes exactly in their favor because Kohibi, well, she's got it.
Zol tried using utility to delay the inevitable, throwing those paint shells, trying to block them off, but the inevitable still arrives, and that inevitable person is Kohibi. The way that she just comes in, holding angles to block off any potential position holds coming in from Zol, the way that she pushes in together with her team, she collects on those 3 frags, and she takes that round, and earns herself the tour de force.
I think it's really unfortunate that Mia went on right in the onset of the round because she had the utility that could have made a huge amount of difference. The smokes as well as that orbital strike. But anyway, heading to this particular one, Zol are back on that B side, but look at this aggression from the side of SMG. Yoki and Kohibi going up along there. Brought out a Capricious trying to isolate the fight. The flash though is going to be good. You do see Kohibi being able to TP back, but the same luxury is not there for Yoki. And right now, SMG, they are 2 for 1. They lose 1, but they managed to get the advantage in terms of manpower. And while all of this has been going down towards the B side, Ratatouille has information that A is still clear, because I think that Boombot did manage to clear out most of Showers, so she's going to be solo anchoring it, but it shouldn't be much of an issue, seeing that as of now, Zol haven't really made the call to rotate anywhere else.
But then again, info only lasts for so long. After a while, it goes bad, and right now, we see that very effect. Capricious starting to check back in. Nobody pushing out into its market though, so they might just commit towards B instead. They do have control over Hookah after all, and Envious isn't quite here to smoke things out, so just pushing in off the orbital strike, and View drops down.
Kohibi is towards this elbow position, smoked off for now, and they're gonna just be holding because they do right now have the advantage in terms of personal. The orbital strike not gonna be available either for the post plan, so it's all gonna come down to who can win their gunfights better. Kohibi still holding this angle, waiting for the head of any particular player to peek out. Ratatouille's aggressing onto side as well. Capricious though finds the first pick. Kamiyu going huge. The trades are immediate though, and it's gonna somehow come back down to a 1v1. The spike, however, is not going to be planted for the Zol players, unfortunately. Ratatouille is just sticking it. She holds on to it, and she gets it done. Capricious gets 4. But sorry, it's still going to be the round for SMG, and oh no. Oh no.
The previous round, it was the inevitable strength from Kohibi. This time, it's just Ratatouille with her speed. Look at this flick on towards the next player. And then the courage to just stick onto this defuse, knowing that Capricious was coming in from Hookah. If she dropped down, she would hear it. She did not care. She was fearless. And this puts SMG on top. 2-2, but Kohibi's got the tour de force now, and Zol buying back in. They need to make this round count.
almost every ult online right now actually for the side of SMG. Then she made a counter, alright. Quack already first blood coming in with that Tour de Force, finding best, going to slow down the aggression as well, because that's no longer going to be the Satchers or the other Raze utility available. The Trailblazers towards Showers will be invested to try and find some space, but it's not going to matter because Kohibi is still holding onto the side here. The plants go down and no scope as well to boot. Alright, Kohibi, you made your point, we got it. The A side is under lockdown. The last two players, they are the ones left to try and close it out. And the Tulis though is going to be there to back up Kohibi even if she goes down. And it's going to be an almost flawless round right now for SMG, who managed to hold on to the other roles they had as well, because they had both the Seekers and the Showstopper like you mentioned online, and they didn't need any of that. All they needed was Kohibi with the Tour de Force, especially that no scope on the third kill. My god.
You know, Zach, it's funny that you say that the site is under lockdown, because Kohibi, she's playing a different Sentinel this time. It's the Tour de Force. She locks down the site herself with her guns, with her person, with her being, and that's just incredibly strong. This is something that we totally did not expect, because seeing that SMG does not like this map, they come in and perform like this. Zol, yeah, they better call a timeout because they can't buy back in this round.
Yeah, they are going to be forced into an eco here. No Tour de Force available either for Camille, though she's been looking quite nutty with that Headhunter. So perhaps we might be seeing some good sheriff shots coming in. We have seen Zol on Haven in particular being able to convert these thrifties quite extensively. As for SMG, the Kohibi is going to be able to afford that operator and buy in. So that is going to be something to watch out for. Like Kohibi with the rifle isn't dangerous enough. Now they have to deal with the operator as well. They also are just one away from that Nightfall for Tara, so a lot of ults are very, very close to being online for the side of SMG. Seeing that they have all of this in their pocket, it's gonna probably be another round in their favor unless Zol manages to summon some magic out of their pockets.
Do they have it though? That's the thing. I don't think they have it in this round, but then again, we've seen thrifties before. It's just that SMG looked like a completely different beast now. It's like a combination of Ascent and Haven. They're pushing out, they're controlling areas of the map, they're making use of their utility so well to gather information. Now, they know Zol is headed towards the B site.
That shot is going to give it away right now. Prowler being invested, but now they're going to know the crossfire is there. Tries to get the shot, but Tara takes a bit of damage, but still manages to stay alive. Kohibi still holding down the front, but is not going to be able to really get the kill. Still aggressing though, not afraid to do so, and gets a spray transfer with a Vandal as well. Never mind, that's Tara who gets it, but it looked like Kohibi. But just like that, it's all down to just Best. Does have a Spectre available, but it's almost like they know her position. Tries to get that final pick with the satchel, but Kohibi is going to be the one to shut things down, and it's going to be a flawless to boot for SMG as they find round number 4 on the board, taking a lead here. And the rounds are, you know, SMG is a team that's extremely momentum-based. Like we've seen it before. We've seen them string together 6 or 7 rounds in a row if you let them get away with it. And Zol, this is a very pivotal round, because if they don't manage to convert this buy coming in for them, it's going to make things very difficult. However, Best does almost have that showstopper, so if they can pick up one of these orbs, that might be what they really need to get into sight past everything that they have in the hands of these SMG players.
Yeah, it's been 4 rounds in a row from SMG, and that momentum's already been building up. Zol loses this, they can't buy it back, so being very careful about their approach. They're clearing out and taking control over B real fast, but they have to fight back and answer against the showstopper, which they do not. So what do they do now?
They do have hookah control, but the smoke is going to prevent any kind of aggression coming in just yet. Towards long, that Boombot is going to buy a little bit more time for Ratatouilles to possibly rotate over. Does spot out Capricious towards long, but again, there are so many players towards this particular side here. Tries to throw the Haunt out, but Ratatouille swings with the perfect timing and is able to get that second pick as well. And right now, the attack for Zol towards this B side has completely fallen apart right now. They still do have hookah control, and they at least can try to get into sight, but again, there are 2 players towards this long and 1 towards elbow as well, I believe, so it's going to make pushing it incredibly difficult. You do see the Satchel coming in from Best, but it's going to be Mia who drops into the depths of hell. 3 players looking at her. Camille towards long is able to find one, tries to TP away, but Ratatouille will connect that headshot, and just like that, it is going to be SMG finding 5 right now. A showstopper started things off with a bang, quite literally.
Quite literally, for sure, but you know what? That was one showstopper spent. SMG are definitely on a streak. However, Meraki, despite losing the round, they're buying back with halves. They're also buying back with 4 ultimates that they have at their disposal. That's something that they could use, Zach. Maybe that's the key to their success. To break down how SMG has been holding so far, they often leave Hookah alone. In fact, it's their B-long garden hold that's been so pivotal. But right now, they're pushing out of Hookah, and it's throwing Zol off guard.
Yeah, this is a repeat of the pistol. Ever since that round, they haven't really, like you said, fought for Hookah control, but now they will be able to get that first pick, and it is going to be 3 players towards long right where Yoki with the Trailblazer will be able to find that back out in time. Off the back of that, it is going to be the Breach ultimate invested towards side, but it doesn't catch this Cubby, and despite being hit by the Rolling Thunder, Yoki still manages to get that kill. It is going to be Yoki going huge, finding 3, almost 4, but Ratatouille steals it away, and a flawless defense round is going to kick in for the side of SMG, and that's a heartbreaker because Zol, they invested 3 out of their 4 ultimates. Camille with the Tour de Force doesn't even get to take a peek out of it before being shut down.
I don't know. This might be one of those times where you might just need to spend all of your timeouts because it's been 6 rounds in a row for SMG. It's heartbreaking. It's disastrous. You've tried your ultimates. You've tried to go fast. But SMG are still able to slip through those cracks with Yoki finding that hat trick. This time around, Zol, they might just have to play it slow, but they're getting cordoned off again. This sky smoke just blocks off so much. Zol, they don't stop. They keep pushing into lamps.
That Molotov to try and deter the flag from coming in, but they're just gonna play around it. Oh, never mind, it does find value, and Quis getting 1 pick, Koibi as well finding the other. Just equal by, half by, not really going quite in Zol's player favor, though they at least do get the spike plant down. That's gonna be something to watch out for. Best pops the showstopper and gets a pick off the back of it. Suddenly things look so much more doable right now. Best might be low, but so is the Sky. It is going to be the ultimate invested right now. It's all down to just Mia. A 1v1, 1 bullet will do the job onto Tara here, and it does connect. That is going to be the Thrifty converted. A beautiful round from Zol, and it's all because of Mia yet again. This player, we saw her on. We've seen her pick up so many different roles, and it's just a testament to how versatile a player that she is. That again, it's going to be the Thrifty being converted as a result of her actions here directly.
You have to love and admire how strong these players are. Miha with the orbital strike, and not just that as well. All the ultimates being spent, and they win off of Thrifty. No timeouts necessary. They still have that mental fortitude to carry them through. This is their, like, 6th map of the day.
Yeah, you really can't forget that they're coming out of an excruciating series against W Streak after knocking them out, and perhaps they're looking to repeat the tactic. But right now, it is going to be a push into this A side. The flank, though, from Camille is going to catch enemies off guard as the ultimate is going to be in her hands. There is still 1 more player on this particular side, though, so that's going to make things a little bit more difficult on this hold here. The Prowler is going to spot Capricious and push them off the angle. Camille falling back to her short, as well as all down to just Rosie to hold down towards the shower's angle. Capricious though drops the op, gets aggressive with the rifle, is able to find so much value here, and suddenly Zol are resurging here, able to find 2 consecutive rounds in a row, and also getting all of those ults out of the hands of those SMG players. That's gonna feel good there.
They found something new, and it's really this delayed push that they go in with. Envious holding showers, she can't do much if she gets shot in the back by Camille like this, and at the same time, it's the trust in each other to be able to push into lamps as a team that way, making use of their utilities, just making sure that whoever is trying to hold and defend this A site will not be able to withstand the push.
Right off the bat, that Prowler catching her to Toulouse. Nevertheless, though, it's still going to be SMG getting aggressive towards the short angle, though it seems like Zol this time around we're ready for it to deter the push. In the meantime, the Quack beat scores long. He's able to find that first pick, and just like that, they reassess here, go towards this DX units, then find the pick onto Quack. In fact, Mia, despite being hit by that Seeker, is going to nevertheless get the kill onto Yoki, and just like that, the tables have turned, and the spike has gone down. Ratatouille is only 1 away from that showstopper. If she can get a pick, that might be what they need to convert this 3v4 retake here.
Pulling the off angles though, it's gonna be tough to actually find some kind of a pick. Unless they get spotted out like that, and oh god, it's still not the best because Capricious aggresses from the elbow position. 2 players left and they are all too clear about where they're possibly positioned. Zol, they keep going back in for one more player. Tara holding it down. She can't move, she can't dance, and it's going to be Bess that floats over her grave. 6 to 5. Zol are coming back in from 3 rounds in a row being won.
No, the thing is, on a map like Bind, a lot of the teams find it so much more comfortable to play for that defense instead of the attack, and perhaps Zol is one of those teams. They've looked a little bit rusty in the beginning, but they've definitely managed to figure out what to do instead, and these quick attacks and rotates have been catching SMG off guard, and I think that's a major testament to how good they are. Mia does have that orbital strike online. Capricious only 1 away from that Nightfall, and Rosie also only 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. A lot of ultimates that are very essential, very close to being active for the side of Zol right now, but for SMG, it is going to be Kohaibee who wants to play. Will she get to play?
Not entirely sure. Look at how she's holding this on top of the truck. So if Zol actually jumps up on top of the Sky Smoke, they will get deleted. But no, instead it's going to be Ratatouille's pushing out of showers that get spotted out. So a little bit more information now. Zol, they make the mid-round adaptation to head towards B. If they can take down Yoki, that will be theirs.
I think Kamiyu has spotted out the player here. Yoki trying to get the shot, but Yoki, oh no, is going to be forced out by that orbital strike towards the TP. Well, at least SMG don't have to worry about it in this close plan situation. The spike will go down, and we're looking at a 4v5 retake here for these players from the side of SMG. This is going to be Best pushing into her own Brimstone Smoke, I believe, and yet again, they're going to be contesting this elbow control. Best and Kamiyu going huge there. They've taken complete control of it, and Envious now going to be pincered between these 2 players. The flash is good, so is the ult, and it's all gonna come down. Never mind, it's all done. I thought there was 1 more player left for SMG, but they all fall apart, and it is going to be a 6-6 half at the end. So towards the last 4 rounds, they find what they were looking for over the course of this map, and they pull themselves together and equalize scores. What a huge win for them.
And that is truly what you need when the odds are stacked against you. But of course, our panelists will break down what exactly just happened. So many rounds being won in a row. Mika and Key, what did they do?
What did they do? What did they do? No, but it's looking really tricky right now because that was a pretty bad start from Zol Meraki. They gave so much momentum to Team SMG, and it looked like their steam ran out. And then suddenly I backspace quite a lot. I'm like, oh wait, there's more.
SMG won 6 rounds in a row from the rifle round, and it just looked like they had all the answers. They had every single read on defense. Kohaibee with her triple kills. I think she's strung quite a few. And then all of a sudden, when I think it was Zahk or Quack, one of them, one of the Quack and Zahk attacked. One of them was saying, maybe it's time to call a timeout because you're gonna need to stop the bleeding. And then they did stop the bleeding and then some, because they won not just 1 but 4 rounds in a row after losing the 6 rounds. They figured something out. They didn't even need a timeout to do that.
Exactly. And what they did mention in the interview earlier as well was that, in case they are slipping a little bit, they might, they might definitely lose that steam like for first few rounds. But then when somebody manages to get that one good round, then it starts going up. Then the momentum starts building again. And that's exactly what it looked like for this first half. So now, as the sides flip, I'm really wondering now whether it's Team SMG that takes the first momentum and runs with it, or whether it's Zol Meraki continuing on what they built.
It's really just a matter of the confidence, like you mentioned. It's when you start feeling it, and it's whether which player, which team between the two will actually start feeling it, because this is as close to a nice edge that you can get at this point, because it's 1-1 in terms of maps, it's 6-6 in terms of rounds. So throw everything out of the window. This is going to be the last half that both teams play, and they need to really figure it out. For SMG, it's on the attacking side. Can they do it cleanly? For Zol, they love defense, but can they hold on defense this time around? Because they did not do so well with that on Ascent. So can they do that against SMG, or will SMG prevail here?
Exactly, and I do want to point out as well, this is also an IGL showdown because those mid-round calls are going to be so important on a map like Bind, wherein you could just TP out and run to this side, or you can TP back and run to this side. So those calls are going to be so important as we progress into this map. The final map for both of these teams, one of these teams will go home at the end of Bind. We're going to find out who exactly. Let's throw it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Mika. It is 6-6 right now. These teams look to be in perfect balance, but only one will be remaining right now because this is an elimination matchup, like we've said before. So, Quack, at this point, I don't know what's going to happen because it's so close.
I mean, you're gonna have to tip the scales. You're gonna have to disrupt this equilibrium right now, Zahk, because only, like you said, only one of them can actually move forward. The other one, well, unfortunately, that tribal council will speak and they'll put your torch out, and you're gonna have to pack up your bags and go home. So, again, SMG, we talked about this before. We see how capable they are on the attacking side, but Meraki, that's after that sudden surge, I feel like they've got more in the bag.
Definitely, I agree with you there. B is going to be where this exec from SMG is apparently coming from. They have managed to take hookah control. That trademark being broken is going to give away some information. Kamiyu, though, with the peak, tries to get a headshot, not quite connecting, and Koibi instead will be able to get it in after that jump peak coming in from her teammate. Just like that, first blood on this round is going to be going towards the side of SMG, and they're going to be regrouping, in fact, towards this A side, but the rotation hasn't come through yet. It is going to be two players from the side of Zol still here. They're gonna hear all of the sound coming in. The Prowler spotting up Mia as well, who is still not afraid to play aggressive. However, the right click from NVS is going to take its toll, and they are also aware of the possibility of the Showers player. The flash connects, and Best is going to be figured out here. Does manage to get the first headshot. That's what they need. Oh, gets a second as well, and now it's a 3v3 retake.
Yes, she just claims back Showers. This effectively puts SMG all inside lamps. How do you hold post-plant from this one spot?
I mean, that's the question. The spike is tapped, and now they're gonna get the information. Best and Rosie both go huge. Falls out. Envious right now. Isolates the 1v1. Does manage to get the pick, but Capricious is ready on the swing. And just like that, Zol are gonna be able to yet again take this pick. So this is the second time that they're able to close out a 3v5 off the heroics of one player. And Best, you know, you talk about Best getting that headshot, but also that stun coming in from Rosie was beautiful because it connected with the second player there. You can see that Tara is going to be stunned up, and just like that, it is the round slipping back into the hands of these players from Zol, and they make it work. My god, do they make it work.
That is exactly what I mean. You cannot hold it post-plant with all three players inside lamps. SMG, they had an interesting idea. Every single time they approach a spot on the map, they're ready to take that duel. They took it towards B, and then they made the adaptation towards A, but post-plant, the Showers player, Best, just did all the work. Now it's Kamiyu.
Kamiyu already finding one on Marshall. Koibi, though, on the opposite side, able to trade things out. Best will be able to take down the controller for SMG, so that's going to make the executes even more difficult. Despite getting the plant, though, SMG this time around aren't going to be going in for that force buy similar to Ascent here, and they are going to be saving up for that gun round. At this point, it's just about how much damage they can really do on this bonus. Already being able to find one is going to be an advantage. Kamiyu, though, spotting at the shoulder, missing the shot, though, and will be forced to rendezvous away from that angle. I like that Zol are very slow to rotate on this particular map because they're aware of how SMG likes to yank their chain and constantly switch things around here. They're gonna hear Koibi from the Showers with their pre-fire. It's Koibi with 2 already on the round. No, so just has 1 bullet left. Can she get the kill? For that, the answer is going to be no, but off the back of that Hans is going to be able to aggress and find that Spectre. The 3rd kill on the round already for Koibi, going so huge for her team. Ratsulis as well with the Spectre. They have 2 guns, and right now, this anti-eco is slipping out of the palms of these players from Zol. The flank from Rosie, though, is coming in, but Tara, she's a wolf, it seems.
This time it works because you've got the numbers advantage, and the Spectre spray just goes, it's absolutely haywire. Ratatouille's, everyone else, Kohabi, they know where Rosie's coming from. She's got no choice but to just spray and suppress her way into 1v1s, and she will be able to take down Tara, but look at how Kohabi and Ratatouille's are holding.
Hey, who's got the snacks?
Yeah, that's going to be the round converted. And Kohabi, again, we've talked about how she is the player that SMG have depended on most of the time when things get rough. And that particular round, that's just a testament to what she can pull out when her back is against the wall. 3 picks on that two picks on the headhunter, able to pick up that Spectre as well. Getting 2, in fact, one for herself and one for her teammate Ratatouille. So off the back of that, things just fall apart for the side of Team Zol. And you know, I like that Kohabi expected this, was able to pre-prepare for it, and being able to get that kill onto Capricious was the round-winning condition for the side of SMG. But right now, it is going to be an eco for Zol, as scores are the same, and Kamiyu holds the line. The show, despite the boombot coming her way, will TP out though before it connects, and we'll stay alive.
Just for one more second, but wow, look at this re-peek! Getting 2 off the bat, now a 3rd! Oh my gosh, she's gonna do it all into him. They are like sweating bullets right now, and they're still holding from outside of garden, trying to push forward. It's gonna be like a happy deflace. SMG, what are you gonna do? They want to clear her out, but they're not aware of Best coming in from above. No, go Ivy, she's gone. Envious tries to spray it, but no. All the classics, all the headhunters, all those bullets just go towards her.
Wow. Let's take a look at that again. You know, 1 I can understand, 2 maybe, but 3 is just atrocious. 3 bullets in the headhunter, 3 kills for Kamiyu. And again, this is the potential of the chamber here, really. You know, you call them a sentinel, but that man, Mr. Vincent Fabron from France, is definitely a duelist, because that's the kind of damage you can have. 2 chambers go off huge in 2 consecutive rounds just for the opposite team, and just like that, Zoe, they managed to retake the lead here. Kamiyu as well, able to invest in that operator, is going to be huge heading into this particular one. And look at the ults for the players from Zol here. They're all so close to stabilizing. Sorry, materializing.
And this is truly, Zach, like, what a 3rd map between the 2 teams. Both of them want to go forward in this tournament so bad, and you can see it, you can feel it, that it goes back and forth, neck and neck, and still SMG now playing against the back foot. They have to find a way to recover. 2 hero vandals. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Look at how Zol are holding this. It's almost as if they're aware, holding the exact positions that SMG would push.
I mean, right now, there's so much utility in that on the side of these, that side of the defenders have right now. The Haunt not really gonna, oh, never mind, it does find value here. Kohabi and Ratatouille is off the back of that Remy with the Stimmy, able to find 2 picks there, aggressing into site. Mia, the last player on site right on the flash, doesn't quite connect, and Mia able to swing out and connect both of those shots. He's right now still heading out for more, but gets a little bit so greedy. MBS will shut that down, but the HP for these players are so low right now. Just 1 head on the shot or 1 right back, honestly, will take them out. A sliver of the shoulder is what Kamiyu sees when Envious tries to move over, but yet the pick goes in their favor. The flash is good, and the Tulis through the blind still gets the kill. It's all down to just Tara here. There is the time running out as well, like you said, Quack, and it's going to be Rosie with no idea of the position of this particular player. Tara has circled back around towards Yuha, and will be able to find the headshot. The Thrifty coming through off the back of those 2 hero vandals, and what a roller coaster this game is, Quack. Every single round has been not what you'd expect at all. Like, look at this.
Ring around the Rosie, but this is my playground, says Tara. Just the way that, loving that picture-in-picture as well from our production team, but wow, Rosie really tried everything possible. Mia with a double spray down, but it's just SMG. They don't get phased by these moments.
Yeah, it is going to be the tour de force invested in right now. And again, the economy, it keeps shifting back and forth because of these thrifties that keep getting converted. Right now, not much in the bank for the side of Team Zol, though they do have Kamiyu with that tour de force here. She is going to be watching the right side as well, because quite often you do see it being not really put in towards the right side. The pistol will be used to break the Trailblazer, not giving away information that the tour de force is going to be playing towards this angle. The flash, though, is going to catch Kamiyu out, and she won't TP out, so that's going to be the first pick coming through for Team SMG here. Capricious being hit by this Nightfall is going to be really low HP as well. Is going going to be able to clean up both of these kills. A lovely execute onto this A side, and all down to just Rosie here. Does have that sheriff, but is not going to really find anything because Envious will just connect this straight through the smoke. And SMG, they regain the lead here. But let's talk about that push towards showers. Even though it's an eco round, SMG, they're so traumatized by being ecoed by Zol that they invest that Nightfall to just get showers control and be sure that the round converts at the end.
Yeah, it's almost as if they reverse engineered this hit. They knew that that's how Zol would hold, and that is why they spent so much effort, so many resources just to take control over showers. That's how you want to take the A site, because if you leave showers alone, that's a potential avenue of entry for the retake off the opposing team. SMG are doing a great job right now, and they can keep this up. They're slowly starting to find that momentum again, Zach, and I'm getting nervous.
I am too for this title Soul, but yeah, like you mentioned, SMG, they also have that showstopper to work with for Ratatouille's. Best has one of her own though, and again, Capricious and Mia are just both one away from their respective O's. That might be something to watch out for in this particular round as well. And SMG, you know, they're taking it slow. They're getting that initial information, causing a little bit of pandemonium. Best force off the angle. We'll try to peek into it. 17 HP left on her name. Pops the showstopper saying, don't come near me, so get away from me. But oh my god, what a way to go. It's the satchel from Ratatouille that does her in, and now it's going to be possibly a showstopper of their own if they don't check this corner. Capricious getting 3, ending up 4 does the ace. Will it be happening? No, it doesn't. It's all up to Kohaibi in this 1v2. 18 HP left on her name. Is inside 2, and even if Mia hadn't caught her out, I think that Boombot would have. But again, these rounds, Quack, I can't take it. My heart is giving out. Wow.
There's no other word. It's just wow. The blast pack to kill off, but then Capricious pulls off a stunt like this. This is, when I say star power, this is what I talk about. Coaches can always find ways to analyze and predict rounds and plan and strategize around rounds, but when you have one player that just disrupts everything with their plays alone, that's what happens. She turned away, playing some kind of an anti-flash for a second, and it allowed her to do just that.
A lovely round from Zol, and again though, SMG this time around, they're looking in for a quick hit. Kohaibi leading the charge with this ultimate, this tour de force there. Will be forced off the angle though with the flash. The Hop not gonna really find any value as it. I think the lineup missed a little bit, but yeah, it is still B-long control that has been taken by these players from SMG. The rotation with the spike is coming through as well towards Hookah, and I like how Zol have just left Hookah open. They're like, yeah, we'll retake the side, just try to hold on so long and maybe get a pick or two before you fall back. Best is going to be in this corner though. I don't know if it's a bait coming in from the side of Rosie there, but the swing is perfect, and they get 2 kills before Envious manages to find one of her own. Pops the stim beacon to get away without too much more damage, but again, they haven't checked Hookah with that. I believe it was, never mind. Yeah, there was no utility there either. Usually you see a trademark, and off the back of that, they have this B side. And it's just going to come down to Camus and Capricious to hold on to this round here somehow.
Spike planted.
They do have that 9-fold for this retake, but I'm not sure if that's going to be quite enough.
In fact, it might just hit 2 players and 2 players only. Tara holding from Hookah might just be the difference maker right here. Haunt gets sent just to clear out Garden, so now they know it's probably Hookah, maybe Elbow, and then the showstopper gets popped, but no, Camille just sprays it down all the way through. Tara has to do it all, but no, not enough health, and she cannot sustain the damage from Capricious.
You know, usually when you hear the words fire in the hole, your instinct is to run away, but Camille just runs into the players from Elbow there, and is able to connect both of those headshots. Crucial round coming in for the side of Soul as they manage to take the lead. I like this aggression towards Long despite the trades coming in really quickly, and despite being at a woman disadvantage, it is still going to be Camille who manages to get the round in the pocket for the side of Team Zol. Meraki, who find double digits off the back of that, I believe. Only 3 rounds away from shutting SMG out, and they managed to also build up their eco a little bit. Both teams though, whoever loses this one, they're gonna be pushed into a little bit of force buy, I believe.
And that's the problem facing us right now. In fact, SMG needs it a little bit more. You should still be able to buy back up though.
I've got your trail.
See the momentum being shifted back and forth again. SMG just deciding to go for a quick push now this time. They have showers, they have the site, and all they need to do is to keep Zol on the other side of the site.
Yeah, Best does decide to play aggressive, but gets punished for it. However, that orbital strike being invested is going to do almost nothing to these players from the side of SMG. Unfortunately, Kamiyu though pushing off the back of this utility. The retake is so immaculate from the side of Zol. It's all up to just Envious, who went fishing on the lurk. No ultimate available, no volley lineup either. And at this juncture, I think she's just gonna be choosing to save the gun.
Oh,
But you know, that was a 4v5 retake, Quack, and it was so fast. Like, it went like a blitz. They immediately push into U-Haul, get those 2 picks, and again, Kamiyu, the IGO, the chamber, the leader. Wow.
This is such a big problem now, Zach. Score is 9-11. Zol on the cusp of reaching match point. We've seen this before. SMG. They have to come back in. And this all happens at the hands of one player, Rosie with the Rolling Thunder, Kamiyu to push out, the IGL, the duelist, she does it all. And it completely stops SMG's post-plant. Like, it's not even Envious's fault that she's trying to fish for lurkers. There was no way that she could have known her entire team would have disappeared off the map in the matter of a second.
Exactly, and it was so fast. Like you mentioned, that Rolling Thunder coming in huge for Rosie. And of course, you know, I understand if they find 1 or 2, but honestly, it just shows to a little lack of planning from SMG, or maybe they thought they had more time before that particular ultimate hit. But again, the positioning from Zol on that particular one has to be noted as well. 2 players towards the backside, just waiting, because they knew that the orbital strike as well as the Seekers were online for the side of SMG. They completely dodged that particular ult, and again, the coordination on the retake, like you mentioned, it was the Rolling Thunder, but more than that, it was the orbital strike to push off players and clear out one side of the map. The other was taken care of by the Rolling Thunder. So a 2-pronged ult push coming in, and just like that, it is going to be Zol, who are 2 rounds away from eliminating SMG. It does look like there's going to be enough in the tank for 1 more buy for the side of Team SMG here, who are desperately trying to make it work. There is going to be some pressure towards Xeaora, but this is just them trying to sell a fake here, as the spike itself is going towards this B-long area.
Still holding, though. And that's why B-long is good as well, because they would have the option then to take the teleporter through towards outside showers if they need to. Trying to find some kind of a pick, some kind of a weakness, an opening in Zol's defense, but look at how Zol are positioned. Look at how they're moving. Not that much, Zach. They're not giving anything up to SMG.
Yeah, they're just happy to wait it out. I think that Capricious did spot out the tip of Ratatouille's head. That Haunt is going to confirm that there are still players towards this B side here. And off the back of that, the Prowler isn't going to find anything, but nevertheless, they are aware of the possibility that their SMG hit is coming in here, of all places. It is going to be the Stim Beacon invested, and everybody else running it down here. 3 players from Zol on their way. Kamiyu finding the first, getting the second as well before finally being shut down. Capricious towards his backside, still being a menace as well. As the rotation comes in, it's all down to just Tara. Walks into the elbow, but she does have the spike, but with 12 seconds left, I don't think there's anything that she can do here. Quack knows her position as well, being caught out by the Haunt, and it's going to be Best pushing forward, finding that last kill, and all of a sudden things are falling apart for SMG. It's collapsing right now, and just the holds coming in from Zol, they are so immaculate.
Just unbelievable. This is unbelievable. You have the off angle, and SMG are starved for information. They have no choice but to just push out that way, and it's so punishing. There's nothing they could do unless they pre-fire the corner somehow, whatever it is, but it did not happen. And Zol sprayed their way to victory. It's match point now, and SMG going in with a half buy.
Yeah, they've scraped together the bottom of the barrel here. The one hope that they do have those 2 rifles, but more than that, they also do have that Nightfall from Tara almost available. As for the side of Team Zol here, they are, despite being so close to victory, the discipline from these players is unbelievable. They're not, peeking. They're not fishing for too much information here. They're happy to wait it out. And at this point, Capricious will be the one to almost get the tap onto Ratatouille's here. The Pain Shell's trying to push her off that angle, but nevertheless not going to be doing much in the way of damage. With 1 minute left on the clock, SMG, they're still in this default position. Finally, though, it does seem like they're going to be aggressing towards short here. That Prowler is going to give away some information, and Bess hasn't moved the muscle, still holding down the Shower's angle. Gets two somehow. This is slowly falling apart right now for SMG. Just 3 players left right now. It is going to be the Satchel coming into Bess, still holding strong. It's all down to just 1 player, but Tara, she's not able to do anything, and just like that, Meraki, 6 maps in the day. They're going to be moving on in this lower bracket, and unfortunately, this is the end of Game Changers for this year for SMG. What a game though, Quack.
Such a tremendous victory. Just absolutely insane. The way that they were able to hold, the way that they were able to find the wind beneath their wings in that final few rounds. It was back and forth at the start of the second half. But after a while, Zol just figured out how to hold the defense, how to push back SMG, making use of those off angles, making use of utility to find information, and the discipline just to not push out that much, I think.
Exactly, and just the crossfires that were being held constantly by these players on that B side, and of course the way they were retaking, their retakes were so quick. Like the spike goes down 5 seconds later, the retake comes in, and SMG, they just were not prepared for it. And it showed, because especially, you know, like you mentioned initially, the teams, there were a lot of back and forth, a few thrifties coming in for either side. But after that win, after Kamiyu being able to get those headhunter shots, SMG just could not persevere forward, and unfortunately that's going to be the end of them.
Well, you know what? We're going to let our panelists break that down even further and possibly go for an interview with one of the players. But Mika and Key, I can't do this anymore. I'm too sad. You guys are going to take over.
Oh no, Quack! It's okay, but you know, I do have to give it to Zol Meraki. They sealed their spot in our top 4 for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. And we were talking about this key. Both of these teams performed so well under pressure, but Zol Meraki, did you see that second half of Bind? The way that they really just kept their calm all throughout, even though SMG, they were actually just waiting for SMG to make mistakes, which they did towards the later half.
Sorry. Okay, so
he was speechless
between
for
the
a bit.
two teams, yeah, we're quite speechless. With Zol and Meraki, we're talking about them being like team players, like all 5 playing together as a team. But in the second half, it was heroics from the various players that we actually saw that shone through. It was Capricious, it was Bess, it was also Chamber. Oh my god, I'm lost for words right now. Because they just tore SMG up, and I think that SMG were trying to go together, and you can see it in the highlights, because SMG were trying to play together, and they were so successful at the first part of the second half, but all of a sudden Zol just found a limit to break.
Exactly,
and they just started finding the kills. It was Kamiyu that was starting to break out of her shell and was starting to find those nasty headshots with the headhunter as well, and was just so crazy from Zol. We did not see that from them in the past 2 maps. The heroics weren't really, it was never about a one-man show. It was never about, oh, one person's gonna pop off wildly, but 3 of them popped off in that second half. It was crazy.
And you mentioned Capricious. That was, I think, the closest ace that we've seen so far here in Game Changers APAC Elite, with I think just 18 HP on Tara. This is the one. This is it. I think there was just 18 HP left on Tara, the only remaining enemy standing, and that would have been an ace. Capricious did so well. You're absolutely right. All of these girls on Zol Meraki did so well. And on the side of SMG, I'm sad to say, it became a little bit. You started to see them make more and more mistakes as the rounds progressed, and you could even kind of feel them underestimate Zol a little bit. I kind of felt that as they would do their entry, they kind of like, you know, bypassed a lot of the plays that Zol were setting up, and I feel like if they maybe didn't underestimate Zol too much, they would have caught on.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's just underestimating or just trying to keep you know when you're trying to do too many things in Valorant, like when you're playing your ranked games, sometimes when you want to win, you really just try to do a lot of things, and I think that's what SMG looked like they were trying to do towards the end of the game. They were just trying to force their way in, especially on the attacking side, and because of that, they just could not pull it out.
Yeah, it's incredible, for Meraki. Let's remind everybody that Meraki has been playing since the start of this day. So they have almost been playing for 12 hours at this point. I think just a couple more. Thankfully, they're done for the day, and they have sealed their spot in our top 4. It's going to be really interesting now that they have a little bit of time to regroup what strategies they'll have planned. And when we resume APAC Elite next week. But in the meantime, I do have to, this team really won me over from the start. I was like, oh, okay, this team, they got some moves, but I don't think they can, Team SMG, we know them, okay, they got this. And then suddenly you're
It's development, right? Like, it's really the development of the teams. I think we saw that last year with the current Bren roster. They were TC Arise, and last year TC Arise was where Zol Meraki is at now. TC Arise was one of those teams who kind of will show up in the playoffs once in a while, and then all of a sudden they will just bow out in 6th to 8th place potentially, and then all of a sudden Bren is your number 2, number 3 team in APAC, and then Zol Meraki, same thing for the start of the year. They were like, oh yeah, they made the playoffs, but they're not gonna make it that far. Usually the first or second team eliminated, and then now they're top 4. What a great advancement, great improvement for the team.
Exactly. I realized, I held my hands up, and you guys couldn't see it just because of the framing, but I held my hands up because it's amazing how this team evolved from just a few hours ago to now. I really wonder what went on and how this team, definitely changed the way they play. Let's actually bring on, I think we have Capricious on the line from Zol Meraki and see how this team is celebrating. Capricious, congratulations to you and the rest of Zol Meraki. You guys have sealed top 4 here on VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. So we have to ask, you guys have been playing since the start of the day. How are you feeling right now? How was that? 6 games in a row.
Oh, we're so tired. We slept at 5 a.m. I think earlier because we played 5-man yesterday. Yeah, I know it's a bad decision we made yesterday. We slept at 5 a.m. Now we're so tired.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm just very in awe at what you guys did on map number 3, especially. I think a lot of you had a lot of those multi-kill plays, just getting so many triple kills across the board. It was you, it was everyone in the team just finding hero plays. What was going on in your heads, and how is the team reacting? Was there a big confidence boost coming in from you girls? Like Camille, for example, with a headhunter, she had a really nasty flick with a headhunter there.
Oh, how did we react? Because we got eco last round, right? Before that, so when Camille killed 3, we were so hyped, and they were shouting while Camille was getting picks. So I had to calm them down. Wait, calm down. The round isn't done yet. So yeah, they were so hyped up. Yeah.
Capricious, I'm really curious. You had what was possibly the closest ace that we've seen so far here at APAC Elite. Can you let us know what was going through your head at that time? You were positioned in a really great spot, and then suddenly you see Team SMG come down. What was going through your head?
I was like, I'll just bait my teammate, and I wanted to ask for her flash, but it was so long, and so I just had to bait her, and I think it's a good trade though.
You just went for it. That's amazing. Who was dancing behind you, by the way?
Who's dancing?
Monster.
Camille.
No one wearing the monster.
Camille.
Oh, it's Camille.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
You deserve it. Well, you guys can definitely dance later and celebrate. Congratulations to you guys. You get the top 4. Please get some rest. You guys deserve it.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Well, there you have it. Definitely in high spirits. I cannot believe that they stayed up until 5 a.m. Oh my gosh.
What are you doing? Grinding, studying? We won't know. But, that's super secret strats for Zol. Of course, they were able to still pull it off and win 2 series today. And there will be another team that will have to go through 2 series today. And I really feel for these teams.
Me too. Especially as it is currently, around 10 or 9 p.m. at around our time. So we're gonna see how long the series goes. I am prepared to see this through because these are two very exciting teams. It's gonna be Orangutan versus Bren Victress right after this quick break.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Hi guys, so I'm Vikas Achar and everybody knows me as Sway. I'm the IGL and captain of Orangutan Female, and I also play the duelist role in this team. I think it would be Japibs. Like she cracks the most jokes in the team, according to me. I feel everyone's pretty funny in my team, but so the second most funniest would be Casper. They're like almost equal. Me in Singapore, because of the time difference, usually I'm the first one that I would practice, but yeah. I think everyone sings a lot in this team, so I guess Japibs and Casper, even Kachao. Oh yeah, by the way, Kachao sings during clutches, so there's that. I've gotten a team with more like-minded individuals with the same goal and also who are pretty skilled. because of the arrival of the LAN tournament. I feel like the girls are more serious and actually have made this like their career this time. So personally, I feel that my focus has increased into the professional gaming thing. I am more interested in making this my career now, as the GC scene has been like flourishing a lot. I've gotten such good opportunities, so I've been definitely lucky this year. That basically happened because like Casper has been going through some health issues. So we wanted someone who was at par and who had the same level of experience and knowledge about the game, and nobody could be a better option than Oreo. So that's why we got her in. Oh, definitely to win the entire thing. That's our expectations, and our goals are always the highest. For myself would be to be in my best form, also to guide the team properly. So basically I have this ball and I have a few exercises because like I want to keep the health of my hand. It's really important for us gamers who spend so much time on the PC. So what I do is, there are a few exercises that my physiotherapist told me. This one and this one. And then there's this ball, this is stress ball, which I squeeze. Really gets the blood flowing and all. And then this is for my wrist strength. I think it would be Jing, because I love his personality as well as his gameplay. And I really like the way he talks. Like he's very soft-spoken and stuff. And also his witty humor. We treat every team equally, and I feel like since we are gonna go against everyone, they're all our rivals equally. I think diverse, since we're like from 3 different countries, 4 actually, with the addition of Oreo, dedicated. I really want to improve myself to a level where I'm not only just a good game changers player, I'm also a good player in general. So that's how much I want to improve myself. Keeping my health in check, watching words, doing my routines and everything. I go to the gym. I love walking, love playing badminton. I also love playing chess. Most of my day is just Valorant, so yeah. I think our region right now is still doing really good, and we've actually gathered a lot of attention from the other regions towards our region because of the players and all the skill that the players possess. I feel that we are constantly evolving. Even though it's 1 slot this year, we will prove ourselves and we will have more slots maybe the next year. It's always good to be content with what you have, and let's hope we get more in the future by proving ourselves. I want to say that no matter what team qualifies for Berlin, I really hope we give our best and we prove ourselves, like our region APAC, leave a print on the world map. That's what I would like to say.
Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Welcome back. You're watching VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, and you have me, MikaFabs, joined by Marky on our virtual panel desk. And right now, we are going to head into our final series of the day, which is going to be Orangutan versus Bren Victress. First off, I gotta start by commending the Bren ladies with their earlier match. This is one of the most aggressive teams, and we saw exactly why in that match. A 2-0 versus Rising Hope, and now it's their Hope rising to grab a spot on our top 4. But now, Kia, there is a big, scary primate standing in their way.
Yeah, so actually I want to point out there's so many Filipino players in this tournament and in the lower bracket. Today we're seeing them all. Orangutan, Bren, Zol, Meraki, and even Rising Hope. It was all a lot of Filipino talent really showing up here. Of course, Orangutan is a bit more of a mixed team, but Bren, Zol, and Rising Hope all pretty much fully Filipino teams, and it's just such a sight to behold. Between Bren and Orangutan, also really exciting to watch because these two teams are going to be absolutely amazing. Without further ado, of course, we'll be introducing Bren and Orangutan.
I'm really excited for this matchup, Key, because we just saw how much firepower both Orangutan and then Bren Victress have, and it's gonna be really exciting to see all of these matchups, all of these head-to-heads, and all of this firepower coming into this one series.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one, and between these two teams, it's really for the whole day. Actually, it's such a travesty that we're seeing so many teams eliminated today. And between Bren and Orangutan, Orangutan is one of those teams as well that has been here in the middle of the circuit. They've reassembled. They found their way. They found a team, and they're really hitting their stride now. And I think it was Sway that was saying that she's been able to find other like-minded individuals to join her and really squad up. And you could tell. I mean, if you're following their Twitter, they're all just like joking around, like trolling each other. Actually, I think that the whole circuit, actually, the whole scene, they're quite wholesome. Everyone's just commenting on each other's posts and everything. It's just such a sight to behold. So these two teams are definitely friends as well, because some of them have been ex-teammates as well. Japips and Kachao, they know the Bren girls very, very, very closely. It's very familiar for them as well. And really seeing the head-to-head here will be a testament to whether Bren are still strong, like they've shown the whole circuit long, or whether Orangutan have finally found a way to get even better and transcend that ceiling that they've been having this whole time.
Exactly. And then, as you mentioned, this whole scene is very wholesome, and it's kind of like, all of these ladies really just pushing each other to the limit, because that's where all of them, everybody, the whole scene is going. Right now, we're seeing our player head-to-head, Zinni versus Casper. And earlier, we did see Bren Victress play, and we know that Zinni is just an amazing controller. In their map, in their face in Breeze, using utility to control the site, but also she doesn't need utility because she's an excellent fragger.
Yeah, it's just they're just all of them are actually so good. But you're right, like you don't need the utility sometimes, especially if your fundamentals are great. And we're starting to see an increase of that. There used to be very, very few players that you would like be able to count maybe in two hands, like players that will consistently give you multi kills over and over again last year. And I think that this year that's completely changed because the players have all gotten better. Like it's not just Eneri and Kohibi anymore in the top two. There's so many players that are challenging that. We're seeing that in Alexi, we're seeing that in Zinni, we're seeing that in so many players showing up. Capricious can hold off on her own as well. It's just everyone is getting better, and who is the best in this circuit right now, that's the one that remains to be seen, and that's what we need to find out. And right now, this is a battle for 4th place again, a battle to be in the top 4, not 4th place, but top 4 between
Don't
Bren
jinx
Victress
it.
and
No,
Orangutan.
don't reveal the script. Don't reveal the script, okay? But yes, we are going into our maps right now. It's gonna be Bren picking out Haven, Orangutan picking Ascent, and our decider gonna be Icebox. I would say that Orangutan maybe are like, a little bit happy with this, but just because Ascent and Icebox do happen to be two of their best maps. And Bren, of course, as well on Haven, being that being their map pick. I'm thinking though, with the amount of firepower that we saw from Bren earlier, though, Tash and Donut earlier called them the lawnmower strategy. Just go for it.
Yes.
And just how they played so aggressively and almost fearless plays. You saw how Twirly would just dive into the side, just without abandon, and just really create all of that space for the team. And on the other side, Orangutan, they are a very momentum-based team because they have Sway as their IGL, and Sway is their duelist as well, which means that, once Sway goes in, the rest of the team has to keep up with her pace.
Yeah, it's really a big difference between the two teams. But what I also wanted to point out was Bren were the queens of Split. Like, the whole year, Split was one of their map
Press
picks.
F,
And you couldn't ban both
peace.
Split. You couldn't ban both Split and Ascent from them. And because of that, they used to be able to get away with either one of their map picks. And because of that, now the map picks are completely different. Now they have to go for Haven. Now they have to go for maps that possibly weren't their best or aren't their best because they don't have that two strong map picks anymore. There's also a change with Mikasi not being in the roster anymore. Twirly has to be in that starting roster. So while it's not completely different because they were running a 6-person roster, it removes one element from Bren Victress, which was the adaptability or being able to sub a player in, and I think that makes a difference actually.
I think so as well. And right now, going into our Asian select, we're seeing Sway ever sticking with the Neon, favorite of hers. So we're definitely gonna expect her to be leading the charge on the side of Orangutan, though. I am very excited to see Twirly back on the Jet as she was earlier, just because she was almost an artist, I feel like, on the Jet from the series against Rising Hope earlier. And, Shirazi was also another player that I definitely had my eyes on playing the Chamber earlier, but definitely so sharp and so precise with her shots. So I feel like if Bren can keep up what they had earlier today, then I think they're good. But Orangutan, again, coming in very, very fresh. So we're gonna see who takes this final series of the day here at VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. Let's throw it up over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Mika, for that breakdown along with Key. You are right about this, and this is going to be, I think, one of the most close series that we've seen. And we've seen a lot of them over the course of the day, right, Quack?
Definitely a lot. The previous one was so close, but it is what it is. Meraki, incredible job. Here we are, though. It's going to be Orangutan versus Bren, and kind of like the panel mentioned, it's going to be these comfort picks, these compositions that they've gone for, and we're gonna have to see how the different duelists kind of duke it out against each other.
Definitely, but aside from the duelists, like of course, both the players have proven themselves, Twirly as well as Sway. What I'm interested in for Orangutan is that they haven't unveiled the sixth member of their roster quite yet. Is she going to be their secret weapon heading into the next couple of matches? Because Oreo, she hasn't made her debut. Yeah, it is going to be Casper, and of course, not that Casper is anything to scoff at. In fact, I would say that hands down, she is one of Orangutan's most strong players on that controller role, always in those clutch situations, and she is always willing to show up huge there.
She really, really is, and that's something sometimes that you really need coming into such a game as well. But you know what? We're starting out on Haven, Bren on the defense, but they're pushing out mid.
Ooh, a little bit of aggression being shown right off the bat. Not finding anything though, so they are going to be falling back a little bit. As for Orangutan though, they are fishing, for lack of a better word. It is going to be off the back of that paranoia, a possible push coming in, but nothing really. Yeah, never mind. They do catch sight of the player, but that paranoia is going to be used, and that's going to be one less key piece of utility available for this retake. Twirly, though, like you mentioned, already having pushed out towards this window. Either because the push is going to be coming towards this A side here.
They just crept up, and now they get this plant. The spike with the shock dart. What? It actually kills Ka-Chow just because she could hear where it was being planted. Even taking a shot through the smoke. Bren, how are they doing this?
Still kills both through the smoke down though, but the push from CT is going to be stopped in its tracks for a second at least. Casper and Juppy was able to really get those frags, but that pull only lasts for so long, and off the back of that, I think the flame kicks in as well to make things worse. And Bren, they managed to get the site, but that was just lovely. They've really put their research in, because Orangutan, they like to go in for this particular spot, and it seems like Ali was aware of that. Goes for those shock darts. It's a good reward that she got for that investment. Doesn't take the planter down, but nevertheless, that is going to be one less player for Orangutan, and off the back of that, they win that pistol. Despite getting the plants, no force spike coming in for the side of Orangutan. Only two what are those called again? Frenzies left to work with though. Yeah, but aside from that, things are looking a little bit rough on this particular anti-eco right now for them. Right off the bat though, they're going to be possibly running it down towards mid.
Wow. But still, Bren are prepared for this. Look at how they're peeking in and out of cover just to duel against the OG players. Chloe, though, able to take out one, but she's low HP as well. Twirly able to dash in towards her. A bit of a collateral, kind of with the frenzy, not quite. Still just the better guns that win in this death matchup around. And just, sometimes you gotta check to see if your crouch key works. And yeah, good. All right, it's working.
I mean, I don't blame her. Xeaora had every single chance to get that kill, but just not able to connect the classic shots. And just like that, Bren managed to find 2. OG do manage to take down 2 players with those frenzies, so that is at least something to... That goes in their favor over the course of this bonus round. Bren not really opting to buy in for that additional firepower, so it is going to be a pure bonus coming in. Orangutan with the full buy. This time around looking for that C come in, but again, the quick push coming in from Twirly. Jumpy's playing in this close angle though. Will find one, but the trade is quick and the spike is going to be dropped as well. Casper spraying through the smoke, trying to get the pick onto Zini, who is so low, and they do manage to do that. Alexi though catching sway on the lurk, and again, things are back down to a 3v3 here. Ali on the push as well from A. We'll hear the player running towards her, and this fight, it's going to decide possibly the course of the round. Checks the corner and does manage to get the kill. I like that, because I was like, wait a minute, that's a player, and does get the headshot. Just like that, Orangutan, they do have A side except for Alexi here. Oh no, 2v2 now.
Well, the imposter was found, and now onto the site we go. 2 on 2. How do they approach this? They could go in for that split approach, one from long, one from short, but if they peek in together, that could give them a numbers advantage, dueling out against the OGT players as well. That's what they're opting for at the very least, with a little bit of support from the Concuss, and that leaves Chloe all alone, isolated, and dealt with.
A lovely thrifty, or not thrifty, but more of a bonus coming in for the side of Bren. You know, that first 1-for-1, 2-for-2 trade was lovely, but what really clutched them around, I think, was, you know, being able to find sway on the lurk there towards mid. That was a rifle that was picked up and just going huge there. Look at this, Alexi gets that gun towards the end, and that 2v2 retake as well. The fact that the fact that the trigger discipline from Alexi was there towards sewers, gets that pick, waits for her teammate to regroup, and does manage to convert the round. It leaves the players from the side of OG in a little bit of confusion as to where the retake is going to be coming from. They weren't ready for that at all. And just like that, Bren, they convert the bonus and find 3.
And that is such a big win as well, because OGT just cannot do anything this round at all. They've got some sheriffs, they got the Spectre, one Marshal to kind of mark down C-Long, I guess. I mean, it is sway after all, but still. On paper, this should be Bren's round to win, but if you got Chloe just peeking into Garage that way, crouching and then taking off Twirly's head, just one head off the Hydra, you just might be able to win this round, but Shirazi answers back.
4v4 right now, and this upgrade, I think Chloe is just waiting to see if anyone else is going to try and push forward to prevent her from taking it. There is that Phantom available for the taking, but right now Orangutan, they're playing it patiently here. They want to try and get perhaps one more pick before they try to commit towards the side. Casper trying to trade out Sway, does spot out Shirazi yet again, but Shirazi is still going to be able to hold strong here. That recons are not really catching anything either, but Jamis does with a shot. Zini's position on this logs, the 1 HP left to her name, TP's away, stays alive, and Casper with the sheriff is able to connect the shot. Yeah, in the meantime, towards Garage, Chloe's patience pays off as she gets that pick. It's all down to just Alexi here, who gets spotted out by that turret to boot. So that's going to be some information that Orangutan have, that the push is coming in from Garage, possibly the smoke being invested by Casper off the back of that. Ali now in this 1v2. The crossfire between these players can prove to be devastating here. We'll hear the spike, we'll hear the dart being broken from sight here, but does not know where the other player is. And Ali, block a second, gets the first kill onto Casper, but 33 HP left on her. The shot dart being invested towards the spike of all things. Interesting tactic there. Chloe though with the Spectre is going to go huge, getting 3 on the round, and what an eco that was for OG.
Definitely a very smart way for OG to approach the round, but it's also towards the end of that, having Chloe to just wrap around the back of sight. See, the thing about that crossfire is if you're too close to the box, you're going to get spotted out first, and that's something that Ali used to her advantage, finding Casper in the duel. So what Chloe does instead is to just go back around, making use of that time, that chaos, while Ali was distracted. Now, next round though, we are bought back fully.
Sway already taking a lot of space down towards the short area. Ali will hear the commotion down there and is trying to jiggle this corner, trying to take this 1v1, but you know, with Twirly being on top as well with that Blade Storm will be allowed to fall off that angle and go for that long control instead. Right now, Orangutan, they look like they do want to commit towards this A side here, while two of their players mark for a mid push. However, though, this particular time, Bren is not going to be getting aggressive. They're just going to be waiting for Orangutan to walk into whichever side they choose to commit to, which again does seem to be A here. Sway walking up. They're gonna cross each other. Oh, it is going to do. I thought the Blade Storm was going to miss, I'll be honest, but Twirly manages to get the last shot and picks up that upgrade as well. And Orangutan, just like that, they're going to be down one player, and that too, it's going to be Sway who's been instrumental in leading the charge as their Neon so far.
So you have one avenue of entry already blocked off. You hear that chamber somewhere around as well.
Oh, no.
You don't really know where else to go. C probably not the best option any longer. They continue to push into garage though, just because the Nebula blocks off Shirazi, and that just might give them the sight. But take a look at how Zinni's anchoring this down. The paranoia sent through. Shirazi continues to get yet another, and then the support from Logs. All that's left is going to be Japips, and she's down to 50 HP. The spike gone. 10 seconds left, and not before Shirazi just swings into it. A clean headshot. No problem.
Today the Chamber Headhunter has just been going bonkers across every single map so far. These players are in it to play, and Shirazi, like you mentioned, going huge. 2 with the Tour de Force, 1 with the Headhunter, and just that hold by Zinni, I believe, on the side. That paranoia buying so much time for the rotation rush from Shirazi to come over and back her up. Bren are taking the lead slowly but surely, and yet again it's going to be an eco run coming in for Orangutan, but they do have 4 ultimates to work with here, Quack. That might be what they need to close out this Thrifty again.
Not quite sure if they can actually make it work though. Going in towards garage this way. Previously they did it on the A side, but now similar play to what we just saw. One difference being that Zinni is playing so far back. They know that there are 4 ultimates. They are throwing caution not to the wind, but they're being very aware of it. So possibly setting up for a retake instead is Bren Esports.
The jump peek from Zinni is going to spot out Sway with the Marshall, who's still willing to aggress here. So again, I like how Zinni puts down the smoke so she can play onto side. 4 players from Orangutan right now are going to be on there already, but Twirly is going to be the one to find the first blood within all of these smokes. The confusion is real, but still Bren are coming out on top here. The most awkward spray ever, but it's okay. The classic comes out and she still finds value. It's all up to Chloe, who's trying to find more than just the one that she already got. But this time around, she's not going to be allowed as Bren take a dominating lead here, 5-1, and if there ever was a time to call a timeout, Quack, this is it for OG.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But you can see that they are thinking about it. They are saving up these ultimates for a more valuable round, perhaps. I mean, this one could be something that breaks their bank one more time. So call out, there it is, being called. Gunner, the coach, probably discussing some way to make use of their ultimates because they got 4 of them, Zach.
Almost 5, in fact. Sway is only 1 away from that
right.
overdrive. Yeah, so this could be a round that Orangutan can completely win off the back of their ults if they decide to. But on the opposite side, it is going to be Shirazi investing in that operator right now. We saw how devastating she could be with that Tour de Force, and this is going to just throw another spanner in the works, possibly in the plans of Orangutan if they're not careful about it. However, though, you know, talking about how Bren are playing this, it's just really quick rotations coming in from the players as soon as, because they know Orangutan is a team that likes to go in for all or nothing. They're not like, for example, like Alter Ego, who like to rotate around really quickly. They like to commit, they like to wait it out and recommit if the hit doesn't go their way for the first time. So off the back of that, they're not afraid to rotate, and of course, just these quick trades coming in particular, Shirazi and Zinni being able to lock down that A side, Ali as well, along with Turley on that A side. I'm sorry, Zinni and Shirazi are on the T side, my bad. But both of these players, these 2 duos, are just able to hold these sides and not let them go very easily.
Yeah, it's just that anchor potential, but of course, Bren now trying different things. You can see that Alexi's trying to get a little bit adventurous towards middle, towards grass. OGT with the early round aggression towards A long, making their presence known, possibly calling out some rotations as well. But Bren are not biting into anything. They're just peeking out. They see that there's nothing middle. So again, both sides just pushing and pulling at each other.
Yeah, the tension is real right now. The OG players have regrouped towards mid, perhaps gearing up for either a B or a garage push here. And the first obstacle in their path is either going to be Alexi or Zinni. Zinni in particular, is going to be the first point of contact. Does put down a smoke, but the push still comes through. The Hunter's Fury off the back of that being invested. Does hit Sway already, gets the pick as well. Kachal was able to trade out though, and we're back to a 4v4 retake right now. They are going to try and take some garage control possibly, and Alexi is lying in wait for that exact possibility if they decide to go over. Chloe does also have her nano swarms on the spike, so that's going to make it even more difficult to defuse. Alexi popping that, does pop that aftershock, but the flash comes through too late from Kachao, and just like that, Ali is able to find two before Casper finally shuts it down. Ali able to defuse half the spike. Casper is still alive, but Casper still being able to close things out. It's gonna come down to a 1v1. Half the spike has been defused. Shirazi, but the operator peeks out, gets the shot, and the defuse will come through in time for Bren, but that round was so close. Casper in particular towards the end being able to find those kills and bringing it back down to a 1v1. What a round from Orangutan, who still, by the way, have almost all of their ults.
They hold all the cards. And speaking of cards, Zach, grab a hole puncher, put the card in, and if you're Shirazi, you hold the operator and you punch it just at the right time, just to get that defuse as well. I can't believe how far Bren Victress has thought about these rounds. You can see that so much of it is preemptive thinking because they set themselves in these positions where, all right, if OGT goes towards B, we're prepared for this. They have that smoke out towards middle as well. Right now, it's going to be the hit towards A, though, and it's going to be a fast one.
A little bit of a team clash there, but nevertheless, Sway is able to make contact with that overdrive, doing so much damage right now to, I believe it was Shirazi. Yeah, she takes a lot of damage. 24 HP left on her, and we're looking at a full 5-on-5 retake. Twirly in heaven does spot out a player moving so short, but is not quite able to connect the shot. They do have the Rolling Thunder to try and go for the retake, and perhaps that's why Orangutan are not really playing on site. 3 players towards long as well. That is going to be the breach out invested. The counter from Orangutan as well, but Twirly's shots are just getting better right now. This retake is brutal coming in. The recon spotting out Sway as well, and these last 3 players from the side of Bren are going to be able to find both these picks, and the retake is beautiful coming in. They have enough time to defuse as well, holding on to the operator, and everything is going in favor of Bren right now. 7-1. What an intimidating lead they're building up here, Quack.
It's really that much forward thinking. Again, I mean, I know Sway in her interview, she said that she loves playing chess, but Bren are playing the heck out of chess right now in this round of Valorant, because the way that they're approaching this, it's as if they knew. They hear that sound of the high gear and the overdrive coming in from Sway, different ultimates and different pieces of utility to give OGT control over a site. And all Bren really want to do is, all right, let's wait out her ultimate. Once it's gone, then we go in. We have the guns. They don't. Let's just take the duel to them once they run out of time, and that's really how they win out of these rounds. And again, they're catching them off guard. What is this push out of garage?
I think Orangutan are asking the same question, but Sway towards the other side of the map is able to find one of her own, so things are going to come back down to a 4v4, and off the back of that, they have the A side as well,
Chloe.
so Spike might come down, but Chloe on the flank, flanking the flanker, perhaps getting one, but turns away at the wrong time, still able to get the second, does still have that lockdown available, and Sway having picked up the op, we've seen her on that particular weapon before, how dangerous she can be. Orangutan finally finding things out, and Ali, just one unfortunate piece of utility away from her device, does toss and shotgun somehow, but it's so close right now. Oh my god, poor Ali, she just can't afford to peek at all considering the HP. In fact, one of these bullets, a stray bullet hits her, it's going to be it for the round. And I think Orangutan will be able to get their second. Ali gets taken down as well, just keeps just holding that window angle, and just like that, Bren, they did finally manage to lose one, but you know, you gotta talk about Sway there, right? The fact that she was able to get that first pick, push onto that A side, the fact that she was able to make the call that, okay, it does seem like there is gonna be a lot of mid persons coming in from Bren there. There's probably more than one, so we can just try to take a site and hold on to it, and her being able to get Shirazi despite having the operator is huge. A beautiful run from Orangutan.
I concur. She's such a unique player. Playing the Duelist, playing the Neon, but it's not just these plays as well. She goes in with an Operator. Usually you would see it on a Jet or something, but she does it on Neon, and it works so well with the mid-round calls. They make the right reads if they see Bren pushing on another part of the map. This time around, though, Bren not so aggressive, right? They're just holding forward positions, maybe some off angles here and there. They're afraid of this Cosmic Divide, and they are rightfully scared because of this push that goes through. Supported by Kachao, now Zini trapped inside of the corner. She's going to look for a couple more hits. Even sees the jump peek, gets the second, gets the third. A triple kill in the round, leaves a cold and alone, all inside this nebula. Space is something that you do not have. All she can do is to try to find some kind of an angle, some kind of a peek, but not before Casper sits its lights out.
Yeah, I feel really bad for Shirazi there, like just surrounded on all sides by Orangutan, who are finally waking up. It seems like, you know, this is a team that is known for their comebacks, Quack. I believe that, I think everybody at this point who has been watching VCT Game Changers APAC for a while will remember their Ascent game from 1-11 to overtime and winning it. And I think on Haven, this does seem to be a sign of the same, and of course Bren are going to be calling a timeout off the back of that because their economy is in a little bit of a rough position. They are going to be able to buy up on this particular round, but if they're not careful, they're going to be pushed into an eco on the next if they lose this one. So I think they just want to make sure that they have their plans ready to go. They do still have a massive lead, but you know, a 7-3 looks good. A 7-5, not so much.
Yeah, and that's why they want to hold on to this lead as much as they can, calling the timeout just to put an end to OGT's momentum. That said, though, you can really see that what OGT's players are trying to do is to get a read on how Bren are positioning themselves. If there's a push from one part of the map, be it C or Garage, the call is going to be hit A. If, however, Bren does not push that much, OGT knows, all right, they're playing passive. Let's go active. Let's push out. Let's be incredibly fast about this. So much so that Bren have no choice but to play catch up, and that's exactly what we saw just happen inside of Garage.
Yeah, the convergence was real there, and they're pretty close to Kachao's ult again this time around. So perhaps a rolling thunder might play this particular round. Yet again, a quick execute from Orangutan coming onto the C side, who they have figured out that Bren like to lead at least one of their sides for retake, and Sway is picking the right one every single time. That lockdown going to be invested by Chloe as well to get some additional time here. The spray through the smoke from the side of the Bren players not really connecting. But the flank from Swirly does spot out one. Can she get more? Yes, she does. God. Gets two for her trouble. Still aggressing with the help of the dash. But it's going to be Chloe who gets one. The flash manages to dodge it and gets a second as well. Just like that. It's all done with two remaining players for Bren. Make that not as Kachao finds two. Like I said, she has the Rolling Thunder, but that's going to be there for an extra. She doesn't need it with this time around. All she does need is that Vandal. And a lovely round coming in from Orangutan yet again. Kachao and Chloe both going huge. In fact, Chloe getting two there was probably the clincher on the round for them.
Couldn't agree more. This is, if you're Southeast Asian, you know what this is. It's the Quail Lapis, the multi-layered cake, but it's also the multi-layered defense coming in from OGT, right? They go in so fast, like you mentioned before, Zach. A great call by Sway just to hit the C site, and then you got three players plus Chloe, the last one, watching Dragon. But right now, similar call being made, and Bren are adapting to it. Shirazi off the top of the box, able to take out one player, and then Zini with the sight line smoke. It blocks out so much that OGT aren't quite sure if they should even commit towards this one site.
Yeah, so he's gonna be falling back. Does hold the angle for a while with the Vandal, but once that dark cover comes down, she really doesn't want to risk being accidented by the smoke. We've seen too many of those smoke criminal killers today. And in the meantime, though, look at Turley's position. She's managed to push all the way up towards window. Any kind of rotation is going to be caught out here if they make any sound. It does seem like they are going to be regrouping towards the A side, but never mind. Jumpies goes in for a peek towards mid, but unfortunately these two ultimates are making the round work for Bren right now. Both the Tour de Force as well as the Bladestorm finding so much value. It's all down to just Casper and Jumpies. Down to Casper and Chloe now in this 2v5. No ultimates to work with, and all they really have right now is Garage Control.
No, it's all not that much either.
30 seconds left.
The star being
One
recalled, the
enemy
shot being
remaining.
fired, and now the positions have been revealed. They know where it is. They even send the rolling thunder. Chloe, no, she still has a shot. Oh, gets only one. Flicks over onto the other side, and then Ali just snuffs her out. So 8-4 at the end of the first half, Zach.
I mean, it's not bad. 8-4 is pretty good, all things considered, because you know, Orangutan, they were on defense there. Sorry, they were on attack there, and I think that for them in particular on this particular map, I think their defense is just a little bit stronger in my opinion. They're able to like really string those rounds together. At least statistically, that might not be the story but from what I've observed in a lot of their matches, they can do it. But you know, let's have the host break that down for us.
And break it down we will. Thank you very much for that, for the Zahk and Quack attack. I think that's what we've nicknamed them so far. But Key, Bren here on a roll. I mean, their plays are pretty high risk, high reward, but it seems to be like they're reaping all of the rewards.
Yeah, they're reaping all the rewards on the attack side of the map nonetheless, and I think that this is the first time in, I guess, today that it feels like the script is making sense, because like we were saying on paper, I didn't want to say it for this series, but on paper Bren is the better team because of their achievements throughout the tournament, and Orangutan is of course the rising team, and we can see the difference there. But this is, I believe, Bren's pick after all, so this is going to be, I mean, it should go this way, right? That's what the script says, and so far that's what the script has been following. But of course we know that the script isn't a hard script. Like, you know, sometimes the actors just want to do improv, and we don't follow the script all the time. We don't follow the script most of the time, in fact. And I think that Orangutan, you can't count them out just yet. They have talented players. You can see that in the 4 rounds that they won, they were able to pull something out, a rabbit out of the hat. And for Bren to continue this, it's really a matter of consistency, whether they can still do that on the attacking side, or whether Orangutan will start figuring things out, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, I do want to point out as well that you know, Orangutan did put up a fight against Alter Ego yesterday, and that is no small feat to be able to bring the score that close to what is currently our favorite team to take the trophy home. However, it seems like they need to know how to redirect the momentum, because they are against that very momentum-based team, because Sway is their IGL. Once a roadblock comes up, because it seems like once that block comes up, they have a little bit of a struggle knowing which way to go.
Yeah, I think it's basically the mid-round annotations, like you mentioned. It's a matter of being able to switch directions, and I think that's not what we're seeing from Orangutan, right? They're quite, in their attacks, they're quite one-dimensional. They can't really adapt. We've seen other teams do that, like, oh, our duelist died, immediately switch to B side. We've already pulled our rotations. We're gonna have to see more of that from Orangutan on this defensive side.
Yeah. Well, you heard the director, guys. So it's okay. You don't have to stick to the script if you don't want to. Let's make Direct Key happy over here. Okay, lights, camera, action. We'll throw it back to the casters.
We heard it from Mika. Let's have some improv right here. Why don't we, Zach?
I mean, yeah, there's no script anymore. I think that last map, I think the last thing we saw from SMG, the game that we saw, threw it out of the window, and honestly, it could be the same here. It is going to be the experienced contender, experienced person versus the new contenders on the scene, the new kids on the block, and despite them being at a little bit of a score deficit, this is their chance for them to really make a comeback here. It all starts with this particular pistol here. Already Sway getting a little bit aggressive, will be able to clear out a lobby, but Chloe, the hold in this garage area is huge right now, gets 2 of her own, but Alexi is quick to strike back, and right off the back of those 2 kills, it is going to be the C side open right now. The spike will go down, and again, the plant is for CT. They're aware that Orangutan like to come in for these flanks here, and they're going to be taking CT control. If they can pick off Japeeves, that will be what they need to completely convert this round here.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Alexi's doing right now, positioning in such a weird spot towards defender spawn. Japips might not be aware of this, and certainly they aren't. It allows for Alexi to get 1 more frag, and not to mention just distracting OGT by so much. They're not quite sure where to look anymore, so they just push out of garage and in towards 3 crosshairs all onto them. And Alexi getting the 4th frag in the round. She is now 3 points away from her Rolling Thunder after 1 round. What?
What is a great reaction? You know, I honestly thought Orangutan had this lockdown. Chloe, though, unfortunately runs out of bullets despite hitting the dink onto the third player as well. And the fact that Alexi was able to trade both of these kills. Casper not quite finding the timing there on the peak, unfortunately. And off the back of that, that CT push was inspired. I think Ali is the ideal for Bren, and that was a really smart call because, like you mentioned, that positioning, that crossfire, being able to just catch these players from Orangutan off guard is huge right now. Heading into this anti-eco, though, it is going to be Sway, who's not afraid to get a little bit aggressive, a little bit in your faces, followed by two of her teammates here. Will be spotted out, though, so Bren know that the flank is coming in, and they don't know how many, and off the back of that, they're going to be just taking side control. Yet again, a two-player push into the spawn here. Ali is farming right now. The movement is insane. I thought she was genuinely going to be able to get Chloe as well to top things off, but it is Chloe desperately trying to make this round as expensive as possible for the side of Orangutan. The turret finding a third. Okay, Chloe. Two players left right now for the side of Bren, and they're still going to be going forward. Shrazi finally says that's enough from you, Chloe. Please stop it right now. And they get to 10, but what a showing from Chloe there, Quack.
The third one being a turret kill, so it's just like it's icing on the cake. But you know what? It's such a smart call from their IGL, Bren Victress' IGL, Alexi, to just head towards the A site. They heard those footsteps, they knew what was going on, and they probably sussed out that A is not so well fortified. We can take this site. And they also leave Ali on the lurk. I think that was one of the key key factors into Bren winning that round so well. Just not expecting Chloe to do such things, and this time it's going to be Kachao peeking out of mid with some early round aggression to delete the first player, Twirly.
Yeah, first pick does go in favor of Orangutan, making that full buy really work. But, you know, on these, you know, thrifty bonus rounds, you do tend to see a lot of pressure being put towards B because you can really get those close range fights in a court here. I also like this positioning from Jippy. She's not really playing up too close in garage. Perhaps a little bit too much trauma playing behind those doors angle. But Shirazi spots out one player, gets the headshot, and is able to rendezvous away. Dirty work coming in from Bren there as they regroup right now. Having gotten that first pick, their options are ever more open, but C seems like where they want to go, and it is still going to be Casper, one of the most dangerous players for the side of Orangutan, joined by her trusty sidekick.
Oh, this is a lot of info though. Look at the minimap. Sway has pushed out so much. They know the hit's definitely coming towards C. It comes down to the corner though, but it gets checked by Shirazi, and then Alexi takes out Logs. Chloe pushes past the smoke. She wants to make it fast. She goes along with Sway. This must be a call from Sway the IGL. They do not leave a single moment for Bren to recollect themselves. Ali still, though, not affected by this at all. She doesn't care. She's not dazed. She sends the shock dart. It bounces. It doesn't matter because she still swings out with the Spectre and gets the headshot onto Sway to clutch this out.
That round was exactly. It was beautiful coming in from both of these teams, and especially Shirazi particularly. She looks at it, looks away, and she's like, wait a minute, that's a player. Hits the headshot as well. But this retake push, we've seen it before in the last map coming in from the side of Zol, and it's the same from Orangutan as well. They tried to go in for the retake, and they almost managed it. It's just that they were quite tagged up by then. Ali was able to capitalize, even with that Spectre, getting both those picks. The crossfire not exactly that good from Orangutan there. Off the back of that, though, it is going to be an eco at this juncture. Not really much in the tank. No ultimates either for OG to work with. They just get the C-side for free because it was a little bit of an A stack coming in, and yet again, the flank is in. Yeah, exactly. It is coming in, but oh no, the chamber is going to be caught off guard there.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All's good. All's good. Orangutan finding one, but the timer is on, and they have 40 seconds to make this retake over.
And then they go back into it. I don't think they can actually go for the full retake though, unless they are able to outduel these players, and they will be able to with the help of Kachao's fault line, leaving two players alone on the C side. But again, at this point, I think it's about 20 seconds left now. Still pressing W, still going forward. They work together as a team to clear out the back of the site, but Twirly, what a peek! Straight shooting it, she gets 2 quick kills, and then ZD. Like you mentioned before, it's dirty work, but someone's got to do it. The sanitation crew is here to clean up and to bring Bren Victress to match point.
Orangutan did take the decision to go for an eco there, so they are going to be able to buy back into this one. They want to play for the overtime, and I mean, they've demonstrated time and time again that they are capable of making that grueling comeback from match point there, and they almost had this round too. I hate it when the spike is planted there because it's open to so many areas, CT, garage, and they just didn't know where to look. Turley playing them like a fiddle from that position she was in. Yeah, Bren gets a match point, and they're looking to close it out here. Already going in for a little bit of an aggressive peek towards mid, doing quite a bit of chip damage in fact to Sway, who is going to be brought down to 65 HP. No picks coming in for either team, but Twirly is looking to get aggressive, looking to capitalize on the position. A little bit of a default from the side of Bren, with the Omen lurking towards that A side, but as for the rest of them, it seems like they want to hit this B side right now.
Well, hovering around it to say the least, but the question is, does OGT read this? They don't, not quite yet for the time being at least. Now losing their IGL, it's going to make it that much more difficult to come back from it around. But look at how quick Torley dances in towards the site. She even sprays through just to clear out a possible corner. This pushes OGT so far back now that the spike gets planted so quickly. Kachao though, not letting up, not letting go. The aftershock, she gets 3 quick kills. And she's hunting for more too. Knows where Shirazi is. Goes in and gets the Quadra. And all that's left is going to be Zini. Where is she? It's going to be a Link. Her teammates are aware of it. She sprays through. The Nebula popped up by Casper as well, just for added measure. And the ace to bring OGT back to life. 12-5.
First ace of today, I believe, Quack, and what an ace it was to boot. A beautiful round coming in from Kachao. They're getting one from the aftershock as well as she pops it onto the planter, and just again making this round work so well for OG, despite Bren being able to get that first pick as well as the plant. The retake is really good coming in from them, and off the back of that, they do have, I think, a couple of ults to work with on this next round. They need to win 7 in a row to get this map to overtime, but if they can pull off more rounds like that, I think it's definitely a possibility. Heading into this one, though, it is... Yeah, yet again, Sway getting a little bit aggressive, but Shirazi is going to be waiting with the headhunter. Not going to be able to find much impact, though, unfortunately, and Sway is still moving forward, and right now, these Bren players, they're going to be caught between Sway and the remaining reminder of Orangutan. Those Chloe going down is going to make things very difficult right now.
Oh, no. Well, Sway's been eliminated though, and this is going to be up to the rest of the squad to finish the job now. Rolling Thunder even sent out just to prevent them from getting spike planted, but no! Sprays through Zini, twirling with the right clicks as well. Kachao, it's all onto her shoulders. This first map basically gone, and she can't do much about it. This smoke lasts for maybe, what, 5-7 more seconds? She pushes past it using the flash point, but no, all the angles, all the positions, it's all against and onto her. That, wow, look at it. It's like, all right, no problem, no sweat. Oh my god, so adorable.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cutest celebrations I've seen. You know, every time a team does win one of these matches, just the post-match celebration, it absolutely gives me life there, because it's gorgeous. But, you know, talking about this map, that was well-deserved by Bren. They win it, and they win it in such a dominating fashion. You know, Orangutan, they played Haven yesterday against Alter Ego, arguably the best team in APAC, and they made it close. They made it 13-10, but today, they just don't look the same, because Bren, they've done their research, and they're here to play.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, watching them against Rising Hope, I was like, wow, they look a little bit shaky. But this, and look at how happy they are. You can't help but admire them. But you know what? I'm gonna throw it to our panel to break down what just happened on this map. Marquis and Mika, take it away.
Thanks so much, Zach and Quack. And that is one on the side of Bren Victress versus Orangutan. Now I have to say, Key, Bren looking very, very confident. Confident enough to even powder a little bit more blush on their cheeks as they celebrate this win.
You know, I was trying to break that down. I wasn't sure what that was. I think she was doing this. I thought she was like reading them like a book. I'm not sure if that was what she was trying to do.
I thought it was like, oh, I just nothing.
Yeah, it could be just money on makeup again.
Like,
I'm not sure. It could be money. It could. I'm not sure, but this was the Bren we were looking for.
Maybe we gotta ask like a cute manager or something so that we find out what.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. We should ask the manager for sure. But it's definitely a lot of highlight reel plays here. Bren, I think the most dominating map we've seen today. out of all the teams. It's just they just look so good.
Definitely the shortest half that we've had the entire day. I mean, this was just like an additional 5 or 6 rounds, was it? And it was done. And you know, like as I said earlier, Bren really going for these high risk, high reward plays. And I really do have to commend, you know, earlier in their match against Rising Hope, we really did see, for example, players like Shiraz really pop off, and Zinni as well. This map, I do have to give it to Ali and Alexi as the anchors of Bren on Haven. Like, look at this. High value plays and high value kills that usually once they have their say, the round's decided.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ali and Alexi, double A, really the batteries of the team, they really held it through. Kachao with the ace though,
oh yes,
giving OGT life a little bit, but it just was not enough because Bren were just a little bit too much to handle for OGT. And I mean, look at Bren. Again, on the side of OGT, I'm gonna like pointing this out. MVP goes to Chloe because she played out of her mind. 302 combat score, the highest of all, but it's a team game. On Bren, everyone was firing on all 5 cylinders. Everyone was finding the kills. They were finding a team place. No matter what adversity or OGT threw at Bren Victress, they just found ways to win back the round. Even though it looked really dicey in some of the holds, they were able to close it out. And I think that's the biggest difference between the two teams in this map.
Yeah, exactly. I think like Bren, like as you mentioned, they knew exactly, you know, like for example, they knew how to manage their utilities and not just their own, even their opponents. For example, if it meant even tanking a full, you know, a full ult from the breach, that was okay as long as it gave them a better position to be able to, you know, secure a site or something. That was okay. They didn't panic. They kept their cool. They knew exactly where the others were, and that just goes to show the teamwork of this team. And the confidence, the 100% confidence to be able to, you know, have the ability to execute these kind of plays. You wouldn't be able to do that if you had like 1 second of hesitation.
Yeah, not at all. And of course, Bren take the 1-0. They're up on the lead. They really want to close this out against Orangutan because you don't want to give them space. If they get space, it might get really dicey. So let's see between Bren and Orangutan, who will take the victory.
That is right. And Zahk did mention that they're known for comebacks, so we're going to see if Orangutan can do that on our second map right after this quick break.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. We wanna get it Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. You're back here with MikaFabs and Key on our desk. And we are heading into map 2 of Bren Victress versus Orangutan. Orangutan's map pick, by the way, so we're expecting that comeback that Orangutan are known for. Key, do you think this favors them?
From the looks of game 1, Bren just looked so strong. Like I'm not trying to be Homer or super biased here. I've just not seen that kind of aggression, that kind of control that Bren has had in that map today. And throughout the tournament, I think only Alter Ego Celeste and to an extent X10 have really shown that level of strength. And I think that Bren have found something that was missing these past few series for them. And I think that Ascent is also a very good Bren map, by the way. Like I mentioned, it's always it was Bind and Ascent. It was Split and Ascent that they really loved. And there's a Bren lineup that was actually super sick in Ascent. I call it the Molly lineup. It has Killjoy, it has KO, it has Raze. I'm not sure if they're gonna run the same thing now that Fade is a thing, because I think that drastically changes the meta. But they're just so used to executes on Ascent, they might have a different variation of it now. And Orangutan picking it is a sign of confidence for Orangutan though. So I really am not sure, but I will still give the edge to Bren just because they look so good in the first map.
So like that Molly lineup was basically every agent that could throw something into the air.
I mean, Fade can also throw something.
Yes,
it just doesn't explode. It can do a little bit of damage. It might even help the Molly lineup, in fact, because of C's. I think C's might change the Molly lineup to make it even better.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of Fade, I am looking closely at the initiators for this map, because like, you know, for Orangutan, they do love the double initiator setup with Peeps and Kachao. Kachao, by the way, securing that ace for today. Good job for her. But I'm wondering if they're going to go for the Sova or if they're going to go for the Fade, because we do know that Bren does favor the Sova on this map, while Orangutan does favor the Fade. So it's going to come down to that and how they can use the utilities to be able to set up for the rest of their team to do what they do.
Yeah, it might also even be the KO for Bren. Alexi loves playing the KO here, so I think it's going to be the big question mark coming to this map. What the agent selection will be, what the executes will be, because Orangutan picking it, they know fully well that Bren also like this map. So the fact that they're choosing it means that they either have a counter strat, maybe just go for the retakes and just wait for Bren to execute. We've seen that happen. We've seen some teams be able to overcome Bren even on Ascent. So it's not infallible. It's interesting. It was innovative for sure. And I think that when watching VCT Game Changers APAC, at the very beginning, innovation was very, very rare. I would say that everyone was always running the same Jet Drain and Jet Raise, Omen, Sage lineup, but now we're starting to see variations. We're starting to see the skill level increase, and between the teams that are in this tournament right now, the top 8 of APAC, the teams have improved significantly from last year. And I think it's not just in terms of individual play, it's in terms of the team play and gameplay as well. So there's a lot more plans, a lot more counter stratting, a lot more studying your enemy, because there's so much footage to go around. And I think that for between the two teams, it's a matter of who has done their homework.
Exactly. And I feel like for Bren, they do have that massive support system, of course, that allows them to be able to do their homework very, very well. But also, like, in terms of the experience, also you can tell, because they do have that those kind of plays that allow for creativity. That wouldn't come from somebody who might not be as experienced, especially in a high stakes tournament such as this. So you can kind of feel that kind of hesitation from Orangutan, I feel, especially when, for example, Sway is killed like right off the few seconds of the first of the round, of the top of the round. Once that Sway is down, you can feel those first few seconds of Orangutan trying to scramble and okay, what do we do again? Oh, right, this. So you can kind of feel Sway's influence on the rest of the team as well, and her the way she carries that momentum to the whole team. When she's gone, when that head is cut off from the Hydra that is Orangutan, I know it's weird because an Orangutan is a mammal, but when that's gone, it's that's when Orangutans are their most vulnerable.
I agree. It's really, maybe because when she dies, she needs some time to really take a good look at what's currently going on in the game. But just taking a look at the agent selection, it's there's some overlaps. You see Fade, Omen, but I think those are the only two common things. The other side, it has Neon, the other side has Raze, so difference in philosophy. Even with Mikasi out, Turley can also play that Raze, so that still fills in that gap for Bren Victress. They're also playing the Chamber in place of a different Sentinel, and I think that that's very interesting because they also have the KO on the side of Bren Victress instead of the Breach, which Orangutan have. And I think that this is very interesting because both teams have very differing approaches on this Ascent map.
Yes, and just looking at the past few lineups of like Bren, for example, this is a new thing that they're doing. So again, it's that creativity and experimentation that we're talking about. That's also the kind of a creativity and experimentation that your opponent might not be able to predict. How do you then review for this kind of match when you have no VODs of this kind of lineup? We're gonna find out if Orangutan does have that homework in store, if they can take this one from Bren Victress, or if Bren Victress will take this to a 2-0. Casters, over to you guys.
Man, Mika and Key, thank you so much, but I am so nervous. Zach, this is possibly the elimination match for Orangutan Esports right now. We see the differences in the agent composition, but again, it comes down to this moment.
Definitely does. And right now, like you mentioned, only one game away from being kicked out of Elite, from having their run for the year in Game Changers ended. But Orangutan, they're a team that thrives in these high pressure situations. You've seen it quite a bit. And Ascent, it's their map pick. It's the map that they're most known for, honestly, in the circuit. That 1-11 comeback we were talking about last time, it was on this particular map. And I think that one of the players to really watch out for, in my opinion, is Chloe on that Killjoy. So dangerous, the way she weaves in and out of sights on that defense. She has managed to single-handedly clutch multiple rounds for Orangutan on this team comp. But there have been some changes, like you mentioned. It is going to be, I believe, the replacement of the Sova with that Fade. That is going to be the major change that we're going to be seeing in Orangutan's team comp from over the last few months. But talking about Bren, what are your first impressions there, Quack?
I mean, it's like you mentioned, right? That Sova for a Fade, but also the Raze coming in. I feel like on Ascent, that's something that gives you a little bit more potential as opposed to a Neon. you're going to have to play with your team a lot more. Whereas the paint shells, the blast packs, they do different things. So both are equally effective. It depends on how you play it, but that's where I think I need to see OGT really pulling themselves together to make this one work.
Heading into this pistol, though, it is Shirazi yet again with this headhunter trying to hold down the B link, but Sway again not really letting any time into the round elapse. Does clear out wines as well, and off the back of that, it looks like they're gonna be going on for a full-on A commit here. Nobody from the side of Bren is really going to be on site. That 0 point though is going to give away the position of at least 2 players, if I'm not wrong. Alexi will know that there is some presence towards A side, but it was just a fake. They get the orb and then they get out of there, with the exception of the one lurk coming in from Sway of all people. Interesting tactic, but in the meantime, the spike is going to be making it towards the B side instead.
Just slowly creeping upwards. Ali still trying to jump peak for information. I don't think Sway's going to be able to find all that much, though. So unless she rotates back around middle to cut someone off on the rotation, I don't know how effective she can actually be. The hit does go in. Fault line sent out. Haunt as well, but does not catch anything.
Ooh, they still haven't gotten into the site though, and Curly is still alive. Chloe though being able to find that first pick for Orangutan is going to make things a little bit easier. It's all going to come down to just these remaining players right now. Shirazi gets a shot, but is immediately dinked and brought down to really low HP. The Paranoia invested as well, but now they have the spike. I don't think they've cleared up backside yet though, so that's still going to be a player on this particular side here. Does get spotted out, and Chloe with 4 on the round with that frenzy, bringing things back for Orangutan. It's all down to just Zinni here. Does have that weapon of her own. Let's put the turret down as well, making this even more difficult. Gets the shot onto Chloe, so this 1v2 is definitely doable right now. 50 HP left, and the clock is ticking. Zinni desperately trying to find some value here with that ghost, but not quite able to connect really. Makes a little bit of noise to perhaps bait the rotation. Has a smoke that's recharged as well, and will be trying to isolate these fights off the back of that. But Chloe swings out, gets the ace. What a round from the Killjoy, and you know, we were talking about quick ults, Quack. Guess who almost has their ult ready to go, just went away.
Thanks to that pistol ace. And she did it with a frenzy initially as well. I mean, this is pristine teamwork. This is what we needed to see from OGT. The way that they went in together, maybe Chloe using her teammates as a bit of a meat shield, haha, but they actually were able to find these frags as a result of that. And also, putting that turret on the top after getting the spike planted, that's brilliant as well, because it actually slows down Zinni as she tried to go in to find out a little bit more. Now though, Bren are pissed off and they're pushing out.
Yeah, they're not slowing down on this time around. They're pushing on all these sides, but it seems like Orangutan are ready for the possibility. They find 4. It's all down to Shirazi here. Does get 1 with the headhunter. I would like to see how many bullets the chamber has left in the chamber to see how much more damage. The answer to that is going to be 0. Does have the classic left, trying to take this fight with Kachao, and will be forced to TP back because, well, there's no HP and there's no bullets left. The spike does go down on the B side, and right now Shirazi is looking to ace this out somehow in order to convert this very unlikely anti-eco from Orangutan. It's just going to be waiting for someone from Orangutan to get a little bit too trigger happy, and right now Kachao and Shirazi, they're just hugging each other towards this mid. They do eventually fall off, but Kachao finally deciding to push forward, not looking in the right direction. It is going to be Shirazi who gets the dink, but it's not going to be enough, as Kachao will connect that single bullet that she needed to with that Spectre. Orangutan finds 2 and hold on to 4 of their Spectres as well into that particular round.
I think Bren trying to go for that approach that they had on Haven, aggressively pushing out at times despite being on the defense. But on Ascent, where there's so much more space, so much more room, it gives OGT a little bit more time to actually read these plays, and that's why they're prepared for it. Now, though, that Bren has their full buys, OGT might have to be the ones to press down on that pedal to rush in towards the site. Instantly getting A main control is going to be Sway grouping up with her team.
Yeah, Zinni is going to be playing towards this generator, a pretty common area that you can usually clear with the help of, let's say, a Killjoy Nanoswarm or a KO Fragment. I think that might be the case. Sway messes up her wall, though. That's going to be unfortunate heading into this particular round, and Zinni, off the back of that Paranoia, tries to swing, does a lot of damage to Sway. In fact, only going to be left with 16 HP. Alexi as well, able to connect the shot onto Cash, but that's going to be a player and a half, or a player and almost 2 down for the side of Orangutan. Sway still alive and kicking, though, somehow. That's going to be huge push. But again, Shirazi holding this mid position, gets the headshot and immediately falls back. Re-points that pointer crosshair towards Link, I believe, and Orangutan. They fall apart, kind of.
It's just like Mika mentioned, this is the roadblock that OGT faces at times. When things are going good, it's great. They got the momentum, they got the wind, and they run with it. When their leader is gone, though, when the head of this Hydra has been chopped off, they don't quite know how to recover. And off this one blunder, Chloe only able to get one, not before getting completely eliminated by the rest of the Bren squad. It's going to be 1-2.
Bren find their first and also holds on to 4 of those rifles, which is something that they're going to be very happy about. And of course, you know, on this particular round, I think that the whole dual holds coming in from both Alexi and Zinni on this A side, every single round is going to be very difficult to break because they usually tend to play for that crossfire and they have just a lot of stall utility. Those dark covers from the Omen, also just the flash points, as well as being able to use the KO 0 point to shut the utility down from OG. It's gonna make things very, very difficult right now. Heading into this full buy from them though, I think they do have the lockdown from Chloe available and they might be looking to capitalize on that possibly towards this B mid split if they decide to go for it. Right now though, they're just trying to see if anybody's gonna be taking the bait down towards this short area here. Shirazi though, she's just content to hold this off angle and see how much more they can really do.
And there's a little bit of extra support as well, some pieces of utility nearby Shirazi. But OGT are going to ignore that completely. In fact, they're going all the way down middle towards Pizza, towards Market. Breaking down that door, though, does give their position away, and then dark cover comes through to block off the B-split push, and Shirazi's position finally made known with effect on towards Chloe.
Yeah, that's going to be the only ultimate, the most important ultimate they had, honestly, for this round. Being taken down, Blockdown no longer available, is going to make pushing into that B side very difficult right now. So they are going to regroup and possibly go in for that A hit. The Prowler being used is going to give away information that A is going to be where the hit is eventually coming. Sway is going to be leading the charge yet again. The Haunt spotting out Shirazi as well. She's going to be falling back and playing it safe because right now, Bren, they do have the man advantage, so as to speak. But any second, that could change because Orangutan, they have the spike down, and now Bren, they're on a timer to try and retake this site here.
They're holding some pretty good positions as well. What they really want is for Bren to push into them, for them to find some picks. Getting the sprays down as well now. A bit of a crossfire setup as A short is being held too. Ali cannot push past this position. However, the site's been lost. It's all down to Kachao. Oh, no. And the boom bot just blows up in front of her face. What a celebration from Shirazi. And to bring Bren to 2-2.
That's the worst possible way to go, honestly, and I feel really, really bad for Orangutan to lose it like that, but nevertheless, Bren, they do find 2 in a row, and off the back of that, Shirazi is going to be able to pick up that operator as well. Null command finally online for Alexi, so that's going to be an ult to watch out for, because it can not only completely stall the push, but also it's going to be super effective on the retake, being able to shut down both that breach as well as that Killjoy utility there. But heading into this particular one, they do have Orangutan are going to be on a little bit of an eco here, not much really to work with. Kachao tries to get that pick, but Zinni with the aggression is going to be able to find first blood, taking the Rolling Thunder off the hands of Orangutan as well. Again, Orangutan losing that first player, it is going to slow them down a little bit. They are going from mid towards this A short angle. Sway with the Marshall trying to find a pick, but so far, Bren, they're just so disciplined here, Quack.
Yeah, they're not really peeking much at all. In fact, just holding down the sites themselves. B main and mid somewhat relegated towards OGT, but looking at how OGT are actually finding the entries into this, though, it's easy for Bren to deal with. Dodging the first shot, but Sway landing the next one. Alexi gets a trade as well, but then now comes the rest of the squad with the Sheriffs and the Stingers. They are able to trade these up for better weapons.
Oh, Zinni's position though goes and checks, does prevent the spike from going down, and that is huge right now. They do manage to get back onto the side, and Chloe will be pushed off the angle. It's all down to just Japeeves here. Does have that as Sheriff to work with. Gets it, brings it down to a 1v1, but can't quite get that last shot. Turley will clean things up, but Orangutan, they almost made that thrifty work. Quack off the back of that first pick from Sway with that Marshall, finally showing up when her team needs her the most. It's unfortunate that Haunt didn't quite catch Zinni, because, you know, Orangutan Orangutan, they were aware of the possibilities, just that the Haunts fell a little bit short, and Zinni was able to capitalize on that and just bring the round back for Bren.
It's absolutely right. I mean, if you take a look at how this retake plays out as well, Bren, with the utilities, with the way that they approach it from multiple sides, OGT are having a tough time reacting to this. Plus, the operator still in the hands of Shirazi. OGT buying back now. They want to take this fight to them, but they can't quite get an opening. Dark cover not quite yet sent out from Zinni as well. They're actually possibly letting OGT in.
I'm not sure if that's the best idea because they have 3 ults ready to go. Make that 4 as they pick up the A orb. That's going to be Casper with the From the Shadows available, and only Sway is missing her ult, and honestly, she's just 1 kill away from it. In these circumstances, I'm questioning whether you play for the site or whether you play for the retake, but Bren, it seems like they don't want to give an inch to OG because they know the kind of dangerous post-ban situation that can arise when you have a Killjoy online there. Again, though, a little bit of a red herring towards this A site here, and it is going to be the Pagels though that immediately shuts down that lockdown. Never mind, it doesn't quite connect. They do manage to get the lockdown in order. The From the Shadows as well going to be not finding much information. However, it is all a fake, and A is going to be where the execute is coming. Kachao gets that first pick, and with 30 seconds left, it is going to be A which is being pushed on, but there's no smoke available right now, and Zinni playing at this close angle does get checked, and just like that Orangutan, they're gonna be able, they're on track to pull off a flawless, and they do. That was quick.
It's really this method of trying to dance around across some sites, across A main, across B main, to bait out pieces of utility coming in from Bren Victress. And at the same time, you allow for players like Casper to really push in all the way from attacker spawn, defender spawn, not that it's much needed. It puts OGT back on an equal board, 3-3. Let's see how Bren actually adjusts around this. Their positions have been swapping around so much, but now that they don't have the guns, they're gonna have to try something different once more.
Shirazi, though, will have to go huge here with the Tour de Force. And again, Sway is able to just create so much space with the help of these neon walls that she's putting down. Mid is going to be the point of interest here. Kachao able to get that pick and fall back before that nade does too much damage. That is going to be kill number 1 going in favor of Orangutan, but the smoke has gone, and Shirazi is able to peek off the back of that and find one for herself. 4-4 right now, and again, OG have mid control, but off the back of that, it seems like they want to go for that B push instead. Shirazi still holding this cross. It could be so dangerous right now, Quack.
I mean, Shirazi always ever so deadly, so accurate, especially with the Tour de Force now. She makes use of the rendezvous, and it's something that works out so incredibly well. Bren, this time around, you can see that their approach is to set themselves up inside of some of these point-blank range duels, some off angles that they can make use of, but OGT are reading that as well. In fact, they're slipping through those other cracks, and namely, that's going to be Garden. It allows them to get control over the A site so quick. The spike will be planted pretty soon, not to mention Sway on one heck of a lurk.
Yeah, that is going to be her finding immense value, taking out Ali there. That's huge right now, but Alexi punishes Kachao for getting a little bit too aggressive. Casper on the side here is going to swing into the Tour de Force and connect that headshot. That is going to be the best weapon that Bren really had in their arsenal, immediately shut down. It's all down to just Alexi and Zinni here. How much more damage can they really do to these two players? It is going to be Chloe holding that angle, hits that shot onto Alexi there. It's all down to just Zinni, who is going to TP away with the help of that Bando, but Sway is gonna be waiting there for that last kill and does manage to connect it on Orangutan. They take the lead here 4-3, and it was a really good round coming in from them because they get that pick. They do decide to initially go towards mid, but again, they were aware of the possibility of the Chambers sort of force being there, and they just instead decide to go towards Garden and A instead, and that works out great for them, Quack.
Yeah, not really quite TPing away. TP'd into Sway. And at the same time, it's you can see what they were going for, but the dark cover just popped up a little bit too slow. Main thing though is that now Bren Victress gets to buy back up on the full buy with Shirazi back on the operator. Let's see how OGT approaches this. They go for control over mid real quick again. It's back towards this garden A-split sort of push, but Bren Victress actually have it locked down. The Nightfall might be able to do a little bit, but A-mid still being held by Twirly and Gang. She even goes in on the aggressive, tries to find a little bit more, but she's blinded as well. Casper taking her out, Shirazi locking it out from heaven. Everyone's closed in, and unfortunately, despite pushing towards Generator, it's just so darn fast to trades on top of trades, and it favors Bren Victress.
4-4 right now. Things have been equalized, and I think at this point we should keep a track of how many kills Twirly is getting with her boombot, because she already has 2, and it's not even the first half done yet. A beautiful crossfire on this A side as well. The trades, like you mentioned, really quick, and off the back of that Orangutan, they're going to be possibly calling a timeout here, because like we've talked about the stakes before, the team that loses this game or loses the series is going to be out of the tournament, and Orangutan, they're already going to be 1 map down. They want to close this out quickly and cleanly, but Bren is not making it easy at all these rounds. They keep going back and forth, and right now Orangutan, they are going to be having a full buy, but if they don't make this work, it might be the last buy that they possibly have. So they want to see how exactly they can convert this without much trouble, because Shirazi, once she's picked up that operator, she is such a menace as we've seen before.
Just this looming threat that could always be around any corner, any angle that you might walk into. And that's something that OGT have to constantly think about. Such things can really weigh down your mental capacity, though, and that is why perhaps sometimes the only way to deal with such things is to rush in. But then again, if you do that, it's a bit of a gamble. And that is why this timeout is being called. OGT, they really have to assess their options right now. Sway, she does have the overdrive, and she could use that to maneuver her way out of crosshairs. Oh, but again, that same A-split push.
Oh, I like this rendezvous from the chamber there. She's able to fall back towards A short and probably get towards heaven to prevent this push from coming through. Despite the stun hitting, it is still going to be Zinni finding the kill onto Casper somehow. That is illegal. Shirazi as well towards short with the operator really making it work there. And again, this movement from Twirly keeping her alive for so long until Kachao finally shuts it down. Zinni is still alive though. Never mind. I take it back. It's Kachao who again manages to clear that corner out, and off the back of that will open up the ace side for Orangutan. Things are back down to a 3v3. Make that a 3v2 as Sway catches Ali on site. Is aware of the operator possibility. Ooh, sees the tip of the Neon's head. Doesn't quite connect the operator shot, but the headhunter is going to be good enough for that final kill. Back to a 2v2 right now, and Alexi also does have her ult available if she wants to choose it. They both jump down from heaven. It's going to be a 1v1 right now, and Alexi closes it out with that final headshot. 30 HP left, and I said she has an ult, but she doesn't even need it, so she's just going to close it out right there. Retrieves the operator to boot. Can she do it? Yeah, she does. Yep, that's going to be Bren taking the lead, and Orangutan, well, a little bit shaky there on that post plant.
Just a tad bit. A lot of times we see them approaching the round with this early mid push into an A split. A main though is often contested, especially by Twirly. One paint shells and it closes out a corner, and sometimes that is what disjoints, that is what separates Kachao from the rest of her team. When it comes down to it though, in that final moment, it's just Alexi winning out the duel against Chloe. It's so unfortunate. So now, a little bit of a half buy, a little bit of a save, and OGT are trying to go in with another aggressive approach. Sway getting caught out though by Garden. Oh no, and the spike. Zahk, let's look at that.
Oh no.
Headed towards B.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for Sway to cause a little bit more chaos than 5 seconds of what she did, and it doesn't quite trigger the rotation. There is still going to be Lexi playing onto the side here. She's been so pivotal right now, and that dark cover being invested is going to trigger her own ultimate. The only problem with this KO, the only problem with this ultimate is that it gives away her position, but it's not going to matter if she's just going to be swinging into the players right now. Already having one to her name, will be falling back onto the side to deter this push coming in, and the C's from the defenders. Immaculate is going to let Twirly sneak up on them, because that buffet utility completely deafens you to the world. Twirly able to come up behind them and get all 3 kills, as well as that showstopper online. But Bren, they find 6 right now in this defense, and they're looking so strong right now, Quack.
It's like Alexi tweeted out, right? It's a book. She's reading it. She's the IGL. Doesn't matter. Her position might be given away. It's okay because she's not looking to duel against them. She's trying to stall so that Twirly comes in with this backstabber of a triple kill, a quadra kill even. 6-4. Bren, they are unstoppable right now.
Orangutan also did invest quite a bit of their economy into that last round, so this is going to be half by, I believe, kicking in yet again. They do have that hero vandal on Chloe, but apart from that, Rolling Thunder, no real ult to work with. Shirazi in the logs area will be forced to TP out, and it's going to come down to these two players onto his backside here. Lexi gets spotted out by the Haunt. The Showstopper invested as well. Twirly finds one yet again. The second on the round already is aware of the possibility of a clear towards main. Spots the head of one, but not quite able to get the headshot this time around. She does at the end of the day. It's all down to just Casper here with this Sheriff able to find the first. Does also have the From the Shadows if she wants to really pick up the spike and tries to clutch it out. We've seen it happen before. There's nothing like an Omen on Ascent trying to close out around here, but it seems like Bren are aware of the possibility of the spike possibly going haywire there. She's going to be booking it towards the A side. It is going to be an attempt to close out this 1v3 from Casper. And honestly, if there's anyone on Orangutan who can do it, I think it is Casper. Yeah, 30 seconds left. Does go towards the CT to possibly find the pick. She does have that ult. What is she going to save or is she going to try? It's the question right now. Yeah, she is, and yep, that is going to
shoot it. There it is.
She got it! She got it!
Oh god! And she gets to plant the spike. Plus, she has about 3-5 seconds to reposition herself. This is going to be key right now because she needs to put herself in a spot where she can take them apart one by one.
Ooh, that 0 point not really going to find anything, and she peeks out, finds a player, but that's going to give away her position. And right now she's going to be stuck between Alexi and the rest of the team. And unfortunately, what could have been a brilliant clutch from Casper is not quite going to work out. It looked like Bren were aware of the possibility. They've seen this too many times in every single VCT possible. You really don't want to give the Omen a chance to isolate those 1v1s, and they don't let it happen. Just like that, Bren behind 7, and they also have both the Tort, of course, and the Nightfall available, but this round, it was just Twirly going ham.
Yeah, I kind of wish we could see, player cam reactions, because they're elated right now. The way that they're celebrating and everything. Again, it's these plays from Twirly, from the entire team. They read everything so well. It's impeccable how well their game sense is popping off right now, and they switch up positions once more.
The operator online right now for Twirly, and
Are you kidding?
no, just sees the tip of Sway's shoulder and is immediately punished for that. Yet again, Alexi caught in this logs angle, goes for the jumping, but that's just bait for Shirazi. 2 operators just singing for Bren right now, and it's all gonna come down to these 3 remaining players from Orangutan. Make that 2 as Alexi decides to go in for that push and that kill. Again, though, Kachao is aware of the flank, but right now, they're going to be caught between this operator as well as the remaining players on this B side. 2 players from Bren pushing up, Twirly finding the first, getting the second as well, despite the flash, and that's going to be an 8 for half Quack. Oh my lord, Bren, they're not relenting at all on this particular map here.
Twirly. I mean, maybe Mika's a fan now because this girl got us twirling like a ballerina. The way that she dances around this, the way that she finds so many of these frags, reading the calls, reading the situation to know to sandwich them inside of B main this way, despite being blinded, it doesn't even matter. So you know what? I'm gonna toss it off to our ballerina and Marquis, our Riot employee, to break down what just happened in this first half.
I mean, how does an intro like that not make you smile? But Quack, you are absolutely right. I am such a fan of Twirly making the duelist role like, an absolute game. You can tell she's having fun. She's having fun right now. The whole Bren Victress team are having fun. You can tell they not only look good, they're feeling good right now, Quis.
I forgot that they were starting on defense, by the way, because it looked like they were the ones attacking. That whole half, it was a defensive half. But Orangutan, they're playing slow, and because of that, Bren just capitalized on the space all the time. And you can see the confidence. It was carrying over from game number 1, where they just had complete control over the game. We were able to find out that okay, Orangutan are playing slow, and whenever they knew that Orangutan were playing slow, they would just pincer them. And so many times they were trapped on B main sandwich, killed over and over again, and Bren are just having complete control over the game. It is a defensive side of the map though. So Orangutan, I think they still have a chance to come back and claw back into this game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the slow start of Orangutan. There were some times wherein Sway would try to cut through the site, which would disorient Bren for the first few rounds. But then Bren knew what was going on, and they caught on eventually. I do want to point out as well the confidence of the ladies on Bren Victress. Around 11, I believe that was, where it was only Alexi and Twirly defending, and Zinni and Ali were like on A, and they were defending B, and they were kind of just like, no, it's okay, you guys stay there, it's all right, we'll call you when we need help. And they kind of rotated really, really late into the round, and it was only Casper left. That's how confident they were. It's like, it's okay, you stay there.
They are super confident, and you could just feel it in the gameplay when a team is feeling it, when they've downloaded the other team, when they're reading them like a book. It's exactly what we're seeing right now. This book seems to be very comprehensive because they just keep turning the pages and they're just finding every single answer that they need. Bren looks so good right now, and I think that between the two teams, Orangutan need to dig very deep if they want to hold against Bren, because this is a variation of that Molly lineup, and I think it's pretty scary.
And here I was thinking that it was Powder, because they're absolute queens. All of them are queens. I thought it was
It's
fun.
both.
That was
It's
just
both
me,
true,
though.
I think.
It can be both. It can be both, Let's throw it back to our casters to find out if Bren can close this.
Let's find out. The chapter's still being written, Mika and Marquis, but you know what? I really hope that we get to see one more chapter. I don't know about you, Zach. What do you think?
Oh, of course. I definitely want to see Icebox heading into this. See us heading into Icebox. I'm sorry, my brain is a little bit frazzled from all that twirling around. Thanks to Twirly, but heading into this particular round, Orangutan, they are going to be switching over to defense, and I genuinely do think that despite the round deficit, they have a great shot of making a comeback because Chloe is there and she's on defense. That Killjoy can be so devastating if you don't know how to deal with it, and Chloe in particular is a very, very annoying player. I think this is a compliment. The execute from Bren, though, is going to be quick, spotting at that crossfire towards mid. Sway is able to find one before the paint shell shut her down. That is definitely going to be an advantage. Two more players to get towards mid though, and somehow it is going to be Twirly finding one before the trade comes through with the spike. Is going to be dropped towards top mid here. The swing out from this tree area, huge right now, and it's all down to just Shirazi. Does find one. Two left to go though, and the spike is still going to be dropped in an extremely awkward position. She knows the position of the Killjoy and possibly the position of Japeeps as well. Both of these players, at least Japeeps is going to be the only healthy one here. That Haunt's not really going to spot anything, and I think they might be aware of the possibility of a push, a rotate back down towards high mid, giving Shirazi a little bit more of a chance at isolating these fights. But Orangutan, they're so disciplined right now. They have the round in their sights and they know the stakes of this pistol. If they lose this, they're looking at a 10-4 possible lead here for Bren.
Still, though,
30 seconds
has to be
left.
so careful. So, unfortunately, a little bit later, being the only player left. A quick attempt at pushing and breaking past OGT's defenses, but they were faced with a wall.
That was such a lovely defense coming in, especially, as soon as Sway goes down, the rotation of that additional player made all the difference here. Chloe being able to make her way to market and just back up her teammate, keep them alive. That was phenomenal coming in. Not keep them alive, but at least trade them out. And of course, Chloe, yet again, we talked about what a menace she can be. Her positioning, you never know where she's going to be, Quack, whether she's going to be on the A side. Even if her setup is on B, you might see her sneaking in through mid. And that's just the danger of playing against a player like her on that Killjoy.
That really is something that you have to look out for. Earlier on, I thought it would have been Shirazi with her disgusting ability to just teleport out of one and done positions, but this time it's going to be Chloe with her anchor potential, knowing exactly when to push out as well. A lot of presence on the map by OGT as they watch several angles. Bren trying to find the opening. Maybe a little bit of a default as well, but OGT are safe.
Yeah, they do. They have invested in a sheriff on Twirly, but everybody else is going to be stuck with just these classics to work with. Of course, never knock the classic. It can do so much damage if you're not careful, especially if you can hit your shots. But that Haunt is going to spot out that player. Only one though, so it's not really going to trigger rotation coming in from OG. Sway ready with the Marshall, but Shirazi is just going to be better on the headshot. But Casper is ready to trade it out. Shirazi still finding two. Picks up the upgrade as well. Casper towards his A main, though finds the third through the smoke on track for the ace. Orangutan already have two to their belts. Can Casper do it again? Is going to be the question. Does get spotted out? It's going to be incredibly low right now. Still holding strong, and it's going to be all down to Ali. Gets the spike down, does have that upgrade. Gets the first onto Casper. Is going to be tagged up quite a bit. The simultaneous peek comes through, and Chloe will connect the shot. But, you know, that round could have gone so badly for Orangutan if not for Casper being able to pop off there. Get the defuse at Orangutan 5-6.
Very, very true. I mean, MVP of the round definitely was Casper, even finding that final one despite being down to what, about 4 HP. Every single round, you see Shirazi start things off with those headhunter kills, and she just does it through gunplay alone. It's one of those things that just makes you wonder, how does she do it? How is she that sharp? But thankfully, we got people like Casper, Chloe, the rest of the team to play off of each other that way with the automatic weapons, bringing us to normalcy. Now, here's the thing though, damage was done to economy. They can't buy up that much. 3 players on upgraded pistols alone. Bren, Victress, they might get their way here.
You're definitely right about that. It is their full buy as well, so the expectation is that they will be able to convert it. Casper armed with only a frenzy. In fact, only 2 Spectres remaining for the side of these Orangutan players. That Boombot going to give information to Casper that there is, in fact, some presence towards this tree area here. Alexei as well has managed to flank the flankers, I believe, because these 2 players are going to be positioned towards main, and if they decide to get a little bit more aggressive, they're going to be punished for it. Again, Alexei, the IGL, the leader, is aware of the possibility right now. Just managed to find one, gets that pick, but is she going to check this corner? No, she doesn't, and Sway will be able to find that first at least. And unlike the rest of the time where they try to go back for that flank, it is going to be her rotating over. But look at this presence right now from Twirly, already pushed up towards heaven and is flying in wait here. It is going to be the crossfire, in fact, between Shirazi as well as Twirly there. Japeeps finds one, but it's all down to just Sway here. The IGL does have that upgrade, has come back towards A main and is going in as fast as possible. That sees it's going to be immaculate though, and through the smoke, Ali finds a shot. The full buy is converted for Bren, Victress, and they find themselves at 9, but I genuinely feel like if Sway had been able to put a little bit more pressure towards mid after picking up that upgrade, it might have been a better round for the side of OG.
Almost. But again, you have to credit Bren. Every single round, it's almost as if they are so prepared, so anticipating these plays coming in from OGT so well. Like, the moment they see a fast lane up, they know where Sway's going to be, despite whether there's a smoke there or not. Even holding heaven that way, they just know, all right, where's OGT possibly going to be? Definitely around this spot. Let's just wait there. And so many players are swarming in that one position. This time around, it's going to be Bren again, holding the default, not getting all that much information, but they know where these Killjoy utilities are. They can hear that tiny little sound.
Yeah, they know that Chloe is going to be positioned on this B side this time. So off the back of that, they're like, nope, we don't want to deal with that. None of that for us. They're going to be walking up into this ambush on A short though. Sway gets hit by the Prowler. Still manages to find a pick, though is going to be traded out by Ali. Off the back of that, it is going to be these 2 remaining players from Orangutan trying to anchor this A side here. They close the door and they lock themselves onto the side with 53 seconds left. It does seem like Bren still wants to go in for this A execute. Ali, with that kill, does also have her Nightfall available, so that's going to be information as to whether there are players on site or not. That will clear off site completely. Not going to be able to really find anyone, but again, the intelligence from Casper as well as Kachao to just walk back onto site off the back of that. They are going to be spotted. Casper from heaven being able to sing it out, gets one. Zenith with the trade. It is going to be a 3v3 right now as Japeeps finds one more. Shirazi going down is huge there. And it's just down to the Rasu players for the side of Bren. City though finding one not one but two, I'm sorry, before being shut down. Casper will close it out. That got very, very dicey there. Zany, if she had been able to hit one more bullet, that would have been Bren taking double digits, but Casper going so huge on this particular round, just repositioning, weaving in and out of the site, and just being such a chaotic element that Bren just couldn't really deal with there.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those things where it comes down to a bit of a numbers advantage, the trades going the way, and Casper being the last sleeper agent that comes out triumphant. If you look at how Bren actually approached the round, coming in from Garden that way was a little bit cumbersome, with the Nightfall not quite affecting the two players who are back of sight. I think that was the one that they really needed to deal with, to push off, to eliminate, because they were there the whole time just anchoring and being able to dish out damage as the site hit went underway. So now Bren calling a timeout, making use of it, trying to keep the momentum under their side. 9-7 is a pretty good score after all, and they have 3 ultimates to work with.
Yeah, I think that they are going to still also have the economy to buy in, with the exception of Twirly, but she doesn't need a gun because she has the Chore to Force. She is ready to play and slay. I don't know if you've seen that meme that's been making the rounds on the internet, Quack. There was like a female version of Chamber with the caption, "You want to slay? Let's slay." And that's exactly what Shirazi has been over the course of this series. But yeah, like you mentioned, Orangutan as well as Bren, they both are going to have the economy to buy in for this particular one. Sway, even though she has a Spectre, does have that overdrive to back her up. But 2 crucial ults right now. Twirly, especially with that Showstopper, can easily manage to get the side off the back of that if Orangutan are careful about it. But it is going to be aggression coming in right now from Sway, who doesn't manage to find anything because Shirazi and Alexi are ready for it. Yet again, the IGL, the big brain behind Bren, just reads that play like a book, as we keep saying, because we can't stop ourselves, and it's honestly deserved right now.
It truly is. Every single time the pages are turned over, every time it's flipped, it's as if Bren are prepared for it. They held down those defaults knowing that this push would come through, and right now they get quick control over A site because of it. 2 players left, and Twirly, with her presence of the Showstopper alone, is buying up so much time. Now positions confirmed. All they really need to do is to hold and prevent them from getting onto site.
Though that Nightfall is going to give away the location of both these players under Heaven. Shirazi misses the shot. That's a rare whiff from her. Chloe is immediately like, nope, I'm not going there. I'm not walking into the operator. Reposition towards Heaven, and now they know where these last 2 players are. Chloe able to find one, and Japip's finding the other. It's all down to just Shirazi, who is going to be locked out of Heaven, locked out of the door. Manages to get the shot to Chloe. Gets the second as well. The clutch for Shirazi with the Tour de Force will bring Bren to Heaven. Bren to 10, sorry, I'm just frazzled with my words, but Shirazi, what was that play? She breaks the door, gets the kills, and what was that?
9 was divine, but 10 is just even better. We're 1 step closer to 11, and it's that Tour de Force. Shirazi, so sharp. She almost died to the burst, the spray, but Japeeps with the repeat unfortunately just fell to it. Oh god. Oh my gosh, and again another push, and Twirly knows exactly what to do about it. The judge! It's disgusting, Zahk.
Oh my god, the reads from Bren right now are immaculate. To be fair though, this is a little bit of an eco coming in from Orangutan. They don't really have much to invest in this particular round, with the exception of that frenzy from Chloe there. I think that this round is going to be very difficult right now, and Orangutan, they're possibly looking at 11, but the stack on the A side is a good read coming in from Sway. Despite her being the first person to fall every time, at least her calls are going in favor of Orangutan. If they can somehow hold these crossfires and get these right clicks in play, it might be what they need to convert this Thrifty. Again, Casper, the Dark Cover recharges, does manage to put it down. For the side of Bren though, they still have Ali alive with the Haunts, so that's going to give away a lot of position, including Casper from the shadows from the Omen is going to be invested right now. Casper taking a lot of damage in the process, caught in the open right now, though the trades are very quick. It's all down to just a 1v1, and Ka-Chow with the classic going huge, finding 3 on the round, and the Thrifty for Orangutan. And like I said, if they can hold those crossfires with the classics, that is going to be what they need to convert that Thrifty, and that's exactly what happens. 10-8.
Down to those final moments. We're nearing the end of the map, and OGT desperately want to claw their way back in. So what do? A last-ditch effort, just a quick A split to completely swarm down all of those Bren players. One by one, they falter, and those trades finally favor OGT. So coming back into it now after winning the round, they've got the economy, they're buying up the operator, they're trying their darndest to hold them off.
Ooh, that flash from Xeaora is going to find a lot of value, not only finding a kill, but also being able to spot 3 players down towards mid. Shirazi, though, finds the operator of Sway, in fact, with the headshot from that headhunter. She's been looking so clean today with that rifle. However, this time around, Chloe is going to be on this A side, and this toaster oven setup towards this short area is going to take Ziddy down to a really low HP. That turret still shooting at her. 34 HP, 1 bullet away from her demise right now. The peak comes through with the help of Shirazi, who will be brought down to 21 as well. Spike at least will go down, so that's going to be a little bit of more money in the bank of Bren. And we're looking at a 4v4 retake, but the HP for these players on Bren Quack, they're all so low.
Slow, and they are just fast at making that spike plant. That's all they really wanted, but still, Twirly, how is she doing this around these corners? One more time, just step dancing in and out of it. She finds 2 headshots. Paint shells for a little bit more chip damage, but now it's down to those other players. They've been detained, so the spike will be defused. A little bit more damage, and then Casper to close it out. 10-9 OGT, slowly making their way back in.
You know, that was Twirly getting 1 there, I can understand, but both is just insane. But I like that Orangutan, despite knowing that it was a thrifty, they didn't risk it. They invest that lockdown to really make this round work, and I think without that, it would have been even more difficult for them to close it out. Already, with that ultimate, it got down to the wire here, Quack. There was 1 player left standing despite the low buy coming in for the side of Bren. Right now, though, this is going to be a really pivotal round. Sway, yet again, managing to invest in that operator. Will be peeking out. Will miss the shot, though, despite having a shot at it. Twirly, again, investing that pit. Those paint shells, able to find the pick, but not Xeaora takes down Zinni. That's going to be the controller offline right now, making this execute so much more difficult for these players from Bren, who are running it down towards mid. Twirly already going to be onto the side here, but there are 2 players on this backside.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, the Nightfall invested as well to catch out and lower the HP of these players. Casper peeks, finds 1, 2 kills already. Shirazi, though, still alive, still kicking, trying to bring things back for Bren. Casper, she's bought enough time for the rotation to come in, and now the cavalry is here to back her up.
Enemy remaining.
Doesn't even matter though, Casper, for she is the ghost, the horror that haunts the site. It's been possessed. And Alexi, I don't know if she can actually clutch this one out. It's gonna be tough to say the least. Chloe holding the off angle and then stare. She spots out Casper, but no, Casper just walking forward, so menacing, so evil with the Vandal. A 4th kill, and it brings OGT to 10.
A beautiful round, and that's going to be 10-10 if I'm not wrong. And you know, I talked about how she had the backup coming in, but Casper doesn't need any backup. She's just gonna be able to shut things down by herself on that backside. Even this on 30 HP, she's still able to flick and find the head of that last remaining player for the side of Bren, who are right now yet again in a terrible position when it comes to the economy. Twirly, though, does have that showstopper, so a very quick push might be what they need to make this round work. The turret from the Killjoy is going to be immediately broken. The Satchel, though, not quite working out, and off the back of that, Chloe able to just spray these players down with the help of Japeeves. Alexi, though, is able to stabilize things for Bren. First advantage is still with the side of Orangutan, and Casper again sneaks out through her own smokes. What a menace, what a devil right now for the side of Orangutan. It's all down to just Zinni here, who's being flashed, and again, more utility being tossed at her. Casper's just gonna sneak up, and you know, if I was Casper, I would have gone for that knife, but she doesn't want to risk it. Orangutan take the lead away from Bren, and it's been 4 rounds in a row, Quack, for them. What a roller coaster of a game.
Yeah, Twirly, you can't dance with the devil and expect to live to tell the tale. Casper, she's been anchoring down the side and doing so much for her team. I mean, those paranoias as well, just buying a little bit more extra time, causing a little bit of confusion as well. I gotta say though, Bren, I don't know what it is, but maybe they need to call one more timeout because these past few rounds they've just been sending it nonstop, and that does not work. Now Sway online with the operator too.
She hasn't been able to really find her potential as a duelist yet, but right now with that operator finally being able to connect a shot, that's going to be huge for Orangutan because that's going to be Ali out of the equation, one less initiator, one less agent with the key piece of utility that you really need to get intel onto sites there. That's going to make aggressing even more difficult right now for these Bren players. However, they do have two key ultimates still in their pockets. Both the Showstopper as well as an L command from Alexi are online, ready to go. Off the back of those, they're going to be aggressing into site here, but it seems like Orangutan, they're expecting it because they're not going to be playing anywhere close to the site. They're like, you know what, you guys can have it. We're just going to go for the retake here because we do have the woman advantage. Off the back of that though, they get the spike, and now we're looking at a 4v5 retake for the side of Bren.
Plus a Rolling Thunder, plus a spooky Rolling Thunder, if you will. OGT, they should have this on paper, right? They're using it now, but look at that. Shirazi just instantly TPs away. Twirly still able to somewhat stay alive, not before the final moments. The Aftershock will be able to catch her. The Dark Cover blocking out so much. And the defuse getting under halfway now. Pop flash, but Japitz holds the angle. It's down to Alexia. She sprays, gets yet another, but the defuse still stuck. It's a win for OGT as they put themselves up on match point.
Match points indeed, and they really want to go to Icebox. They do not want to be eliminated from this tournament, so they're making the reverse sweep try to work out, and it all starts here with Sway finding that first pick. But even this read coming in from her, right? Apart from her getting that first kill, it is also her realizing that Bren does have these two key ults online and just calling for a retake on whatever side it is. After that beautiful round though, it is also going to be two major ults still in the hands of Orangutan, both that lockdown as well as I believe it is the Nightfall available for Japeeps. Now though, Shirazi does have an operator of her own. Sway though is still going to be rotating over towards, I believe, possibly more back angle because she really doesn't want to be flashed out and taken. And again, Orangutan, they're not afraid to get aggressive on this defensive half for the first time. They go for a spray, they go to make sure that A-Mate is not being aggressed upon, and then immediately fall back. Extremely disciplined players right now. Smoke comes in a little bit late, but Sway will still be caught off guard by it and pushed off the angle. And right now, off the back of that, it seems like the site might be possible. Both Omens tries to victor the one way, but ZD finds the kill nevertheless. And just like that, A side is going to be looking a little bit more tasty and vulnerable to the players of Bren Victress.
Very much so. It almost looks like dinner right now.
Oh no.
They're able to get into it, but Kachao with the lurk inside of Wine, she comes up to take out Zinni. Now Twirly just comes back around though. Shirazi almost being able to take out Japips, but Japips is the one who deletes her instead. 3-on-2 and the spike gets planted, but of course it's the two players with the ultimates.
Yeah, a 3v2 like you mentioned, and the problem is the lockdown from Chloe, right? It is going to be invested, and they have to, the thing is that they have to defend this lockdown for a while. Alexi already making her way towards heaven, spots out the killjoy, able to get that pick, break the lockdown to boot. That knife will give her information as to the location of Japeeps. Does get the kill, but she's gonna be insanely low right now, and with 28 HP, I don't know how much more she can really do here. Probably not gonna be investing that ultimate in this one. Might just choose to save the operator if possible, because never mind, it's not gonna be in a retrievable position. It's just gonna save that ult and that gun for the next round. But never mind, the operator is gonna be right here. They're gonna be able to get that for the next round. So Bren, they find Levin, and we might be seeing our first OT for the day here, Quack. At least from us.
Here we go. I mean, if Bren wants this win right now on this map, it has to be overtime. But again, the way that they actually took this round though, it's slightly more controlled. In the previous times, we just see straight rushes, non-stop W, continuing to move forward like a freight train. But this time, they take some pauses. They take bits of control before actually confirming the hit. I love what they did against Sway, especially with the flash, the dark cover just to block her off. And then you have players like Zinni and Shirazi to push in to take control over Heaven. It's a little bit different, but it works out.
you know, for Bren Victress, you can see for sure that there's a particular player who's a star. Like Twirly, for example, she's been phenomenal over the course of this map. Alexi on the previous one. But for Orangutan on this particular map, everyone has been showing up. It shows up in the scoreboard, but more than that, it shows up in the way they're able to really cover each other's back. Casper goes down, but Kachao was aware of that possibility, immediately pushes out, is able to get that kill, and also prevent that from the shadows being used by Zinni. So that's going to be one more ult that was completely wasted right now. Speaking about ults, though, it is going to be the null command online for Alexi. Nothing really much close for the side of Bren, with the exception of Ali, who is only 2 away from that Nightfall. For the side of Orangutan, though, they have that operator, they have Japeeps, who doesn't have the money to buy anything aside from that Stinger, because she did choose to save that operator, and a little bit of a rough buy for the side of the OG players right now. The smoke towards mid is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Sway, and off the back of that, it is again going to be a little bit of mid presence established right now. The Boombot trying to possibly catch somebody off guard, a little bit of a default, but you know, no damage really being done by either team yet.
Well, that's the thing, right? Bren really wants control over it. They want to nullify and to disable a lot of these higher value players on the side of OGT. The operator, the rifles, they don't want those to come online. And that's why they're being careful about it. Now they have a little bit more control. They are going to slowly creep up on it. Here comes the null command, and that's the opening for them to hit the site. They go in for it though, but Sway's already here, lying in wait. The first shot sounds off, and it takes down Twirly.
You really don't try peek there, Twirly, when you know there's an operator online, and Sway hits the shot. It is going to be a 5v4 retake right now as the spike goes down. This time around, they are all going to be playing on site because they don't want to repeat of that last round. 2 major ults being committed right now. Nightfall detecting 2 players. Sway on the back of the overdrive, going for the kills here. Able to find 2 on the round race, all down to just Ali to keep this map alive, but it's not going to be happening. It's a defuse comes through. Orangutan, they're going to be taking Ascent and pushing us on to Icebox. Map number 3, again, the celebration, the relief on the faces of these girls. The pressure of the situation. At one point, they were down 10-7 or something, and to be able to come back and win this 13-11, denying that overtime. What a game from Orangutan.
I'm not quite sure what Chloe was gesturing over the top left. But yeah, that's OGT. Now they're comfortable. Sway with the operator, actually able to do some work and really send Bren off away from the sites. Maybe even keep them trapped down with that overdrive towards the end. This is Orangutan, and they are here to stay for just one more map.
I mean, they are here for one more map, but that map is going to decide who is moving on and who is going to be going home, and that is going to be decided on Icebox, a map that I think Orangutan, I think neither of these teams have actually played them during the course of Elite yet, so it's going to be interesting for their debut right there. But Ascent, what a map, Quack. Just wow.
Yeah. It's crazy. Maybe we're speechless and stunned, but our panelists will help us out with that one. Mika and Meraki, take it away.
Well, Zach, you did mention that OGT was known for comebacks, and we are being treated to one of the best that they have here. I feel like, you know, you saw how very confident Bren was, and but I have a feeling it was really Casper that was able to rally back Orangutan. There were those few crucial rounds wherein, you know, you kind of felt that Bren was going to get away with it, and then Casper came through in so many important rounds that just really gave Orangutan the economy and the confidence that they needed to take back this game.
It really goes to show like that Orangutan is one of those top tier teams, and it's why they're still in the playoffs. It's why they're at Elite. And we had a lot of hero plays. I think it was Zach that mentioned it. There's a lot of star players coming up from OGT, and it's not just, I wouldn't say it's just per map, it's even per round. It was Chloe in the pistol round with a Frenzy, and then with a Frenzy Ace, and then I think Casper with a quad kill as well on the Omen. There was just so many things going on Orangutan. The players are all stepping up, and you can see that they really don't want to exit this tournament just yet. They want to stay within it. On the side of Bren is also Twirly. She's the one finding all the kills. This one is the one you see on the screen right now. That's Casper's quad kill. Almost found the ace. Might have been hunting for the ace even if you actually saw her coming out of the smoke. But on both sides, there's just a lot of heroics going on. And this time it was Shirazi with a 1 HP clutch. 1 HP on Shirazi there. Then Twirly again finding so many kills by herself, just multi-kills and multi-kills on Twirly in this match. But unfortunately for Bren, they weren't able to close it out here. It was Orangutan that was able to find the win.
Yeah, exactly. And, there were so many rounds wherein Bren, I guess, was leading in terms of like kill count and stuff. But, Orangutan just knew how to play around, how to play around the timer, how to play around the diffuse, and how to use their, utilities to basically push back Bren for just a little bit longer so that they can just hold on. They really stretched it out for this map. I hope this means that they're carrying this momentum on to our third map. And I know, Key, it's like it's getting late over here, but I feel like it's double elimination day here. So I feel like quadruple elimination day even. But I feel like we can't have it any other way here, especially with these two teams that are just it might be getting late, but these two teams, they're wide awake.
Yeah, they're definitely wide awake, especially after that. That was adrenaline inducing for both teams. 11-13, as close as it could get without going to overtime, but we'll have to see which of the two teams still has the energy going on, because Bren, this is gonna be their fifth map coming in. On the other side, Orangutan, they're coming in fresh, and you can see they have so much energy still with them.
Yes, absolutely. We're gonna see what's gonna happen, because Icebox is coming up next, and we know that one of these two teams, very, very strong teams, are going home. In the meantime, we're going to a quick break while I find out what this means somewhere on Twitter. What was that?
were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot.
You're back on VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. My name is MikaFabs, and I'm joined by Quis, and we are heading into our final map of the day. Our final map of the day. No matter what, we're heading into map number 3 between Orangutan versus Bren Victress, and it will be Icebox. And going into Icebox, it's interesting because like both of these teams, they do fairly well in Icebox, but Orangutan has a 77% win rate on Icebox, slightly higher than Bren Victress. I don't know if this means that they're going to do well because Bren has a little bit more experience on Icebox than Orangutan does, Quis.
Slightly higher, but like you mentioned, Bren has a lot of experience. One thing to note on Icebox, though, what they always had was Alexi on the Jet. That's something that we haven't really seen today because Twirly is sort of their dedicated duelist at this point. She's the one that's been on the Jet, sometimes on the Raze. We haven't seen Alexi back on that Jet just yet, but in their previous lineup, when Mikasi was still part of the team, it was Alexi that was on the duelist. I believe Mikasi takes on Sage duty when it comes to this map. I'm not sure if that'll happen again, but when Alexi was on that Jet, it was also pretty insane. Not that Twirly isn't an insane duelist, but I'm just wondering what we'll see. Especially with this new lineup, I'm just wondering what the configuration will be for Bren. They've also been really good on Icebox because of Alexi on the Jet. So we're gonna have to see. Are they gonna switch that up? Is it gonna be Twirly going to dazzle us again with her moves on the Jet? And for Orangutan's side, they've definitely found their footing. They've found momentum, and I think that, like you mentioned, carrying over that momentum into map number 3 will be the biggest difference here. And this is going to be the final map today. Like you mentioned, the last, and for both teams, it might for one of the two teams, it will be the last map that they play in this tournament. It is an elimination game after all, and this is an elimination map for both.
Yes, the stakes are very, very high for this final map, and it's gonna be sad because both of these teams, we've seen them perform at their peak, and they're both incredibly strong. And I just feel like on the side of Bren, they might have let that second map go because there are so many instances where they could have closed that map, so that must be really getting to them. In that sense, I would say maybe in terms of moral momentum, Orangutan is riding on that because they knew that they could have lost that map very easily, but they were able to get it. That must be so frustrating for the side of Bren Victress rather.
Yeah, it really is a mental game, right? When it all comes down to it. For Bren, this is going to be their 5th map. Whether they let that loss get to them might affect the outcome of this map. Hopefully not. On the side of Orangutan, they're feeling good. They just came back. They were the ones who came back from 1-11, like you mentioned. And here we go. Alexi on the Jet, and Twirly is going to be on... it's going to be the Chamber on Twirly instead, and not Shirazi. Shirazi will be going on Smoke duty, and Zinni is going to be the one on the Sage. So interesting lineup from them. A slight difference on the side of Orangutan is that there is no Chamber, but instead Casper will be on that Killjoy.
Yeah, this is going to be so interesting because now you have both IGLs on the duelist role. So I wonder how this is going to affect the team because I feel like Bren Victress, maybe they can, as a team, they can catch up to Alexi a lot more than maybe say Sway leading the way with Orangutan. But with the way this Asian pick is going, it feels like they're playing into their comforts, but at the same time, they are putting a little bit of creativity in there. So it's something that is a little bit familiar, but at the same time not, if you get my meaning.
Yes, I get what you mean. It's comfort with a little bit of a twist, and whether that's enough in this round, we'll have to see because both teams, they're on tournament lives and they really need to win this round.
Absolutely. So the stakes are at their highest ever right now for both of these teams. At the end of this map, one of these teams is going home and the other is making it to our top 4. Let's find out which one. Toss it over to our casters, Zach and Quack.
Me hearing that Zahk and Quack is never gonna get old. Thank you so much, Mika, as well as Key, for that breakdown. We are gonna be heading into Icebox right now, map number 3, and it is all on the line for these two teams. Bren versus Orangutan, Ideal versus Ideal on that jet. We are heading down for one heck of a showdown, Quack.
Oh, excuse me. I was muted for a second. But yes, one heck of a showdown. Only one of them will make it out alive. And this is the thing about two teams, and we've seen their compositions. Another map where we don't have that much data on it, but now that we're seeing how they actually go in for it, one looks a little bit more defensive than the other, I think.
I think so. That Killjoy from Casper is a surprise because we've seen her pick up the chamber role on this particular map before. But you know, I did some jigging through the statistics in Orangutan. They have in Game Changers, they have an 8 times win streak on this particular map. It hasn't been broken till date. So that's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting to note heading to this particular one. And they have the momentum coming in from their previous game. They have everything in their favor right now. And of course, on the Killjoy, Casper in particular, she was so huge over the course of that last round. On the Omen, switching over to the Sentinel right now, I think that she might be able to single-handedly possibly anchor a site, but that's going to come in the second half. Right now, it is going to be Bren on defense, and it is going to be, I believe, the wall committed right off the bat from the attackers on that B side, so that might lead to a little bit of ruckus in the positioning of these players from Bren here.
Just a little bit, you can see they're somewhat hovering around that one spot as well. We also have Ali, this Sova around the top of middle, maybe trying to get a little bit more whatever she can find. But then again, this comes down to OGT. They don't have that chamber to find opening picks so quickly. So I'm very curious to see what their approach is.
I mean, for Bren, Alexi does go for a peek down towards mid. Sway is going to be on top of that, not going to be able to quite collect the kill. The turret will be spotting her out, and she will be forced to fall back here. Still holding down the tube, though. I think she's aware of the possibility of Sway being able to push it for Bren. Look at Sway. She's just holding it down, waiting for a possible push coming through from the mid area here. The Shock Dart trying to dislodge her, but not finding much value. And in the meantime, the A side has been left completely open at Orangutan. They're just going to be able to walk in and get the spike down any second right now. Sway, just by sitting down on this tube, doing nothing in mid, is going to be creating so much chaos right now. And now she's going to be on the lurk as well to make things worse. The spike goes up. We're looking at a 5v5 retake. Take that a 5v4 as Sway is rewarded for her patience by finding that first pick.
That lurking duelist, and it actually works because who actually checks the top of tube so early? Now, spike planted, the wall's been erected. Bren are going to have to find whatever they can from the top of factors and through screens, and they're actually... I can't believe what just happened. They took out the entire site. Casper, all the way from the top of belt alone, can't do all that much, so Bren, they take the round away.
Bren just jumped down into sight and won every single aim duel they took. That is insane. Headshots across the board there. And, you know, I genuinely thought Orangutan had that in the back because they had so much time to set up for the post plants. But, you know, I think Kachao and Casper were a little bit confident there. Didn't really go for the liners. At least Kachao didn't because you saw her playing up close on site. Unfortunately, that is going to be the round coming in for the side of Bren. Despite all of that time being brought by Sway towards mid. And despite getting the plant, there's going to be no force coming in from the side of Orangutan. Something to note here is, again, Orangutan, they're happy to take it a little bit slow here. They're going in for that mid push again this time around. That wall, though, is going to immediately block off everything. Zini finding the timing perfectly there.
Aggressive wall, yeah, and it actually slows down OGT for a while. Then again, it's not something that they really desperately need because they have the guns. Bren, they're just waiting for a push from OGT before they really let those specters loose.
Yeah, and they let them loose indeed. The dogs of war are abound, and Bren, Zini, as well as Turley, both of them capitalize and find that first pick right now. The shock darts making things worse down towards this bit. It's all down to just Casper and Chloe here. It is going to be a utility, guns, everything, and the thing being slammed right now. At least they get 2 before they go down, but at the end of the day, the round is going to end up in the hands of Bren. They do end up losing on one of those Spectres. Alexi, with only a Sheriff, is able to pick up one of them for her teammate. Aside from that, though, Orangutan, they're going to be finally getting their full buy. And I think something to note on this particular map is that Icebox is, especially a map where having the right firepower is so important, because there are so many of these angles that you have to take aim tools with. You can only use so much utility to clear them, and the Vandals are just going to give them such an overwhelming advantage as long as they clear their corners, because if you don't, that can be devastating.
As always. So those corners are exactly what Bren are looking to exploit. OGT, on the other hand, trying to suss it out using the Owl drone. Unfortunately, though, it's getting shot out. So Casper kind of knows. She has an inkling about this. She has to worry about Yellow, though, and of course the Rendezvous already being deployed. Now comes down to some linear duels. OGT still looking for him.
It's gonna come down to Lexi with the Sheriff, but it's going to be Sway who finds the better of her this time around. And Chetiv coming in right there with the help of that added rifle power. The wall going down as well. Should be letting Orangutan get the spike down, but unfortunately, I think they messed up the wall just a little bit there. Oh, never mind. That's the defensive wall. It does get broken down. Twirly, willing to re-aggress, might be able to find the timing on this rotate if she peeks at the right time, but not quite able to do so. Sway will hear the sounds, and they're just going to be booking it back towards this A site instead, where there is going to still be a player present. Shirazi, the Viper, is going to be online right now on that A site with her utility. Sway taking quite a bit of damage in the meantime as they go forward, and Shirazi in the smoke with the Spectre can go so huge. Finds one. How much more did she get? Gets the second as well. The third on the round. Shirazi, how are you doing this? Before Sway finally shuts it down, but the damage has been down. It's all down to just Casper and Sway right now. 15 seconds left on the clock. Sway with the third on the round already before finally being shut down, and Casper cannot pull it back. Bren, they find the bonus, and Shirazi in her own smoke. What a play! How?
30 seconds.
How? Wow.
This is really pulled off just because you have so much information. I think it was Shirazi or maybe even Alexi, whoever was peeking out of garage that way. They knew that hit was coming towards A, and that's why we had Shirazi hiding inside her own poison cloud like that. Those close quarter duels, no way OGT would have won them unless they actually sprayed through, but no way they would have known to actually spray through like that. And now, even denying the recon with her own cloud burst, this is so much control for the A site.
Yeah, off the back of that play, Twirly is going to be able to find the first pick. Alexi has that operator online as well. No ultimates really available for either side quite yet, but again, Bren, they've gotten aggressive on this A side. 3 players, in fact, pushed up, and they're not afraid to really try and hold on to it. Of course, to be fair, this is an eco round coming in for Orangutan, so not really much on the line here. They are going to be walking up towards the B side, where yet again, it's the Viper waiting for them in her with all of her utility available. Casper tries to get the headshot, not quite connecting, and that smoke being put down is going to make planting the spike incredibly difficult right now, because you know it does so much damage to players, anybody who tries to walk into it. But speaking of walking into smokes, Casper manages to make a wrap around, almost gets the timing, but not quite, because Lexi, she's rotated over and she's gonna be able to get that kill as well. 2 players left for OG, and their locations are both known. Right now they're gonna be kind of stuck
here,
just pinned down. They can't move.
30
Everything
seconds left.
disabled unless they move backwards, but that's no option either, because Shirazi is already harking at their heels. 4-0. What a start this is, Zach. I mean, look at the ultimate points on both sides. Shirazi has her Viper's Pit. The other 2 players, Twirly, Alexi, Zini even. This is dangerous for OGT.
For sure. Speaking of OGT though, I think Casper is only one away from her lockdown. So if that Viper's Pit does get committed on that A side, as we so often you see it being used preemptively in that manner, trying to deter that push, that might be the out they need to really push Shirazi out. That might prove to be so pivotal heading into this particular round. But again, you know, on this A side, on Icebox in particular, you really want to play aggressively, try to get that first pick, because it's really hard to retake it if you're at a disadvantage. And Bren, they have the playbook to a T. They are able to just constantly aggress, and again, you saw their reactions, right? You saw how quick they were on the trigger to be able to smoke it off and again find the pick onto Sway. But talking about Sway right now, she has been able to get these kills, but most of them have been a question of timing rather than extreme aggression, and she's gonna have to step it up for the rest of her team, because she needs to find those gaps in the defense for them to really be able to capitalize on it.
No kidding. So many of these rounds, it comes down to the immaculate timings, and it's a little bit unfortunate because Bren are making use of those to figure out exactly when OGT will peak. And so many times, it almost feels as if OGT really need to take that pause, and that's what they did with the timeout. Something that could give them an aid. Pushing up into A side this time though, but it's been red. Zahk, oh god, the Viper's Pit blocks it off completely. How do you deal with that? A Sova maybe?
Possibly, but again, Shirazi, she does have this Viper's Pit, but it's going to be backed up with Twirly up there, watching for anybody who trying to get a little bit cheeky. And Orangutan, they're still going to be holding in the hopes that perhaps there might be a mistake being made, but Bren, they're playing this with as much patience as possible. I think Orangutan, as soon as a couple seconds hits, they're going to hear that rendezvous and possibly try to re-aggress onto the site. But they're just going to be blind walking it in. Oh no, this is going to be so bad if it goes away. And again, Shirazi able to find that first blood. Sway, you do not just walk into a Viper's Pit like that. You have a Sova. That's why you have an Initiator to really set you up for those deals, as it says in the Valorant description. Either way though, jokes apart, Shirazi is able to find that first blood. And again, with Sway going down, like we talked about in the previous, like Mika talked about in the previous panel, it just completely shuts down the aggression for Orangutan. But Casper on the lurk doesn't quite catch the timing. Two players down for Orangutan, 30 seconds left. They have to go somewhere. That does seem to be the A side. The shorty comes up huge, and it's all down to just Chloe here. The resurrection not really available either, and the off kill from Ali is going to find Bren their 5th round. What a hold on that A side, Quack. I'm losing it.
We've heard of the green wall of Optic. Let me introduce you to the green wall that is Shirazi. The way that she instantly reacts off of this, like, this is incredible micro plays. Instantly getting the spray transfer on towards Sway, even though she tailwinded away, and then swapping to the shorty to get the 3rd frag before falling. It's so strong. And OGT, it's a bit of a gamble that they were going for. It's a 50-50 push. Maybe she's not here. Maybe she's somewhere else. But unfortunately, it does not work out, and it becomes a mistake instead. So you really need OGT to play a lot more careful, but I'm not sure what it is. It's almost as if they're just dry peeking a lot of things.
Yeah, perhaps they're feeling a little bit more overconfidence from their victory on that last game, but Bren, they're a team that you can't give an inch to, because if you do, they're going to take the entire road, the entire highway, in fact. Looking at Shirazi being able to just close out these duels head-to-head. Sure, they're against Singers as well as Sheriffs, but nevertheless, just letting her isolate these 1v1s and not being able to trade out is making things so difficult right now for Bren. It's all down to just Shao, and that's a Viper diff coming in right there. Shirazi with 3 on the round, already getting that Viper's Pit ready to go online again. At the rate she's going, she's gonna have it back up by next round. But you know, talking about this for Orangutan, they do have the resurrection available, but more than that, they also do have the lockdown. And in particular, the lockdown can be so pivotal on this A side. It completely manages to close it out. And if the Viper wall is placed in the right place, it might be what Orangutan needs to finally get the spike down at the very least. No Sova ult available either from Bren to break it, so that might be what they need heading into this particular round here.
Whatever it is, they really need something different. Because it's been 6 rounds in a row now, and Bren are starting to get so confident pushing out. Now the punishment goes through, coming in from 2. This could be it to allow them to take quick control over B. But at the same time, look at Garage, look at Yellow. These are careful spots that they need to look out for.
The lockdown used to completely establish mid control, and that's what's gonna be that's gonna be where the spike is planted for as well. The Blade Storm pulled out by Alexi. The quick swap to the operator is gonna be able to take down Chloe. That's the resurrection offline as well. And now Orangutan, they are gonna be at a woman advantage here. Off the back of that molly, it is going to be Kachal spotted out. Does a lot of damage before being taken down. The rest is real, and it's just pay right now. It's all up to Jafis this 1v4, and it is not going to work out. Diffuse is going to come true, and Ali with that death and the diffusal and the kill I think she got on Sway, I believe it was, is going to give her that Hunter's Fury. I was talking about how she didn't have it, well now she does, but again, just Bren constantly being able to find these first picks. They're just drive picking these angles at this point, not afraid to peek through, and it's 7-0 Quack right now, and we're also looking at an 8-0 right now because the economy is not really going to be available for Orangutan yet again. They do have 3 ultimates to work with, but I don't know if that's going to be enough because Bren, they are riding this momentum wave right now.
Time for a field test.
It's a whole wave. It's not stopping. It just keeps on crashing on OGT. And it cannot feel good. So many of these rounds, and it's just Bren now setting themselves up again. Holding the angles, a bit of a default 2-1-2. OGT trying to make their way around it, but look at this again, Twirly. This is the ability of Chamber. Right, you get the kill, you instantly teleport away, and it's free. It's free. What?
Yeah, free is a good word there. Casper though manages to find the lurk onto Alexi. Will be able to get that A-side control and that operator. This could be the round that Orangutan, the play that Orangutan desperately needs. She showed up huge on the last map. This might be a repeat of that, unfortunately for her though. Shirazi is going to be able to take down Sway. I think that's going to be the Blade Storm offline as well if it was actually. No, never mind, it wasn't there in the first place. Casper though on this A-side is going to be wrecking a lot of havoc. The spike though, it is going to be
enemy remaining.
It is going to be taken down. Unfortunately, Jaffe takes a fight that she really shouldn't have. It's all down to this Casper here in this 1v3. Tries to get the shot, but Shirazi is going to be too clean with the bullets, and another 3k for her. And Quack, remember what I said about her ultimate? Because guess who has it back online?
Shirazi, and not just Shirazi either, like so many of them, and that's the thing. A lot of these rounds are made because OG continuously peeks at separate spots across the map, trying to catch the Bren players. But Bren are just holding, they're waiting, they're finding a lot of these duels so easily because they're prepared for them. You try to head towards B, but Shirazi, Twirly, they're always there. A site now is being blocked off. You got Ali watching down the middle. OGT have yet to find a single opening. Maybe mid, because Ali is alone, so that might be their ticket to taking down the A site.
Ooh, look at this positioning from Shirazi though. She's pushed all the way almost out through her Viper's pit. The pit from the side of Orangutan is going to be committed as well towards the CT, but the first blood is nevertheless going to be coming in for a Twirly with the tour de force there. Chloe though able to trade it out and might be able to finally use that resurrection to get a player back up. A 4v4 retake right now though, and Casper is still watching this Viper's pit, watching for Shirazi, but she's already pushed out spots. 2 players, gets that first, is going to be able to molly the angle off, tries to take the fight, is not going to be able to get the second quite yet though. Casper as well, going for the post plant. Finally now the nanoswarm's being invested, but Alexi with the shorty. Okay, that's 150 credits by the way, and it does too much damage for Orangutan to recover from. 9-0 Quack. I really wish we had a point of view of that because I cannot believe my eyes. 2 with the shorty Quack, 2.
Just incredibly confident plays coming out from Bren. And unfortunately, it feels like the mental strength of OGT is all but dissipated. They really need to pull themselves back together. This is now 9 rounds in a row. This does not happen by mistake. They had it on paper. We had Casper on a bit of a lurk, if you will, even playing post-plant with those nano swarms. But when it came down to it, all it took was what? 150 credits from Alexi? Are you sure?
I feel you, Quack. I would go as well if that happens to me. And Orangutan, they're gonna be forcing into this round here. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They're just gonna be full sending it down towards this A side. And perhaps this is what they've been missing out. Every single time they've been going for those isolated peaks like you've mentioned, but now they're finally trying to coordinate as a team. They do have that Hunter's Fury as well as that drone available, and finally Sway able to get that first pick with the help of that Guardian connected. For connecting it right onto Shirazi's head, that's going to be the Viper utility completely taken offline here. But look at this discipline coming in from Turley. Hasn't moved an inch. In the meantime though, Orangutan, they are looking to possibly slow things down, maybe cut noise, create a little bit of confusion for these players from the side of Bren. The rifle that's been dropped is not quite in a position that can really be picked up either. And I think that the call from Alexi is interesting because they are going to be moving it back. But again, the backstab coming in, from that is the backstab, right? No,
yes. I mean, they heard the dash. That's why they thought that OGT were rotating away over to the B site. But really, they were just waiting for it. Now that the footsteps have gone, OGT have arrived onto the site. What I'm wondering about, though, is do you have the wall? No, Chloe does not. She tried to get it planted, but Torley was just prepared for the shot, the assassination coming in from Raptors.
But Sway doing so much damage with that Guardian, able to just get that, I believe Torley down to 5 HP there. Still stay alive, though, so perhaps that heal might be coming in any second. But again, Sway going huge, finding one more. The crossfire is all they need. It's all down to just one player right now. It's just... Never mind. The round is done. Casper gets the last one. And finally, Orangutan, they find their first round. It was a long time coming, but finally, they figure out that playing as a team is what they need. And Sway will pick up that upgrade of that operator. So perhaps this is where their fortunes really change, Quack.
That's kind of lovely, yes. Fortune-changing moment. A bit of a call from Sway, and some heroics coming in from Japips as well, holding the off angle. This is what they needed to do, right? Instead of dry peeking one by one, hold certain spots of the map, whether it's pipes on A or maybe green from B, and then you pick them off. It's so simple, but it works. And now, what are Bren doing? They're trying to switch things up, trying to go a little bit on the offensive, getting information from middle because of that wall.
A little bit more of a slower play coming in, but look at this B side in the meantime. While the attack comes in on A, the Bren players are going to be pushing out and clearing B main completely, so they know that all of the Orangutan presence is going to be centered towards this mid as well as towards A there, and oh no, they go to try and see what the turret was squeaking at, and unfortunately, Alexi, as well as Turley, their walk down B-Long is going to net them 2 kills right now. The remaining players for Orangutan, they made their way onto this A site, but right now they're playing at a huge deficit when it comes to women power here, Quack, and even if they can get the spike down, this retake is, at least the sides hold against this coming retake is going to be incredibly difficult for them.
Spike planted.
Not kidding. They do get the spike down though, but now they evacuate the site completely and back off into post-plant positions. It's planted for Belt, so they could make use of it if they can take down Alexi, and they do. Japips now, Hunter's Fury committed as well. It does a little bit more work. Making use of the poison orb though, but it doesn't cover you for long. Ali, Shirazi now taken away, and then the cleanup. Zinni deleted as well. 9-2 OGT. Let's see if we can invoke that curse.
Ooh, the caster curse, cough cough, is a possibility here if Orangutan can find one more, and that's the thing. This round was just beautiful coming in from them. They knew they had the post plan to really make this work, and they go in for it. Of course, that resurrection, the fact that the bodies for once were not in on site here, they were towards the A main instead. That makes it huge for Orangutan. They are going to be able to get their player back up, and despite having a 7-round lead, Bren, they are going to be taking a timeout to reassess things here and see what they can do to prevent that 9-3 curse from kicking in.
Well, let's see. They are using the timeout after all. They will be able to buy back as well, having won so many rounds in a row, right, Zach? Right? But it's the positions that I'm worried about, because so far, so good. They've been able to lock out several spots of the map. But what's happening now is that Orangutan are approaching together as a team. They're even pulling attention away just to get the spike planted, just to set up some post-plant scenarios, especially now that Sway has her operator. A very effective tool indeed.
Yeah, she's managed to pick up that upgrade. She also does have the Blade Storm heading in, so a little bit of
Shirazi.
versatility. She does, yeah. She does have that little bit of versatility heading into this particular round, but yeah, like you mentioned, Shirazi with the Judge might be something to watch out for here. The economy only allowing her that much, but again, the Judge is just a weapon you can't really knock. We saw the damage she could do with the Spectre in her own smoke, and if Orangutan are not careful, they might see a repeat of that. Japibs though is going to in fact be careful. It will invest that drone to try and spot things out, but does not quite clear Shirazi there, unfortunately. It is going to be the lockdown invested as well, and if Orangutan, they can be a little bit patient. It might be what they need to really get onto site, because you really don't want to push into that smoke and that wall. It is going to be the players from Bren forced off the side here, but Alexi holding down mid is going to be able to spot out. Casper does quite a bit of damage. The heal coming through though, and now Orangutan, they're going to be forced to come into this A side. They didn't go forward with the lockdown, and now Bren have reasserted their presence. 3 players have come back, and again, Orangutan in this mid round, they look a little bit stuck here.
Yeah, their presence, it creates so much pressure for OGT. It's a lot of information gathered as well. They know that there are like several players headed towards the A site. So I'm wondering if Kachao can actually do anything, but unfortunately she rotates back around, and this is something that I don't think it helps them all that much, unless the team can actually break open the site on their own. Chloe doing a great job finding the entry frag now, and then the wall that comes up allows for a team to get the spike planted. Kachao going through the middle, a possible threat looming from behind. Bren are suddenly very aware of this, but they still push forward. Alexi, how are you doing this? On the ropes, off the ropes, she drops, she finds a little bit more. Chloe to trade back now, getting a triple. However, the spike continues to come halfway, and then where is Kachao? Not from middle anymore.
Switching Kachao, she gave me a heart attack there. I thought she might be a little bit too late, but Chloe steps it up in that 2v3. Able to find 2 there is phenomenal for the side of Orangutan. Look at these crisp shots. The transfer over to the headshot for Zinni, and despite Ali getting half, she just doesn't know where to look, and that's going to be what Orangutan needs to get this to that 9-3, that hallowed score for all Valorant games that, you know, either you want to be having like a 6-6 or a lead in your half, but if you are going to be down 9-3 is the best score to be at.
9-3. Well, you know what? Our panelists will see if the curse is indeed in effect. Mika and Key, tell us what's about to happen next.
Well, Key, what does the script say? What does the script say, Mr. Scriptwriter?
Well,
what happens?
Actually, the percentages say that the 9-3 thing actually is not, doesn't really curse you that much. It just ingrained in our heads, but statistically speaking, you don't actually win more when you're down 3-9. So from what it looks like, Orangutan strung the last 3 rounds together. I think that looks great, but I think that just might be too little too late. 6-round lead on a map like Icebox, which is notoriously attacker-sided and notoriously Alexi-sided. I think that Alexi just might make mincemeat out of Orangutan, and that's the most difficult part here. It was Shirazi that was showing up on the defensive side. They just could not break into... Oh, she was like a mini Nats there. Like, no one could break through her. Like, no one could go into the site that the Viper was in, and you know, Viper's a controller, not a sentinel, but she can anchor the site so well. And just 6 rounds. Okay, but okay, let me just put this out here. OG are the queen of comebacks. They are the queens of comebacks because they've come back from worst deficits. They've come back from A111. They've come back in the map, the previous map. Both maps Ascent, by the way, but I wouldn't put it past them to dig deep again and find something, find heroic plays from the players. Chloe on that last round was able to get a triple as well, so I think that the players do have it in them to come back into this game.
Yeah, they might need that push like a little bit more. If it's this kind of pressure that really brings that out of them, then why not add a bit more? But, you know, I'm so impressed with the way that Bren laid out their traps. They didn't need a Killjoy to lay out some traps because Shirazi and the Viper Sprint, that's a trap. Their quick rotation, that's another trap. What I'm wondering is why Orangutan let Bren get away with it for so long. Like, what was the idea trying to push their way through the Viper's Pit when they knew that Shirazi was already there? There were so many opportunities for them to switch it around and not let them get the lead that they currently have right now. But I'm just wondering because they looked a little lost for those first few rounds. Now that it's gonna come to this, you know, last half of the series, I'm wondering if the momentum is truly on their side then with that round, because yes, they got the momentum in this last 3 rounds, but is it really? There's still that question mark. Right now, Orangutan has that big question mark. Bren, Victress, though, they look really, really good. So we're gonna see if they can close us out, or if Orangutan, Queen of Comebacks, do get that comeback. Let's throw it to our casters.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mika and Key. Like you mentioned, Orangutan are the queen of comebacks. Can they do it one last time today? They already did it once on Ascent, so I wouldn't count them out anytime yet. And of course, they have Casper on the Killjoy this time. A lot of utility that it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Looking at the setup, it is going to be placed towards the mid and a little bit of red herring towards his B side as some presence is established, while the rest of the team is just going to be walking it up very quietly, very sneakily towards A. This Viper wall being committed as well, it might cause Orangutan to go for a little bit baited right now, but that's not going to be the case. And Chloe is going to be the first point of contact, gets that first shot, but immediately it's going to get traded out. Japanese though is going to be re-pushing into that angle, is able to get 2 kills somehow, as well as spike control. It's all going to come down to just Alexi, the IGL, to do something about this, but that's going to start with retrieving the spike. And again, Orangutan, they're content to fall back. They're content to say that, look, Alexi, you can get the spike. We have the woman advantage, and we are going to drive it home right there.
Dude, I love Japips. You gotta love that. Like, no need for analysis. She just sits in that one position, knowing to re-aggress and then to flick over to the left. Alexi, though, able to pick up the spike. The tailwind might have expired, but that's okay. She wants to plant it down so that she gains a little bit more of an advantage. However, as soon as the beep goes through, you can see the movement will go underway from OGT.
The net is closing in, and Alexi, she will have to try and go aggressive right now to try and isolate these fights. Sees Jip and does get the first kick, but that snake bite is going to do its damage, make her vulnerable, and despite getting Casper to 30 HP, she's not going to be able to finish up the kill, because all it takes is 2 bullets from those ghosts to shut her down. And Orangutan, they do get that first kill. A first round that was so crucial. A little bit of celebration coming in from Casper there as the defuse does come through, but if not for Japeeps making that heroic play, the round might have not quite gone the same way. All things considered, Orangutan, maybe not, you never know, but Orangutan, they are not giving up. They've shown that despite being down 9-0, they are still having the mindset to make this comeback work right now, and I don't know, Quack, I think they can do it.
That's what this is. They've won the pistol. This second half is the true test of whether or not OGT deserves to make it the top 4. And Meraki passed that test. Can OG do the same thing, especially against a team like Bren Victress, so strong, but slight blunders, and it allows for OGT, especially Japips, to come back in like that. So now fast plays coming from Bren, but looks a little bit desperate. You got so many guns, but of course Torley doing her thing, this time getting denied by Chloe, but not checking up at the top again. Casper, they've lost several Spectres now, but maybe not quite retrievable for Bren.
Oh no, the timing that Orangutan are having is just so unfortunate right now, and Bren, they pick up one of those Spectres. They will be able to get spike back as well, and Zinni's able to connect that final kill. It's all down to just Sway right now, has a Marshall to her name, but not going to be able to find anything so far, and the discipline from Bren is just unbelievable right now. They're going to be moving back towards yellow, both going in for a possible double peek here. Sway does have that smoke, and the problem is that she has no information. She doesn't know where these players are playing, and she's going to have to methodically clear things out inch by inch. She's going to be spotted to make things even worse. With one smoke, she does try to go for the half stick. Spray coming through, giving away the possible location, but it's Zinni who goes huge on this particular round, getting 3 for herself. And Bren, they make this anti-eco completely gone for Orangutan right now as they take double digits. And let's take a look at this. It starts here, right? Torley gets that first shot. Despite the trades coming through, they just don't expect a second player. Constantly the same story again and again. And just like that, Bren, this might be the break. This might be the last break here for Orangutan.
That's why Bren are a formidable opponent. I did not expect it. Surely OGT did not expect it either. It's this sudden decision to go on the offensive despite having nothing much but pistols, frenzies. They go up close, even Torley with the Headhunter, and it's that faith in their teammates to win out these duels that allows them to pick up the Spectres. Now,
OGT, of course, the bank broken. It's easy for Bren to get the spike planted. Question is, how will they actually retake, though? It seems like they can't because they are blocked off by Twirly right now. And not to mention, there's so much distraction coming in. However, Casper taking her down will be able to pick up that Vandal. Possible aid in this retake, giving them a little bit more damage.
Yeah, Casper has a lot of work to do here. She is going to be putting down her turret to watch that mid flank, as so many people on Icebox love to do here. The clock is still ticking, and it seems like it's halfway there. The timer has gone down already. Yeah, Chloe, if they could, they would, because right now it's going to be the snake fights that are being committed towards us right now. The Vandal going huge. You're able to find two with the spray, and Casper is only able to get one of her own before being traded out. Orangutan are falling behind significantly right now. 11-4 for Bren, and this is arguably their last chance to keep this map from completely going into Bren's favor, because if they lose this, it is going to be match point for Bren. Orangutan's economy is going to be in shambles, so they are feeling the pressure right now. It's do or die, Quack, and it's go big or go home.
I might even call a timeout, like, honestly. This, arguably, I might even say factually, they lose this one, it's already match point. They don't have any economy for the next. You really have to make this round count, and the pressure is immense. They're not playing too aggressive as a result of it, and this is something that Bren is looking to exploit. I mean, look at how fast they've already taken control over parts of the map, over Tube, and now over pipes as they head into A. It's going to come down to Casper's utility, but I don't know if she can actually anchor the side on her own that way. There are 4 players headed towards A, and that's exactly what Bren wants to do. To seize, to divide and conquer.
Again, Alexi is going to be in such a pivotal position. Does catch side of Sway, flicks! The micro adjustment is perfect from her, and that's going to be first blood for Bren yet again. And now with that mid person uncertain, it is going to be the utility broken by Shirazi. Again, going to minimize and mitigate the damage coming in from that killjoy utility. Possibly the wall being committed towards that CT as well is going to buy even more time. Bren, they get the spike down, and again, look at the discipline from them. Even though they have a numerical advantage, they're just going to be falling back right now for that post plan. However, Casper, she does have that lockdown, so that might be what they need to successfully retake the site. The only problem here is that Quis is still going to be here, spots the tip of Jafi's head, and is going to be able to TP away. Does get detained, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal, because right now the lineups are still available for the side of these players. But Kachao is sticking it, Kachao is sticking it, Kachao! Frozen Bacon! Orangutan making a round that they had no business winning. Everybody's dead, except everybody's in fact dead for Orangutan, but Bren, despite having 4 standing, they lose the round, and wow, frozen so vacancy.
Just to have that ice cold temperature, sub-zero inside her veins, to really be able to stick it all the way through, making use of the poison orb that way. The rest of her team helping out as well. Of course, you gotta give a little bit of credit to that lockdown, pushing Bren Victress all the way off the site. That said, though, their economy, it's not that good.
No charges left.
It's okay.
Sway tries to put down a smoke, but unfortunately not going to be finding anything. Will, however, still be able to play onto the side because she has the backup ready to go. Gets that pick with the Bulldog as well. First blood this time around, finally going after a long time in Orangutan's favor. And that's going to be what they need to completely stall this push coming in from Bren. However, the resurrection after all those spike plants is going to be available for Zadie right now. And that's going to bring things back down to a 5v5. Again, Twirly, she will hear Casper jumping around. And we'll spot the second player as well. Tries to isolate these duels, finds the first, gets the second as well. Can she do it? No, Casper is going to deny that value. And things yet again go back into equilibrium. Alexi, though, going on top. Does check the corner along with the start. That's going to be the distraction. This is the main show, and the Viper Spit goes on as well. And Orangutan, with the player deficit, they have to somehow make this retake work. Alexi, though, she's still going to be holding this aggressive position. But Chloe, she has the res right now, Quack.
She could use it, that's the thing. She really actually needs to, but at the same time, there's a Viper's Pit. It's Shirazi. Like Marquis mentioned, it's almost Nets-esque. Japith doesn't care though and pushes up front, able to take out yet another. Now if they go in and wrap it around the Viper's Pit as a team, they will be able to destroy them, but Shirazi pushes forward, sprays all over the place. Unfortunately, can't do it on her own though. And one way, a bit of a back-breaking play for OGT to keep themselves alive.
Chloe being able to get that pick onto Alexi with just a Spectre was so huge there. Like, that was what changed around. Getting that res online, being able to get, I believe it was Japip's back up, or no, it was Kachao, sorry. It was Kachao back up. And of course, them just surrounding the players from the side of Bren like a net. They just closed the net on them. And Shirazi, she goes huge, almost gets the third kill there, by the way, onto, I believe it was this stage. Yeah, it was Zinni. Almost gets the third kill onto Chloe there. 3 HP left on her, by the way, but that 1v4 is just too much for even Shirazi to pull out. Not she might be, but some things are not possible when Orangutan is playing like they are right now, and they are showing signs of life Quack. They are bringing it back. It was 11-4, and now it's 11-6, and I think that might be the round they need to really like get those ultimates online as well, because Kachao, she's gonna have that Viper's Pit.
It really is, huh? And then that's something that they can use to block off sites, but at the same time, I'm quite worried still, because this is a tall mountain to climb. Everest, if you will. OGT are slowly clawing their way back into it, and those retakes have been effective, but still, if not for some of these ultimates, they might not have been able to walk away with those wins. That's why I'm worried. Bren have been able to take sites still so quite effectively. Now, if they answer the riddle to find a way to hold it post-plant, though, things could change.
Yeah, Alexi, this time around, they're going to be going towards the area of the map that they haven't been in a few rounds, and that's going to be the B side, finding the long area completely empty right now. They are going to be pushing it in, and the Hunter's Fury from Japit is going to be invested off the back of that. Does tag up 2 players, but not able to quite finish up the kills there. Unfortunately, again, Casper might not be aware of the fact that they pushed past this. He threw the smoke though. He's going to be able to take out Shirazi. That is huge, because that's going to be the Viper's utility is down. Gets a second on the round already. Zinni able to trade it out, but Casper is still alive, still kicking. 3 on the round already for her, and it's all going to come down to these 2 remaining players. Make that one. Ali in this 1v2, her position is one enemy. Does have the Hunter's Fury, but isolates the first steal, gets the headshot. It's all up to just Kachao here. Put down the wall. It doesn't go up. She peeks too early, and Ali with the clutch to take Bren to match point and series point right now. That should not have happened for OG.
It really shouldn't. But that said, and sometimes it's heartbreaking for OGT, but this is what puts Bren at match point. The way that they work together as a team, the way that they have this individual performance to out-duel, out-frag some of the OGT players. It's now do or die. They don't have the economy. They're still desperate to cling on to whatever hope they can, but Twirly doesn't care. Twirly is not showing any mercy, not any longer. She wants to go to sleep.
Oh, I can't blame them. It's quite late for most of these players, but right now, it does seem like Bren, they smell blood in the water. It's gonna come down to just one player. Kachao to close out this 1v3. Does have the Viper's Pit to work with, not just a bucket in her hands. And like it's not bad enough already, the resurrection coming through as well right now. The wall being put down is going to give away her position. And again, Bren, they are so close to taking this home. They just want to finish it. They just want to move on. And that's exactly what's going to be happening. The newly resurrected Ali is going to be able to get that last kill and send Bren to that top 4 bracket. You can see the celebration coming in, and these girls deserve it. They played 6 games today, Quack, and they managed to blaze through them.
Oh my god, Alexi's celebration. This is adorable as heck, but truly kind of heartbreaking for OGT, even to the last possible moment. Nothing left but a frenzy and a Bucky to work with. I think she still had her ultimate, right? But she can't use it. That's the thing. It's just such plays coming in from Bren, and not just wanting to go to sleep. Twirly, she put OGT to sleep. And honestly, the way that you just push out like that and find those duels, I've never seen Twirly perform this well before. She's so sharp.
She's really leveled up since the last time we saw her like a couple months ago. But this is a heartbreaker for Orangutan because they've like really managed to come so far in such a limited time, and I'm excited to see what kind of potential there is going to be for this roster in the future. But unfortunately, that's gonna be it for them for this elite at least. What a heartbreaker for them. My heart breaks for them because I was really rooting for them to go all the way.
But you know what? Our panelists are going to take this back. They're going to find a way to tell the rest of the story and to close this book because, my God, what a game. Mika and Key, all you.
Thank you, Zach and Quack. And well, it is in the name. Bren are the victresses of our final series. And I have to say, you saw the hugs and the kisses all around. These girls are definitely feeling good and feeling very, very secure about that win.
Yeah, they definitely played so well. I mean, in the first half, it was what, a 9-0 at the very beginning,
much.
And then Orangutan started coming back to the game, but like we were talking about just now in the halftime break, it's just a bit too much to have to close that gap of 6 rounds. And Bren, of course, were able to find it. And we're gonna see just how Bren decimated OGT in this whole map. It was a lot of aggression, and similar to the first and the second maps, whenever we see Bren playing, it's like they're on the attacking side, even though you look at the map and you're like, wait, Bren are green. And take a look at their positions, they're on the enemy side. And how does that happen every single time? And if they're not, if they're holding, it's Shirazi becoming the anchor for the team. They can't do anything. Look at Alexi's position all the way behind, just disrupting Orangutan. And they're just playing a step faster. And I think Orangutan only realized that towards the end, that if they play together and they play faster, they just might be able to get some rounds from Bren.
Yeah, you said it. Who was truly attacking and who was defending in this round? Because of the very, very quick rotations from the side of Bren Victress, it got really confusing in many, many parts, and that's not even taking into account all of the smokes and all of the Viper's Pit and everything in your way. But I have to give it to this is because of Alexi, the IGL duelist, She didn't have those, how sometimes duelists can have those force blinders? Like, for example, say Paper X, and the Benkai's just like, hey, Forsaken, Jing, go kill.
Tunnel
yes,
vision.
exactly. She didn't have that because she knew she still had the rest of the team to guide. I feel like sometimes on the side of Orangutan, Sway can sometimes have that, especially when she's like on Nia and she goes like straight into the back line. That doesn't happen with Alexi. She almost plays a kind of like quote-unquote sentinel duelist role where she uses duelist abilities to be able to get more information to set up her team.
Yeah, it's a bit more controlled aggression, if you will. I think that's definitely what we've seen. My heart breaks for Orangutan, though. They've really provided everything for their players. Just to really spell it out here, for Orangutan, all the players except for Casper, who needs to stay home because of the issues that Sway was talking about. They're all in Singapore. They're all boot camping here. They're all made their way here to ensure that they play in the best possible scenario. They have the best possible chance at taking it all. Unfortunately for them, they fell short, but really props to the team. Not just the team, not just players, but also the org for believing in this team and assembling this diverse squad to really make it this far into the tournament. Unfortunately, they fell flat to the Victresses, of course, who were finally seeing signs of who they really were, who they really are this whole tournament. And I think that if you take a look at the top 4, the really surprising one in the top 4 is Zol Meraki. I think that if SMG were in the top 4, it would be very obvious that these have been the 4 most dominant teams in the whole Open. And I think that Zol Meraki has been the dark horse. And of course, Bren, of course, deserved that spot in the top 4. We've been expecting it. It's just obvious. Like, they had to be there. And they showed why.
We've been waiting for you.
Yes.
We've kept the seat warm for you in a way. But we do have to give it up to, Orangutan. They did really, give it their all. And, just a few players I do want to highlight. Japips was so fearless. I do have to give it up to her. And Kachao with that diffuse. That will be embedded in my mind for the next few weeks whenever I try to defuse. Like, just stick it like Kachao did. But in the meantime, let's bring over a representative, or I think the whole team. We have the whole team with us. From Bren Victress, we will be chatting with Zinni, though. So yeah, I'm pretty
Hello.
sure it's the whole team. I'm pretty sure all of the girls are over there and dancing behind.
Here
Hello
again.
to the Victresses and congratulations, you guys have managed to close out the top 4 for today. First up, I want to take it back though a little bit to Ascent. I can sense like from some tweets over there that there's a bit of frustration. Can you talk us through that and how you guys were able to regroup for Icebox?
Ascent, we started at the good, we started good, but like in attacking, we just really don't know how to get through their defenses. Like we're panicking sometimes, and like our post plant is a mess. We don't know where we're looking, and like everyone is getting caught off guard, even though we get in the site. The retake is just we don't know what to do. So, yeah, their default in Ascent is really good. So yeah, after that we just really we stood up, especially me and Ate Ali. We talk it out and calm ourselves. We reset so hard and we bring out Alexis Jet in Icebox. So yeah, we got the courage again when we change roles. It's on the spot. Like Twirling was supposed to be the Jet, and I was supposed to be the Viper. Like we change it up into what we're really comfortable, and so yeah, everything worked so well. Everyone is doing fantastic.
Yeah, Amiga, it's like you said, it's exactly that, right? It's back to their comfort, but at the same time, it's like a slight twist. But I do have a question now. What are they all volunteering you? Did they bully you into getting into the interview? Because everyone is like right behind you and just like watching you do the interview, but you're the one fronting it.
They're just not really that confident in speaking like in English, or I don't know.
No
maybe
way, not Alexi.
People. Yeah. No, not Alexi. Definitely not. They just want me in here. I don't know. I'm not sure if they're bullying me or not. I'm not sure.
No, they are. There's a confirmation for that. And lastly, I want to know how you girls are celebrating, because you've been celebrating almost the entire series. We see it on your player cams, like afterwards, whenever you win a map. So how are you guys really celebrating tonight?
We have some food downstairs. We're gonna celebrate with it. Yeah, there's a lot of food downstairs waiting for us. And I guess the Bren staffs are also waiting for us. I think they will congratulate us also. We're just really gonna have fun and then get back to scrims right after, maybe next day.
Wow.
Yeah.
You ladies deserve it. Well, we're not going to keep you anymore because you guys have a big celebration waiting for you. So we'll leave you to it. Congratulations once again. And we will see you guys next week.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I knew it. They're just having so much fun. And that was incredible. The fact that that call came in at the very last second. I can almost even imagine it, that like an agent selector kind of like, okay, so we're going to do this, right? And suddenly it's like, you know what? Let's not.
Yep. I think that just really that gut feel to stick with what you know is what can separate the good teams from the best teams. And I think that's that's the Bren that showed up in that third map. That's the Bren that showed up today, because they won those two series handily and they've cemented their top 4 finish. Whether they can go deeper, that remains to be seen, but the top 4 is looking very, very spicy.
Yes, very spicy indeed. It is going to be Alter Ego Celeste, Extend Sapphire, Zol Meraki, and Bren Victress. 4 very, very powerful teams. And I have to say, Ki, these 4 teams also have their own character. You know, we did mention like Zol Meraki they are the dark horses. Then you have Bren Victress, it's very fun, it's very confident team. You have, you know, Extend Sapphire as well, as, you know, kind of like on this redemption arc in a way. And you have Alter Ego Celeste needing to stay on that throne, needing to prove to themselves that they do deserve that seat in Berlin.
Yeah, like just to add even more personality to them, if you take a look at the upper bracket, Alter Ego Celeste and X10, neither of them have dropped a map in Elite. So there's the undefeateds, and then in the bottom half of the bracket, Zol and Bren, they fought so hard. They got dropped into a lower bracket from the first map, and now they're in the top 4 still. They went through today. Today was a gauntlet for them. Meraki 6 maps, Bren Victress 5 maps. They're the scrappy ones. They're the ones that are really fighting in that lower bracket run, and either of them make it all the way to the grand finals, and that's a really deep lower bracket one for both of them.
Oh yeah, I don't think anybody is ever going to be questioning their ability to, be able to endure, that endurance and that mental fortitude to be able to make it through 2 very high pressure series. Both of these teams, Meraki and Bren Victress, were able to pull through that, and that in itself is a pretty huge feat, I would say. Now, I have a feeling that, as we go into our lower bracket finals and our grand finals into next week, we're gonna be on the edges of our seat a whole lot more. We're gonna be screaming a lot more, because if you think about it, if Meraki can evolve from this totally different team yesterday into what they have today, and then seeing Bren Victress as well in different shades, I wonder what we're gonna be seeing next week. Key, do you have any final thoughts as we wrap up the day?
I'm just very happy that we're seeing the teams elevate their gameplay. Like Orangutan, even though they're out, I think that they've improved a lot to be able to get Bren to 3 maps, and that's across all the teams. It's really sad to see 4 teams already get eliminated today. That's half of the cast, but that is the nature of the tournament, and they will have to see whether they can come back next year. But the top 4 teams are looking really strong, and I'm so excited for next week as well. Next week could not come sooner.
I love how you mentioned cast. That's right. We had W Streak female, we have Rising Hope, and then we had Team SMG and Orangutan female as well. We'll see if they can come back next season. We'll talk to the writers, and maybe there will be space for them.
Let's see what the script says. Let's see what the book. There's a deeper book.
Yeah.
What's the next chapter?
We'll go deeper into that. But for the meantime, that is it for this week on VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. I'm MikaFabs, and with me is Key, and on behalf of the whole production, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys next week.
Get money.